bars that, they're starting to have to cannibalize those because they can't maintain them. The sanctions are starting to take a bite. The Russians can print out whatever, BS numbers they want to print out and say, oh, our markets went up this or we made this amount of money, but reality is reality. And, their alternative facts don't change the situation on the ground.
Fully agree. And what I'm actually looking for is a destruction of this experienced army totally. And it's very close now.
Yeah, I mean, and we're, they're trying to, we're seeing all they're starting to use these bases in Belarus, and I guess maybe there's somebody with 3 brain cells to rub together, and maybe they're going to give these guys some training. But if you look at the weapons they're giving, just look at the helmets. That helmet that they're talking about that people have seen is a 1960-65. Mass-produced Soviet helmet that they're handing out to these guys. I had seen those after 1990 in Germany. People started bringing them from East Germany and from from Poland and those other places, and started selling them on these little markets that would pop up left and right. A U.S. 1940s M1 helmet gives you better protection than that thing. That thing is pretty much useless. You can use it as a basin maybe to fill it up and shave with, but as protection, it's pretty much it's pretty much a cazzarol. You could boil some water in it,
George,
should we bring I think it was War Doggo, then Dan, then Will. So
can we just check?
Are you back?
Can people hear me?
Yeah,
you're better.
We can hear you.
Good. It was needed to restart. Good. Thank you for keeping
Your
the
voice
light
is
on.
still a little like if you are in a can.
Well, I'm not in a can. I can promise that.
This is better.
Okay. Let's go to Doggo then. War Doggo, are you in a can?
Yeah. The question related, we see that they might have troubles with the long-range artillery in particular. Of course, there is the overall some kind of capacity related to artillery overall. They produce, but they have limited access to the technologies that required in the production. Of course, they have now troubles with bearings production, and less and less their products less and less becoming technological. Still, they can produce the tube called barrel, but overall, my question is, we've seen them replenishing in some sense in some technologies and some items from the Asian countries, like same totalitarian autocratic countries, giving a hand them. To what extent this closed I would say loser club of the countries can give a hand to each other, and like what is the plan to mitigate that? What could be the plan to mitigate that?
I mean, I'll have a go at that, Dermot, if you want.
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, all I would say is we can't stop these countries. I mean, we can't stop Iran as it stands at the moment transferring drones. We couldn't really stop the Chinese from transferring artillery or artillery ammunition if that's what they wanted to do. But like one of the speakers who came up before me was saying, the logistics system is collapsing. So they could have 10, 20, 30, 50 million rounds of 152 sitting in central Russia ready to go. But if you can't get it to the gun line, you can't get it to the artillery pieces that need to actually fire the shells and deliver the effect on target, then it doesn't really matter how much they've got. As long as that system is being interdicted and destroyed, which it is, that is a central part of the Ukrainian strategy, is to completely trash Russian logistics and prevent them from being able to move this kit forward. So as long as they're doing that, it doesn't really matter. And I think the ultimate solution, to your point, Doggo, I think the ultimate solution is simply to defeat the Russian forces in Ukraine, because they can only reinforce that army for as long as it's there. I mean, they can reinforce it as much as they want when it's back in Russia. It doesn't really matter at that point. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be taking any sort of direct actions against these countries. I mean, from what
like
Peter was
secondary
saying-
sanctions and stuff, but not military stuff.
Sorry, say again, Doman.
Things like secondary sanctions, sure, maybe in some cases, depending on what can be done in a specific case. Military action, but no.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you know, those sanctions, the sanctions are great. The fact that the US has equipped itself with more strings to its bow in terms of the sanctions is great news. But you know, those are medium to long-term weapons. They're not something that's going to influence the fight in the short term, potentially even in the medium term. So yeah, we just stay focused, selection and maintenance of the aim, and that is destroying Russian forces within Ukraine. And I think that is on track as far as I can see.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get Jingu up to try to delve a little bit more deeply into this, because I also have a question for him, because I read something interesting earlier today. Let's see if we can get him up. Jingu?
Yeah. So
Hey, got a quick question for you before you start. Earlier today, we read that the rate of unsatisfactory quality of Chinese chips exported to Russia went up by 1,900%, so 19 times more chips failed compared to a year ago. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I think that talk about very much in line with that.
okay, so
Hey, Dorman,
I need to read.
Dorman, one point. Hey, can I say one point to Dorman before you start? So if we were in a ship called USS Sulaco, it's an alien movie ship, Dorman, I would suspect you could be cyborg. So you're metallic a little bit. So there's a big suspicion that you're cyborg. So
Hey,
go ahead.
it is how it is. We're just gonna have to live with it and listen to Jingu instead. So I'll shut up and Jingu, you talk.
Okay, so this is a quite complicated topic. So basically, the question was what those Asian nations will do, and also Dorman, you read somehow that China was supplying Russia with chips, and these chips are vastly superior to what.
No.
Russia-
I'm saying this year, the chips that China sends to Russia, 19 times more likely to fail, to be bad quality, compared to be, bad stuff, useless stuff, compared to the chips that they were supplying last year. So China is giving Russia more of its, factory rejects than it did last year. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yes. So a couple of things. The first is that we need to understand that when it comes to Asia, there are two different camps. If you can mentally just structure that, the first is those around China who adopt the Chinese imperialistic culture. Those countries are not to be trusted. Okay, so even I come from the Chinese society, I know that. So basically, how to skip the rules, how to find loopholes, how to beat the current system, rather than innovation, coming up with new technology, has been the focus of that culture. That's something. And you know what? Every society, there are good people and bad people. The imperial China promotes the worst people, those people who study these things, those people who actually study and want to be, innovate, get ahead through their innovation, through their entrepreneurial spirit, do deals honestly, are told to the kids as losers, as simpletons. So think about it. So those people who would become the Bill Gates and would become the Steve Jobs were told to a very young kid as a loser. Those kids who believed in that reject these things or push them. So that's the Chinese culture, and that they're currently very unfortunate the imperialistic Chinese culture. On the other hand, you have countries like Japan. They believe exactly the opposite. So many Chinese who were in power would laugh at Japanese, their kind of simpletonness or stupidity, quote unquote. In their stupidity is the Japanese would go in a hard way because innovation is hard compared to stealing. The trying to be entrepreneurial is hard compared to coming up with a financial scam. So they would laugh at Japanese simpleness. That's exactly why Japan is ahead. So in Asia, there's this dichotomy. So right now, what we are seeing is that Japan is taking things very seriously. If you read, Japan is right now gearing up to its military asset. The second thing you see very positive, the Koreans had bad blood with Japanese, unsettled. But this time, even by a very small margin, they elected a president who is willing to set these things aside and say, at this very critical moment, we need to ally with Japanese, ally with the rest of the world, stand firm behind them, then defeat China. They want to defeat the imperialistic China, okay? Which I think is the best news that will happen to the Chinese. Just like defeating the imperialistic Russia is the best thing that could happen to the Russians. So that's at that level. Then you look at the technology. The good news is that the bad news is China will never stop supplying Russia, supplying Iran what it has, although it's done under the table. Okay, but at the same time, there's some good news. Chinese technology is actually its technological prowess is way exaggerated. So let me tell you what China is good at. China's technology, uh, miracle. What is it? So I'm going to use an analogy. So in a software, we program things, right? For example, we write the PHP language and use PHP to program things. Like Facebook is mostly done in the PHP, or we use Python to write things. Google is very big on Python. China is very good at if you give them the PHP framework or Python framework to write fancy websites. But China cannot by itself come up with the package to run PHP, cannot come up with its own by itself to work with the database system like MySQL behind underneath it. Not to mention the chips, the hardware to do it. Okay, so Biden's recent chip ban is done by someone who truly understands China. This thing will have a ripple effect, very going to the very long term. I support it 140%. Okay, so that's what you will see is that the other thing China really doesn't cannot master is metallurgy. It's it's whatever steel it produces, it's large quantity, but especially when it comes to things used for military purposes, terrible quality, unreliable. It will make a Russian weapons look so durable, such high quality. Okay, so when you put these two things together, what you will see is that yes, just like Doman was revealing, China is exporting a lot, but with the rest of the world imposing sanctions, literal sanctions on China's access to the Western technology, China is going to wither without any question, which I think is good because China has been stealing technologies from the rest of the world. Then it elevates the worst type of people in the Chinese society. In fact, China should be taught a lesson, and after that, subsequently, the best type of people, which they are decimating, should rise to the top. That will be a much better China. It will be a China like Japan, and it will be a China rejecting countries like today's Russia. So that's in the big picture. Then you go into that China's real estate bubble is on the verge of bursting. It is prolonged, it is delayed only because China is imposing a very ruthless totalitarian rule. Many people just read, whatever the McKinsey report, which I think is basically a repackaged CCP propaganda, much more polished, commercial, but basically the same message. Don't believe in that. Listen to people on the ground. Talk to people who are on the ground. Let me give you one example. If you read the GDP number per capita, since the time Xi Jinping came into power up until now, it more than doubled. But if you talk to people on the ground, they're telling you it's bullshit. Their life got a lot worse. Listen to people who speak Chinese, who live there, who stay time there. If you really want to know what's going on in China, there are two YouTube channels, very, very good, done by people. One is American, the other is South African. One is called Serpensa, the other is called Lao Y 86. Watch them. These two channels are much more reliable than any so-called China expert you read. The worst person you can read about China, Tom Friedman. Whatever you read about China from him, think the 180 degrees opposite is true. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jingo. Miko, if you want to jump in on that, and then Army, and then
Yeah, just Jingo, I just want to ask you a couple of questions. So you're probably aware of Thucydides' trap. What is often said, it was between Sparta and Greece, and now it's kind of said, Thucydides' trap will happen between the United States and NATO and China. Do you know about that?
Yeah. So many people are talking about the whatever the geopolitical trap. I cannot pronounce it, but in Chinese I will know what they mean, right? There's a
Yeah, it's a new racing power, against
okay.
Current ruling power, and and I have if you look like what the ex Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis said, he said, Thucydides haven't written that book if he knew about nuclear war, but I'm a little bit concerned about Jingle. Would actually China in secret, give Russia, tanks and artillery? What do you think?
Okay, so here's what you need to know. There's a Chinese who came from that regime, came from that country. This is what you need to know. Okay, it's a way exaggerated. However, you need to take it seriously. Let me explain why. First, you need to read through China's strategy. The Chinese strategy is to say we need to shortcut the development and catch up with the rest of the world in the shortest period of time, which sounded like plausible on the surface. But really, what it means is that, Miko, you went through the middle, you went through let's say the elementary school, middle school, high school, all the way through college, in what in like 14, 15 years, right? China said, let's cut it down to 5 years. So what happened is, in order to achieve that, which is literally impossible, they put a lot of people who is very good at stealing and reverse engineering in charge. And these people are the technocrats in power. They know a lot more than the political officers and way more competent. But here's the problem. People who are good at stealing and reverse engineering are totally different type who's good at innovating. People who are good at innovating is exactly the type of people Japan is promoting. So that's why when people are talking about this this trap, there's an underlying assumption they forgot. The rising power has to be self-sufficient in technology. So what? So a good example. A good example is Nazi Germany before World War II. By itself, Nazi Germany could come up with the latest fighters, aircrafts, tanks. They don't really rely on the British technology. They can do things by themselves. They have their own R&D. Their own R&D could design and come up with the fighter engines, with the tank engines, tank designs, and their metallurgy works. When you have a situation like that, that kind of a trap makes sense, but not China. China could not come up with its own engines for jet fighters. How does China make its own jet? They import jet engines from Russia. Without Russian help, China could not build reliable aircraft to go into the sky. Reliable meaning, even though the jet engine's life is about a third of what's made in the United States, they can still do a few sorties. That's what I mean by reliable. If the Chinese engine is used, they cannot even guarantee it will return after it left the airfield. When you have a nation like that, you talk about these kind of traps, treating it exactly the same as the Nazi Germany before World War II. You know what? Garbage in, garbage out. Bad assumptions lead to very bad conclusions. At the same time, be careful. Why? Because China does have nuclear weapon. China would have much less psychological barrier to use the nuclear weapon. How do I know that? Xi Jinping, his role model is Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong told Khrushchev, what if we entice American troops to land in China? You all of a sudden drop an H bomb. It will kill 300 million Chinese. But I think it's worth it because it will annihilate American military power. Khrushchev, who was not a good person, was totally freaked out. He shared this with his Eastern European communist comrades. Everybody thought Mao was a lunatic. Khrushchev, therefore, in comparison, is viewed as a moderate, a reasonable person by many Chinese. Just like if you compare the Al Qaeda to ISIS, you think Al Qaeda is moderate. If you compare Taliban to ISIS, you think Taliban is quite progressive. That's who Xi's role model is. So
And
Yeah, but
let's
Tingo, just quickly, do you think so Chinese would supply Russian, in a secret?
I would be very, very surprised if not. Because the current Chinese culture takes great pride in finding ways to skirt any type of sanction. So if there's a Chinese communist official finding ways to supply Russia without being caught, he's ready for a very big promotion. Very, very big. This kind of incentive is always there. But definitely not get caught. If the guy gets caught, the guy is pretty much on his own. The Chinese regime would throw him into another bus in a millisecond. But if he can somehow support Russia without getting caught, this guy will be career-wise will be having a meteoric rise in the current communist.
So in other words, they would really send stuff, but even if they wouldn't be any good.
Yeah, they wouldn't be any good is because of the sanction and because of the real state of the Chinese, the real current true state of the Chinese technology.
Exactly. Army, are you worried at all about China supplying Russia or not really?
Well, we are very worried of China because since February of last year, Ukraine doesn't have the ambassador in the People's Republic of China because the previous has died, and we have chargé d'affaires, and so Chinese factor is crucial in the Russia-Ukraine war. Yes, the relations between Russia and China are complicated. China needs Russian natural resources. China needs trade routes via the Arctic region, and they use Russian ships. And so, like, it's all about technology. When we speak about the impact of the Russian-Ukrainian war on the Indo-Pacific, it's all about technology. When we speak about East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, it's all about technology. And during the 90s, Russia brutally prevented the opportunities for Ukraine to have some trade deals regarding military equipment with Asian countries, and so that's why we have the current situation when Russia has been supplying for a long period of time their military equipment to India and to other Asian countries, and Ukraine didn't. And only now we see the activization of official visits. For example, the president of Indonesia has visited Kyiv this summer, and so on and so on. Like, there are some talks about the activization of cooperation of Ukraine and Asian ASEAN countries, that regional integration stuff. It's all about technology. Like Ukraine, these countries needs the markets, and Ukraine is just near the European Union, and Ukraine needs also to trade more with Asia. So it's all about technology, and not only China but also Soviet Union stole everything what they could, including Kalashnikov machine gun. So it's very normal, unfortunately, for Russians to steal everything. And we must understand that the Russia-Ukraine war has a global impact, and in the Pacific region, it's obviously because, first of all, it's the main region where this is the US-China rivalry, and there could be some countries which, in terms of security, are more closely with the US. For example, the Philippines, but at the same time, when we speak about the economy, they are more closely with China, and that is the main challenge for Ukraine to provide better cooperation with these countries, because they have their own Asian priorities, and Ukraine needs to find some way to work with the countries there. It's a very interesting topic about this impact of war on different regions beyond Europe and Euro-Atlantic area.
Okay, Army, let me just say something, okay? When you look at, because you're not familiar with, because I think I agree with you, it's very important to understand the dynamics. But here's the trap definitely to avoid, okay? If I come up and say, well, the Ukrainians, the Belarusians, Russians, Polish, the Lithuanians, they're all Eastern Europeans, and I lump them together. I say, we need to deal with the Eastern Europeans. You would say, well, Gene, wait a minute. We are very different because we follow different paths. Please do not put us together with the Belarusians and Russians, because we Ukrainians subscribe to a different set of rules now. Even though among Ukrainians, there are people who think like Russians, are pro-Russians, but we are different. Exactly the same applies to Asians. The Indonesians, Malaysians, they are subscribing, they are switching, not entirely, but switching the process to a different rule. Do not think Filipinos are stupid. The Filipinos are very good at playing China and then the United States off each other. Hey, United States, if you don't give me this, I'm going to switch over. India is China's arch enemy geopolitically. Japan follows a totally different set of rules and philosophy as compared to China. So if we say that all the Asian countries are technology, they're all together, we treat them the same, I make exactly the mistake that I'm saying, well, Ukrainians, Belarusians, they're the same people. They think alike. They follow the same rule. That's very untrue. And that will mislead us into some traps. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I was. I wasn't. I didn't mean it. Yeah, as a historian, I understand it very clearly that each country and especially each region has its own history, and we need to know it very well to work with each country, with each region. Yeah, there are some historical situations, developments, post-colonial traumas. So, as a historian, I understand it very clearly, and we need to be very aware of what is the internal situation in each country, and so to work differently with each country. But when we speak about generally about the region, the main thing which is crucial to step up for Ukraine to step up with the cooperation is obviously technology, and it's crucial.
You could have what you reckon.
Yeah, I also just want to jump in just for clarity. I don't think that our friend at Army Inform said that the Philippines were stupid. I think he was just referring to the general relationships. And I would say that I don't think also that Philippines so casually tells the Americans, if you don't give us this, we'll switch to China. I think the implication or the inference is there. If we don't get the support we need, we're going to have to look elsewhere. So it's not as cut and dry as that either, right, Jingo?
It is actually pretty cut and dry. If you look at what the Filipinos are doing, they're right now using the nationalistic populist things to garner votes. But the guy is also very clear. Every time when the rubber hits the road, he switched over to Chinese. Another very good example is Singapore. If you look at Singapore,
Before you go on, I'm just going to push back again. They don't tell the they don't bully the Americans and say, if you don't do this, we'll go to China. They actually have a pretty good foreign ministry and diplomatic corps. I just want to make it clear, and I'm not referring to Duterte, but I'm just saying in general, they're not threatening the Americans at every turn.
Yes,
Let's just be honest.
Hold up. But here's the point: is when it comes to, for example, the military exercises and so on, and military technology, they're very clear. And let me give Army one simple mental model you can use. It's complicated, you are right. But actually, there's a very simple mental model to think about it. Just think about two kids going into class, okay? They both want attention. They both want recognition. The first kid wants to say, I'm going to put my head down. I'm going to study hard. I'm going to be nice to everybody. It might take a long time for me to get there, but I'm going to eventually earn respect from the entire class. The second kid says, I'm going to be the one who basically ruin every class. I'm going to be the loudest. I'm going to basically bring the class down. I'm going to be the worst performer of the class. However, I'm getting all the attention. China subscribed to the second model. The rest of Asia subscribed to the first model. That's how you think. Which one is what? So that's China saying, well, you know what? Because the whole system is unfair. So for me to send out in an unfair system is still not good enough. So I'm going to basically take all the shortcuts to get attention, to earn the recognition in the shortest period of time. So if you use these two mental models, you can pretty much understand the difference between many Asian countries.
Oh, good points. And also, Philippines has a very serious situation with China encroaching on its economic
exclusion zone. Generally, no one in the Southeast Asian sphere wants to deal with China unless it's beneficial to their economies. However, countries like Malaysia and the Philippines and, are very, very cognizant of the danger China poses to their own rights in their own territorial waters, let alone exclusionary zones. So that's an important factor to keep in mind, Jingu. And yeah, just want to add that to it. Also, Doman, I never asked and I meant to. What's with the watermelons in all of our people's names? What's the watermelon?
Kherson, because Kherson is famous for watermelons. Kherson is famous for watermelons.
See.
That's why when a Ukrainian soldier was asked a few days on the telethon,
Yes.
how's it going in Kherson, he just reached over and picked up a slice of watermelon and started eating it. It's deep symbolism.
Fair enough. All right, I did know the watermelon. I didn't see the connection because I've seen it everywhere. Watermelons are everywhere now. Excellent. They're very tasty and good for you. All right, let's go to Dan and lunchtime.
Dan Miner? Okay, late lunch.
Yeah, so I need to change the name of this account, don't I? I should maybe change it to dinner time or something. Yes, well, I was just sort of checking in. I haven't really had a chance to be on much today. Checking in to see how everyone's doing, catch up on Yehuda's dad jokes, Doman's amazing puns, and also to ask the question, if you're not sick of it, what Liz Truss doing?
Wilting?
Well, we don't get a chance, so I guess I guess someone should vote.
I said wilting like the lettuce.
Oh, wilting.
Goodness.
Yeah.
You got that? Did you hear the news? You were out of reception range.
Yes, I was in a dark zone of internet capability.
In a Faraday trench, yes.
There you go. Yeah, I heard Dmitry Medvedev is trolling. He thinks he's rather funny. I hope he probably has a Zoomer doing his Twitter. He said, "Bye, Liz Truss," and then something about lettuce. There's a lot of produce-related inside jokes that I'm not getting, and that's fine. I don't care.
I can explain.
I can also explain.
The Daily Star, which is a left-wing tabloid in the UK, last week put a lettuce in front of a camera, saying what happened first: the lettuce going inedible or Liz Truss leaving office, and the lettuce is still edible and she's left office.
Amazing. All right. Well,
it's a victory for salad everywhere.
Victory for salad everywhere. This is true. But I don't think that a man of the stature of Dmitry Medvedev, who's obviously never won any election in his life, should be commenting on the performance duly elected.
He clearly hasn't eaten a salad recently, right?
Who knows?
You can't make vodka from salad, so no.
You can always try to ferment lettuce. It probably wouldn't taste good, but not enough sugars, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's strange. I think he thinks he's funny. I think it's kind of cute. Good job, Dmitry. Maybe that's going to be a second gig for him, second career, some stand-up gig in Siberia, maybe in the jail, hopefully. All right, it's pretty awesome.
Dan Miner, can you hear us now?
I could hear you before. I couldn't find my phone. Before which I apologize. But I just wanted to throw in there that a while back, Jing Liu, and I apologize if I'm butchering his name, was saying that China was quite willing to help Russia but didn't want to get caught. If they're serious about not getting caught, that also places a pretty hard upper limit on what they can do. So, I'm not saying the help in question is irrelevant, but as long as they're trying not to get caught, they're not shipping, million round, not shipping max load trains of 152 ammo and such like. I also want to agree with Jing Liu about that the recent Biden chip sanctions just being a truly well thought out thing. But my immediate question, and does anybody know how compatible Russian and Chinese artillery is, or have the systems been separate enough, long enough that, like, do Chinese shells really shoot in Russian guns? Does anybody know the answer to that question?
It's fully same stuff. So Chinese copy the Russian stuff.
Yeah. So I can answer this question, Dan. So the Chinese system is modeled after the Russian system. So you think about it. The latest Chinese jet fighters, they use strictly the Russian or knockoff Russian engine. The Chinese military there, except for their small arms, the caliber is a little bit different, the latest. However, the entire design is very much followed after Russia. The other thing is you look at the tanks. The latest Chinese tanks, its chassis is basically a knockoff of T-72. Sound familiar? So the entire Chinese system is very, very compatible to the Russians. And the other thing I want to say is the Yehuda was spot on about the those Southeast Asian nations. They rely on China for the economics. For what? Why? For a very simple reason. Many of the Southeast Asian nations are corrupt, and they don't have I would say a robust fiscal system per se. So therefore, if they come to the West to ask for money, they will go through a lot of the things they may not pass. But China makes it easy. However, they're also stating very clearly, militarily, they are allied with the United States. So what the Yehuda is saying makes a lot of sense. So which is saying, because of this kind of double dealing, there is a risk. Absolutely. However, also at the same time, these people are also smart to the point to say, okay, when rubber hits the road, when there's a military conflict, I need to take sides. I would commit suicide if I ally with China.
Dan? Dan, you have a hot mic. Okay, hopefully that covered it anyway. Jingo, let Dan, yeah.
If I could poke back in with one more question for Jing Yu.
Go for it. We can be quick, and Jingo can be quick, because we have a couple ladies waiting.
Where is Vietnam in this?
Vietnam is going to be the biggest headache to China. It's going to be an arch enemy of China. It's in the work. So what China did to Soviet Union to stab Soviet Union at the back, which brought Soviet Union down, was exactly Vietnam will do and capable of doing to China now. But in the long term, Vietnam also has this very imperialistic tradition. It's also a communist state, so need to be careful. So you don't want to, bring down Soviet Union and give rise to a very powerful China, then bring down China, give rise to a very powerful communist Vietnam. This is what you don't want.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Jingo. Thank you, Dan. Attackums for Ukraine.
Hi, Dan, could you please mute
I did
mic?
it already. Go on.
Thank you. I want somebody to explain to me why we're not doing more. We're fighting a mafia. They've already attacked people on, in Albania at a weapons depot. They blew up that pipeline. They're getting arrested in Norway constantly. They're doing all this stuff against NATO nations. They're trying to take out all the electricity all over Ukraine so the Starlink won't function. And then we won't be able to do anything. And like Europe and Biden and everybody, they're not doing enough. They're not. I'm convinced if something happens in Germany, they'll probably keep it hush hush because they're so afraid. Everybody's acting like cowards and not responding, like they should. And I just don't understand. Thank you.
Well, I was hoping somebody else would grab this hot potato, but I guess I have to. It's difficult to answer when it's placed that way. And of course, none of us would be here, very few of us would be here if we didn't think a lot more still has to be done, right? So clearly we're in agreement that more should have been done and much more should still be done. I think it's fairly straightforward, very reasonable, reasonable to explain. I guess the best way to look at it is going forward, armor still will be done or is being done, and that will help Ukraine kick Russia out. Army, do you want to at this?
Yeah, so Ukraine still needs a lot to secure our land and to protect our people, but at the same time, what I have heard from NATO ministers of defense and NATO officials, like they are stepping up in providing Ukraine with anything what we need. And yes, the most critical, we need aircraft, tanks, heavy artillery, and other stuff. But what we saw is that after those horrific attacks on the 10th of October, and this Monday also with these Iranian drones, and you know that all foreign diplomats stay in Kiev, and they saw it, and maybe only after seeing these horrific scenes when you can wake up and you need to go to the basement, and it would be just great if this basement will be provided with all you need, water or something like that. Or you can go to the subway station and to stay there for hours. And that is the feeling what I came through, and I don't want that someone will be in the same situation as me. And that's why I have seen and I have heard from NATO officials that they were very worried about us because we as a journalists, we didn't know if we will go, if we will travel to Brussels on the 10th of October. But anyway, I went along with my colleagues from other media, and I was very happy to ask questions to Secretary Wallace, to conduct the interview with the Dutch Minister of Defense, Kajsa Lundgren, and just to find out what is the situation among NATO allies and partners. And so Alexei Reznikov, he is very optimistic, and he told that Ukraine is the eastern shield of Europe, and what other NATO armies need to get to know the modern equipment, and they need 2-3 months. Ukrainian servicemen do it during the 2-3 weeks, so it's a good sign. And all these developments have been emphasized by NATO partners, and not only NATO but all countries which support Ukraine. And I know definitely that Ukraine will win, and we are very grateful one more time for all those countries who support us. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава. Mika, good start.
Yeah, Herom Slava as well. I just want to reply to, of course, fully Slava Nazi. If I can reply to my Ukrainian friend, and yeah.
Смерть ворогам.
Thank you, sir.
Man,
Yeah, we are fully with you. I just want to reply the earlier asked, are we are not doing anything? Yes, we are doing. So just because you people are, over the seas, Europe is actually has activated a lot of stuff. You only see kind of the NATO stuff, but Finland alone has over 1,300 kilometers border. And we have now activated a lot of stuff here. So because we are waiting, kind of, you saw the Nord Stream pipes built, blown up, and we are looking at the cables right now. We are looking at the airspace right now. Of course, we are looking at Ukraine. That's our main focus, and you could expect, from Russia right now. So they will continue what they're doing. So they are destructing the electrical capabilities of Ukraine. So there will be very cold winter coming for Ukraine. We need to help them with everything, free Leopards, all that initiatives what we have right now. Next thing, what we will see, it's a northern fleet of Russia. Coming from Murmansk, there are like several places. They are not like one places. They will conduct a nuclear test in close to Novaya Zemlya, and that's just to scare us. But we don't scare, right? We are Western nations. We don't scare about that. So you will see that as well. So lot will happen. We need to be with Ukraine right now. This is a war for Europe right now. This is a war for Western nations. We need to put every fucking possible support for Ukraine right now. And the other fronts of the West, we are guarding our borders. Estonia is guarding, Baltic is guarding their borders. So we have a lot of power here, but we need to now be helping Ukraine. That's it.
Exactly.
Just very quick response about Nord Stream 2. You know who actually did it? SpongeBob.
Yeah, I know. It was Swedish. It was Swedish. So I know.
Yeah.
We tracked. It was a Swedish submarine with the divers. So yeah.
yeah.
The Swedish swamp. Anyway, attack him. Any clear?
Not really. I'm still very disappointed. I feel like we're reacting instead of being proactive, and that we need to do everything in our power to protect Ukraine. I mean, obviously, this is not just a fight for Ukraine. Ukraine is the one that's suffering and is going to suffer from our inaction. And I just pray and I just hope that everybody will like harass their governments and demand that they do more, because it just breaks my heart just to see this, and it shouldn't be happening. There's no excuse. Thank you.
Attack him. Correct, of course. There's no reason why not more. Why not more now? Mockers. How's it living without the Prime Minister?
It's same as usual, seems to happen all the time. The UK, however, with or without a government, has issued some new sanctions over the kamikaze drones or loitering munitions. So the aviation industries, Shahid Aviation Industries, have been sanctioned, subject to an asset freeze if there's any assets in the UK. And 3 people who are, here we go, personally responsible for providing the drones. So the 3 business people that are responsible for it. So that's something, at least.
It's certainly a start. A whole lot more still needs to be done beyond that. I would suggest, but hey, it is how it is. the funny thing today, of course, with the Shah and Iranian drones is that on the one hand, the Russian deputy ambassador to the UN vociferously protested how dare the UN possibly think that these might be coming from Iran. Of course, they're Russian make. And then also at the same time, there's a chap who went on Russian television and was hot mic'd a little bit. Said, yeah, of course the Iranian. We're just not supposed to say it. I wonder if he dare enter a building that has more than 5 floors now.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Abdullah.
Thank you, Doman. Forgive me, I'm jogging outside, so I hope you can hear me. Thank you. I just want to thank Jingu. I love listening to Jingu, and his takes are spot on. You know, our region in the Middle East, you know, must be careful with the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, which is basically a debt trap. And you can see Sri Lanka and the whole continent of Africa. China is literally buying out, you know, countries' assets on the cheap, and you know, and leasing it for about 99 years. And I don't think very soon you can expect a lot of uprising in this country, just like we saw in Sri Lanka. And I also wanted to say to Dmitry Medvedev, that midget from the Kremlin, he just needs to be careful what he wishes for, because I think we might get Boris Johnson back as Prime Minister. I know a lot of our British friends might not agree with that, but to be honest, I think we need someone to stand up to Macron and Scholz in the continent. Without Boris, I don't think we have anyone in the Labour Party who will stand up to them. So just for this period, during this war, whatever happens after this war in British politics, I could care less. But I think we need Boris back at the helm during this war, and teach a lesson about having a spine of steel to Scholz and Macron. And thank you so much, Doman, for giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys.
Thanks, Abdullah. It'd be funny. It'd be amusing for it to happen from that perspective, looking at it very narrowly through the lens of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but more broadly, I mean, as a friend commented earlier today, it looks an awful lot like Italian politics at this point, which makes it very amusing and very very different from usual British approaches.
Doman,
go for it.
If I may, I don't think it's fair to compare British politics to Italian politics. They're literally totally different. The system is different.
No, but just like the comedy of events, you know that.
I know. Sometimes democracy is not beautiful sometimes, but I don't think we have better options than democracy, and the Brits are going to be just fine. Thank you.
Yeah, it'll all sort itself out in the end, eventually, probably somewhat. Fine.
Good evening, my dears. I just wanted to hit back, Abdullah. Boris Johnson went for a reason. There are also many reasons why he should not come back, including...
You've missed what he was trying to actually drive at completely, because you're projecting onto the domestic politics of it, whereas he's only looking at through the prism of Ukrainians' attitude.
I was going to say, the last thing anybody needs is him back, because he's, at the end of the day, he's Putin's puppet. Whether he's been great for Ukraine, but if he and other Western leaders hadn't pandered to Putin for all these years, we wouldn't be in this bloody state. So yeah, sorry, I was eating my dinner and I just got really angry at the mention of Boris coming back.
Yeah, see, this is what happens. why we try not to do domestic politics, especially except the prime minister just quit 44 days in, which is news in itself. But again, we're talking to it and very much in the context of entirely of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and of just how much the Ukrainian civil society very much love Boris Johnson, because they only see him through the lens of one thing, which is weapons deliveries and coming to Kiev and nothing else, and therefore all the other stuff doesn't matter in this context. And not lying to government, not having parties during lockdown, no any of the other stuff. Again, I mean, people who were surprised that he was going to lie, that have been following his life for the previous several decades, particularly music. Of course, no one was, right? That's the except people who then were, no way he lied. Who would have ever thought? But I just want to dispel any confrontation here very quickly by saying this was not the context of Abdullah's comments, and more context on it is a good idea. Thank you very much. Grand 5. Lunchtime.
Hey, it's Fee, it's Fee, Granny McPhee, I'm pretty sure.
McPhee. Is it Fee or Fi?
It is Fee. Yes.
It is Fee. Okay, Fee. I apologize. It's very difficult to tell which way it's supposed to be pronounced from only 2 letters. So it is. Thank you very much, Fee. And lunchtime beyond correcting my pronunciation. What else you got? Hopefully,
well, it's a pun on Nanny McPhee, I think. So I think it's very funny. Yeah, I just thought I'd tell you. But yeah, no, just sorry, Granny, what were you saying?
You're the first person that's commented that yes, it is a play on Nanny McPhee, because my name is Fiona, and and my maiden name was McAllister, so I can completely claim Granny McPhee 5 times over. Can somebody throw me out of the speaker bit? I don't know how to do it. Thank you.
No worries. I'll do it. There you go.
That was it. That was hilarious.
Back to your supper. Lunchtime.
So yeah, I don't think there's much chance of Boris going back, to be honest. Although he is, I was surprised they managed to oust him in the first place, because honestly, the guy is like, he makes Teflon Tony look like a very sticky pan indeed. So I don't know. From all accounts, he's sunning it up in the Caribbean somewhere and making a lot of money in the States on speaking engagements, in quotes. So it's quite unlikely, although the Tory party is desperate, because this is the sort of thing that can lead to a whole generation of them being out in the sort of political hinterland, perhaps. I would say as well that Abdullah said, I don't care what happens to British politics aside from Boris Johnson getting back. Well, Kwasi, God, I always get his name wrong. Kwasi Kwarteng managed to pretty much tank the economy in 10 days or something. I can't even remember. There was a Washington Post article, I think, which was, I'm not sure how much credence to put on it, obviously, because they are quite a partial source of news, but there was a sort of conspiracy theory being posited that this was part of a grand plan by the Kremlin to get sort of right-wingers elected across Europe and in the US, and have them tank economies across the board, and then I think they said, rebuild in the image of a new world order based around the Kremlin I assume, and other authoritarian regimes. Although it's, having seen the complete lack of any possible anything that you could call a strategy in Putin's actions thus far, it's quite hard to really see this sort of 3-dimensional chess sort of originating from him. But it does remain a small possibility that there is a plan to wreck economies by enabling really unsuitable people to get into power across democracies. So we should, although we shouldn't obsess over domestic politics, after all, this space is fully focused on Ukraine. it does sort of behoove us to keep an eye, and I think we get the balance about right. You know?
Well, either way, let's put it this way: it will be amusing what next, because it will be it will be definitely a surprise one way or another, because we are all collectively totally unprepared. I would suggest.
Doman,
yes.
can I comment just quick?
Yeah, but let's get away from this.
No, I just want to say quickly. I was reading the Times newspaper. That's why I said, because they're reporting that Boris is gonna run and he's on his way back from his vacation. That's what I was referring to. Thank you.
Yes, of course. There's an emergency plane tickets, right? It doesn't. we'll see how it goes one way or another. And let's. Anyway, Prince, get us out of Britain. Get us to sunnier climes. Maybe not quite where Boris is, but somewhere else.
I apologize, but this is totally regarding what you guys have just been talking about. And I just want to take a moment to thank Liz Truss for taking the spotlight away from American politics and the election that's coming up, and this time that our friend Peter Duran refers to as the silly time. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank Liz Truss for taking just a bit of the spotlight away from American elections, which are coming up soon. I just got a notice yesterday that my ballot was mailed, so it should be ending up in my mailbox in the next couple of days. Because we here in Oregon vote totally by mail, and it's been that way for a long time, and it's fabulous. So anyway, I just wanted to pop up.
Do you have to take it? Sorry, Prince. You're not going to escape this. So to deliver your ballot, do you have to put it on an ox-drawn wagon?
No.
Are you at risk of dying of dysentery?
No, I'm not dying.
No? Well, what is this Oregon then? Tall tales of the Oregon Trail, that's for sure.
I've driven a little bit of the Oregon Trail off-road in Eastern Oregon. It is rather interesting to still be able to see the wagon tracks. So yes, it is a rather interesting thing. I did not find anybody who died of dysentery. I did find a lot of things that I did not know about the Chinese community in Oregon who built a bunch of the railroad. But regardless, that's all I really wanted to just come up and say thank you, Liz Truss, for taking a bit of the spotlight away from the U.S.
And thank you to the lettuce for taking a bit of spotlight away from Liz Truss.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, it's all just too much. Yes.
Yeah, I also want to thank Liz Truss for taking. I know everyone here is concerned about the Danish coming election, but
yeah, everyone is concerned.
But I'll stop talking about the Danish elections.
I can't wait for when we get to talk about the Danish election. Will be great. 2 more weeks, 2.5 more weeks.
Well, it's so interesting because yesterday we were talking with Peter Duran about the continued support of the American government for Ukraine and what implications could happen regarding the election. And I remember just a few weeks ago we were having that same conversation when Boris resigned, and now we're having that same conversation now that Liz Truss has resigned. So it's I think one thing that we've seen through some of these things, with Boris leaving and Liz coming in, I don't think the support for Ukraine really changed, but I think one thing that has been a pattern so far that we need to pay attention to is that no matter who is at the head of the government, and no matter the little people who are in the smaller, Congress is not small, but no matter who is in the leadership, in the governments, the support for Ukraine, in the governments that have, in the countries that have been supporting Ukraine. That support hasn't changed, and I think that's the thing that we need to hang on to, and thing we need to realize. So anyway, once again, thank you, Liz Truss.
Yeah, the Danish election is November 1st, but letter voting started last week, and I always vote as soon as I can because that makes me completely immune to
Last
campaign.
moment counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good policy. I like that.
I thought Denmark was a monarchy.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't realise you had elections.
Lunchtime, you're a monarchy. You have elections. Come on,
joking.
come on to the program. Speaking of monarchies, have elections. Then, John.
Yes, I think we have elections too, even though we're monarchy.
It's been a while, though, right?
Yes, it's
Like
been a while.
literally days.
No, the election was now it's months away.
It's not months. It's less than a.
No. You're confused there. You confuse yourself between election day and forming the government day.
Yeah, it's like a month and a bit away.
Yeah,
it was.
But
It was a month and what was it? It was 5
how many
weeks ago.
HIMARS strikes since the election in Sweden? That's how we count.
Yeah, life goes fast at Mach 2.3, right?
Yeah, exactly. Light years away. So actually, election in Denmark. So I just want to ask Jens, what's the prediction? Because Scandinavian politics, we can talk about, and no one will be upset, and there won't be any split down the middle and so on. So it's safe.
Let me guess. What's going to happen is in Sweden, Vänsterpartiet kicked out. In Denmark, Venstre is coming in, and both countries are moving to the right. That's just my guess. Because it's funny because it means the left, but in Sweden it actually means the left party. But in Denmark, the center-right party called the left party because that makes sense, right, Jens?
Correct.
Yeah, but it's Denmark, so they're a little bit confused. But yeah, correct.
So the Danish Liberal Party, which in a European context puts you to the right, is called Venstre, which is left, and the party left is obviously on the right. But all the parties are kind of fracturing, so it's quite interesting. Right now, well, we have a minority government. What do you call it? And
yeah, you need a confident supply agreement, right? That's to pass budgets and stuff. So
yeah,
it's quite common across Scandinavia. The government does. Like the Swedish government doesn't actually have a majority.
but right now it's kind of the government. The previous government I think, is slightly leading, but in the Ukrainian context, it doesn't really matter. We're all right.
Good to hear.
Yeah, it's not going to make much difference. Unlike those speed cameras, then. What's up with those speed cameras? Haven't they actually been found in Ukraine yet? I think I know what the Russians are doing. I mean, Russians are stealing Swedish speed cameras to figure out how fast those gimlers are when they're final descent.
That's a new angle, Dom. Yeah, actually, you might want some.
Wait, speed cameras? What's going on? Speed
Russians have been stealing Swedish speed cameras.
Yeah, lunchtime we lost about I think it's like up to 100 speed cameras, and apparently the camera used in those speed cameras, the speed traps, right? So that camera is of a similar type that's been used in the Orlan drones, Russian drones. So the suspicion now is that they are being, because they can't buy it now. Russia can't import those components, so they
are targeting Sweden to steal ours, basically. And apparently, one has been captured or found in a good condition. So I guess they're going to check the serial numbers now and see if there's a connection. But suspicion is there.
I'm literally speechless.
So we will have to see, I guess. We will wait and see if any are actually discovered to be. I mean, I'm sure some, when they get shot down, the serial codes can tell you the story of whether it actually were the ones stolen from Sweden or whatever else. But I really think it's down to, they're really trying to establish just how fast those Gimlers go as they hit the Russian Amazon.
My God, that is just like every time you think they've reached the bottom of the barrel, they find another way to surprise you. Really, that's incredible. Good God! By the way, Domin,
they just rocket up.
Yeah, but by the way, I just wanted to say, Domin, that your audio quality is just teetering, like on the verge of roboting. It's not quite there yet, but it's in and out. So just so you know, okay.
That's not a very nice thing to say.
Yeah, no, he's starting to sound like a Dalek occasionally.
Exactly.
That's all Greek salad to me.
And real quick, Doman, I tagged you and Axel and Tim and MriyaReport in a reply here, but that the advertisement that we have up here for our guest coming up later today.
Yes.
On the card, the times are all right, but in the tweet itself, the times are all screwed up. It should be like 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and then whatever for the, in the actual tweet itself where it lists out the times are all screwed up. So just saying.
Well,
I
wasn't in charge of that. That was published before I woke up. So, friends, can you say again?
What's that?
Explain it again, because now we'll have the person responsible listening. Please say again what all went wrong.
Okay, so it's in the body of the tweet itself. Down underneath where all of the hashtags are, the times where it says 11 a.m. Pacific should be 4 p.m. Pacific. And it says 2 p.m. Eastern. It should be 7 p.m. Eastern. And then I don't know about the military times in the London and the UTC you put in there. But yeah, so... But on the actual card, it's right. But some people may not dig down into the card. It's just in the body of the tweet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Thank you for alerting us to that. It will be, I guess, PS or fixed. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, sometimes you guys don't always read the replies to tweets very quickly.
No,
so I wanted to say it.
No. What happens is there's a protocol that says check with Domin if the time is right, but then sometimes things are sent out while I'm asleep. Then when they're sent out while I'm asleep, then they don't get proofread. And then they're wrong sometimes.
It's all good. It's just I noticed it while I was trying to remind myself what time the guest was today.
That's good. Thank you, Prince. Lockie.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Interesting about those speed cameras. I was driving past one just south of Stockholm the other day, and
it didn't go off. That's because it was stolen.
No, it had been cut off. It had been like chopped off at the post. I was on my way to the boat, and there was no real restriction on my speed. It was strange. Anyway,
See, no. You're missing the point. In a high trust society such as Sweden, you should observe the speed limit regardless of whether there's a speed camera.
Oh, I do. I'm a very safe driver. So, anyway, I was looking at the latest Elon madness, and in the last hour he was replying to some dude, some VC guy in San Francisco, David Sachs, I think his name was. Anyway, and seems to be operating on the premise that that Russia would use nukes to defend Crimea, and maybe Putin managed to convince Elon that that was the case. So, and there seems to be some sort of noise about some Russian people's sort of promoting some sort of false flag rumors about a nuclear event in Mykolaiv. Anyway, all very strange stuff. And I thought, well, what is it that makes Elon think that Russia's actually going to use nukes? I don't know. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Well, if you listen to the Russian representation to the UN and the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the past 24 hours, they said that they are committed to observing the Budapest Memorandum and not using nuclear weapons against the non-nuclear states such as Ukraine. Therefore, they will not use nukes, so we can all stop worrying about it. Somebody send that to Elon, please. Please. So he hears it out of the horse's mouth. I'm sorry, I'm saying horses here, but horses' hooves? Cloven hooves, whatever, and finally stop worrying about that, because smart people who don't actually engage with the totality of the content make it difficult to make it difficult for them to really understand what's going on, and then they look for a trump card of some sorts, lowercase t trump card. And they're like, nukes. That's where we're going to go. That's going to be the most important thing. We're going to focus on that. None of the other aspects of this complicated problem, which isn't fun, because it is a complicated situation, and then they mess it up for other people, which is not good. That's what happened again.
I guess that's the problem with reductionism in general, but like it seems like everybody likes to speculate about this stuff with nuclear dangers, and me included, apparently. But it's like, why would people think that that's an option for him?
Well, that's the thing. It's not, right? It's very well not. And people think it is because they're like, he's a big, powerful man who will do whatever. Because they're simplifying things excessively and overly, and I've lost. I have. I'm in too many negative theories. If you weren't here on the right, you need to understand that's your fault. To discuss this any further, it's just there's just no point. Even they don't want to do it. So.
Very tiresome. Anyway, enjoy listening to you all, and thank you very much, Dom. And I've actually started to recognize most people's voices on this channel. It's a bit scary.
What, only now? You're not a very audio learner, are you? It took you this long. I've been recognizing most voices of this channel for months. Just kidding. Obviously, no one else is around quite that much as myself and a couple of others. So fair dues, Lockie. I hope you don't get a speeding ticket from some other traffic camera. Because obviously, you wouldn't, because you drove 3 kilometers an hour below the speed limit at all times.
67 kilometers an hour.
Exactly.
67.
Correct. That's the optimal speed to drive. About 5% under, right? Perfect. Lunchtime.
Yes. Yes. Sachs and Peter Thiel and Musk, I believe, are all named as co-conspirators in this sort of useful idiots for Russia idea. It's really, I don't know. I mean, I think this sort of public exchange from Elon Musk, it's at least. I don't know if just the oxygen of publicity should be denied to him, or because of his huge audience, if it actually presents any sort of measurable consequence to how events unfold. But yeah, it's completely ridiculous, and also nice work with trying to sneak niçoise and other salads under the radar there, Dominic.
What was it? Was it too much? Lunchtime? Was it too much?
It was too much.
No, mash is in French
Yes,
for
yes.
lamb's lips. Come
I
on,
could,
someone.
yeah, but I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Mash?
It's mash.
Mash? No,
Mash,
it's not
yeah.
mash.
Yes, it's very
Yeah.
straightforward. Mash.
But I mean, you're saying mash, which is different.
No, it's mash.
Mash, yeah.
It's to mash.
By the way, the discussion of American politics drove one of your co-hosts, Ben, who was French, to discussing cricket the other day. So
Good.
just think of the consequences.
I mean, wonderful.
Did you call me? Because I didn't hear my name.
I'm sorry, I muted myself instead of. I want to make a big announcement. I'll call on you in a second, Attackham. You will like this announcement, possibly caused by Attackhams somewhat. Due to seeing non-generous weather conditions, the ferry at the Kerch Strait is not going to be operational for a while, according to the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation. So let everyone give a round of applause to weather destroying Russian logistics capacities after attacking through the Strait Bridge. Or maybe whatever else it was, but it's probably attacking. So maybe it was a truck. Maybe it was a truck traveling Mach 4 vertically downwards onto the bridge. Could have been. Who knows? That is
Doman, we all know it was you. Remember, you were missing and then it blew up. But anyways, they always talk about they're going to nuke us to hell when they're really getting smacked. So when they talk about nukes, we should just laugh because we know that they're just getting whooped so bad that they want to scare the hell out of everybody and change the narrative. But I came up here to tell you guys, all you volunteers and everyone who listens and fight so hard for Ukraine, that I really love you guys, and I really thank God that you guys are here, because like I don't know what I would have done without you, because I was like going literally nuts when this all started because of people close to me in Ukraine, and we're trying to get them out. So like thank you guys so much. I love you, and please everybody donate to Maria Aid and do everything you can to support Ukraine.
Thank you. I'll go to Prince. Before that, I just want to briefly note. Then John, another Swede just sent me the same video as he sent me last week. Just FYI, people can stop sending me that particular video about the Danish language. Thank you very much, Prince.
So not every Swede is as fast as Dan John.
No, some are right turnips.
We don't have speed cameras from here. Long before Stockholm.
Is it a very large turnip?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Turnip.
I was asking Dorman whether it was a very large turnip.
Yes, it would be a turnip of all of my own in the country.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
Anyway, different one. Axel, should we go to Prince? Don't you want to stick with farming for a bit?
I should be delighted listening to Prince.
Aw, thanks, Axel. Lunchtime, that was really funny last night when Ben and Wendy turned the Order of the Hands into some kind of cricket reference. They were having some kind of cricket conversation in the background and calling the hands related to their cricket conversation. It was pretty hilarious, especially for somebody who doesn't understand cricket at all. And Doman, the piece you brought up about the weather and the Kerch Strait is a very interesting piece. This is the first time since they've had to reinstate the ferry that this has happened. It happened at the end of last week, and they were projecting that it would start again on Tuesday, so just a couple of days ago. And so now you're reading that the ferry and probably the work on the bridge, possibly the work on the bridge, may have to be suspended due to the weather. And I don't remember who it was. Maybe Lunchtime has his hands up to reference this also. Somebody put out a tweet related to the weather in that area and the issues that it caused previously before the bridge was built, and how it is going to be an ongoing issue this time of year, where they're going to have to close down the ferries and probably suspend work on the bridge occasionally due to the weather. So I think the timing of taking that bridge out was so perfect because of, or part of that bridge was so perfect because of the implications that it's going to have with the weather, and how the weather is going to slow down their ability to do anything. It's going to have to totally stop their ability to do anything on occasion due to the weather. So it's something to definitely keep an eye on, because it's definitely going to impact Russia's ability to do anything with ferries as a replacement for the bridge.
That was beautiful.
If I can quickly interject there. Prince Heather, just to give you an insight into what was happening behind the scenes last night, I was sending Ben both detailed diagrams of cricket fielding positions and the rules of cricket to
He is
bolster
French.
well, quite. When I sent him the diagram of fielding positions, he said, I don't understand what this is. It looks like a function. And yeah, I suppose you need some sort of mathematical mind.
I mean, playing cricket is tantamount to attending a function.
I mean, I'll tell you what.
Please,
Yeah.
send him a wisdom.
Yes, please pass on. Pass on.
Send him a wisdom. Yes, maybe. But I can testament, like, because in a previous, I had a relationship with someone from Canada, and she would see, like, when we were in London, and she would see people playing cricket and would just be transfixed, like, is this a real thing? Like, I think she always thought this was some sort of joke.
Is this a real thing?
Seriously, we would have to
20
stop.
billion people watching it.
It was really funny, but it was very funny. And also, Canada has a cricket team. I just for later on in the day, I might bring it up with Blake Quebecois and see if he's ever tried out. Anyway, I just thought I'd say that because I do have to pop off. But always a pleasure, guys. And I do want to briefly echo what Prince Heather was saying, which is that I think she was saying that, you know, that basically this space keeps people sane at a time of war and at a time of much suffering for everyone else. So thank you all, and I'll
Sane
talk to you
might be
later.
an overstatement.
Well, I mean, there are notable exceptions, clearly, but on the whole. Okay, I'll drop off. So nice to talk to you guys. Cheerio.
Doman and Axel, may I put the tweet up? I found it from October 17th. And it's been in the tweet.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's been in the nest before regarding how weather will affect the Kerch Bridge. So
no, that's good. That will keep us nice and on topic, which is good. It's a good thing.
All right, thanks.
Please do. I don't know which one it is. Yes, please do. Where were we? Lockie.
Yeah, I was just sort of reflecting a little bit on the madness of Putin and how it is actually an exceptional advertisement for democracy. And there really is no one responsible for this war other than Putin himself and his drive to some kind of I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but it's weird.
It is weird. And let us never forget that confusion is a tactic to demote inaction. To promote inaction. Yeah, to promote inaction. So I guess that's makes sense. They're trying to confuse us. They're trying to, split us up. They're trying to make people in the West say, "Yeah, but are they really doing that?" Because it's so absurd that they might be actually doing some of these things. So that's where we need to stand firm and affirm the commitment to liberty.
I mean, without this absolute power and fear that he apparently wields within Russia, then there's no way that he would be able to do this. I mean, there's no one that can. There's no other way that you could concentrate enough power to make some sort of mad dash for annexing other parts of other countries in Europe, really.
Well, there you go, and that can happen because, well, it's not just a power, but because there is vast consensus, and that's life, really. Dan Miner.
Yeah, just one quick thing because it came up. David Sachs, I don't know what his day job is, but his side gig appears to be as a spokesman for the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or something to that effect.
So why do you then listen to him?
Well, I don't, but I started leaving nasty notes all over his Twitter because I tripped over him during the Elon's process of losing his mind, and I'm not sure if he is Putin's channel to Elon or if he is auditioning for the position. But it is something like that, where Elon keeps retweeting Sachs's copy of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs daily talking points. So if you see anything,
Why does that matter?
well, it is worth putting out there that you can't believe a word the guy says.
Well, that's
true.
That's
He is a 100%. You might as well be listening to Lavrov. You don't need to have any.
Kalantarian. Let me make this clear. Kalantarian is the name of that foreign minister of that spouting evil empire.
I will never even attempt those syllables. I apologize.
No,
it's
easy. It's easy. Let's go through it together. Let's go through it together. Ka. Lan. Tar. Yan.
Karlantanyan.
Yan.
Kan.
No, okay, let's say Lavrov. It's okay.
Okay. Anyway, so if you see something that David Sachs says, David Sachs might as well work for the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and deserves as much credence. So just wanted to put that out there because he is a fairly heavy. He is all over Twitter and I'm assuming other places, and he just needs to go firmly in the ignore stack.
See, I'm with Yehuda on this one. I don't care what the other side does. I don't care what the gullibles do. I don't care what Duranty does, or the New York Times, or the Washington fucking Post. I couldn't care less at all. I really don't. What I care about what we do. And we should be posting out, as these wonderful women of Free the Leopards have done, we should be posting out images of all ourselves and our friends and highlighting that we want to free the leopards. We should be doing the positive thing. We should be on message rather and on attack rather than be on defense. Defense is nice to have. It's great. It's good. Yes, it works. But from time to time, it'd be good if the West were to decide to go on full bloody offense. I'd rather be Patton than just Bradley. I love Bradley, no question about it. I want Patton to storm through and take him and hit him harder and harder and harder. I want you all, please, propose whatever you can do. Put up a nice picture, do something, get something leopardy, put it up, put a picture up, put a nice white piece of paper in front of it and say, free the leopards, and send it, and make sure that you tag Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz. Easy to find. No one will help you. That's really important. The message is
Axel's
important.
timeline. All the last 5 tweets have Bundeskanzler in there.
I'll put it out again.
Attack matters. When they try to distract us, we have to attack them. And we have to do it humorously, which is what these wonderful women have been doing, because they've been looking with slight disdain upon those who fail. That's how you do it. With charm, sense, attractiveness, against all these gullible idiots. The rest is completely unimportant.
Here. Thank you very much.
Then, Big Sky.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. It's the first time I've used these buds. A minute ago, Prince talked about the weather, and I think that means that it's raining there.
No, more about the wind.
Oh, okay. Well, when the rain starts, the people that are in Ukraine, the civilians, need to be collecting water. And the easiest way to collect water is when it runs off of a gutter on a house. Because with the rolling blackouts, that's cutting. I've seen some people saying that their water is off. There's no electricity for the pumps. And so it might be a good idea to figure out how to sanitize your water, your surroundings, how to utilize your water in a way that's not wasteful. And carrying water is no fun. That's like one of my least favorite things to do. So when it does rain, it may seem counterintuitive, but that's the time to collect the runoff. So that was it, just water and how important it is.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Big Sky. Anybody who's listening who is in Ukraine and might not get water access, consider it. Moving on from that, Mika.
Ja, to Axel, perfect gesagt. Gesagt, if I can get it right.
Danke, danke.
Danke Ihnen.
Excellent. I think I lost something, but I shall let someone else find it and go to Lockie.
Minä rakastan sinua. Then I was wondering, two questions for Axel mainly. First, so the current coalition in Germany with the sort of traffic light thing with the SPD, and the Greens, how stable is that? And that's question number one. And question number two, actually three questions. The question number two is like, what kind of difference do you think that any kind of agitation on the part of the people who support the Free Leopards will make on that kind of constellation? And then the third question being, what difference will the Leopards actually make on the ground?
The coalition is currently sufficiently stable by German standards, but it's already fragile by any other standard. It has a level of inertia and complacency, but then again, that can be overcome. The key aspect at the moment is that German public opinion has turned against the proposals made by part of the coalition when it comes to the supplies. And there is a significant movement in recent 15 days in terms of polling towards Germans willing to provide both more anti-air as well as heavy-duty armor defense as well as attack capacity. The Germans are sick and tired of both this dragging on, classic German, as in, why is this happening? Why can't this be fixed quicker? And so as a consequence, this is a matter of tipping. You need to tip the cow in order for it to fall over. And as to the leopards. You're not seriously asking that question, right? We had this discussion many times over. Leopards are amongst the top 2 tanks in the world, and the Ukrainian armed forces know exactly what to do with them. So that's not even a question. But then again, Lockie, you know this, I know this. It's fine.
Some of the questions may have been rhetorical.
Come on. You and I know that these tanks are exceptionally good, and the Ukrainians know how to handle them. And in terms of overall capacity, in terms of mobility, sensor, deflection, survivability, and their gunnery, those tanks are, exceptionally helpful and usable and useful. And if and when in theater, the Ukrainians will kick the shit out of the fucking Russians.
Free the leopards.
Absolutely, mate.
Ja, jag älskar dig.
Free Switzerland.
Auf geht's, raus mit dem Zeug. Auf in die Ukraine.
Kendra.
Satana, perkele, helvete. But that's not
Perkele.
sorry, Nico, but it was fun to exercise my very limited Finnish. But on a serious note, yeah, it's important. I just read. Now I might risk spreading a rumor, but it seems like there's a subsea cable cut off the coast of France as well. I just read a post. 3.
3.
Okay.
There are ones going to anyway. There's 3 apparently. There's fiber and electric ones, and also Sweden. What is happening on the west coast of Sweden, then, John?
The drone, you mean, over some military installation or what?
Well, my understanding is that the Swedish Armed Forces have asked Swedish police to help out on a case on the western coast of Sweden somewhere, and it's not clear to me what's going on. I hope you might be able to tell me.
No, I'm not aware. I saw there was a drone spotted above the island of Orust over some military installation or something. I don't know if it's the same. Could be, or it could be something else. But that's on the west coast, so yeah, possibly the same thing.
Most of the news in Sweden is actually currently taken over by the changing government, so there's a bit of a blanket over a lot of things.
Yeah, concur with that.
The new defense minister seems interesting though. Any comments on that? Yeah.
What, Paul Johnson?
Yeah.
John, the department guy.
Yeah, he seems all right. I mean, especially compared to the previous one, who didn't want to hold any weapons. So I think this guy is the right guy probably for the occasion.
Let's see if it makes any difference for the NATO application.
Not a single bit.
Now, the only thing that would matter to NATO would be, and that wouldn't matter to Hungary or Turkey, but it would matter to NATO is that this government would speed up the spending. Because I think the previous government wanted to, well, they promised to reach 2% of the GDP by 2030, I think, 2028 or something. And this government wants to reach it in 2026. Let's see if they can make it, but yeah.
Well, Paul Johnson has anyway made some very encouraging remarks at rallies and whatnot in support of Ukraine, so that's positive.
Absolutely.
Abdallah.
Hello, thank you. Thanks again, Doman. Is Axel there? Axel?
Right
No one needs
here,
me anyway, that's fine.
right here, right now.
Hey, Axel, thank you. I know earlier you were talking about what we can do as citizens. I'm not a German citizen, but I was planning, I don't know if, I just wanted to see what you think of this idea. I was planning to go to the local German embassy in Abu Dhabi to see if I can just get my word out to free the lepers so they can send a message to the German.
I love it.
What do you think?
I love it. 100%. Absolutely. Do so. Please.
Should I do it by letter? Should I drop
Yes.
off a letter or just tell them straight up to the?
Stand there. Make a placard. Write "Free the Leopards" on it. Make a photo. Tell them it's important. Also hand them a letter. That's important, by the way. They're Germans, so it's very important.
Perfect.
Hand them a letter signed by you. You can type the letter. That doesn't matter. Tell them why it matters to you and why it matters to freedom. And if you put 3 paragraphs into this and that you support this, if you want to highlight why you do this, great. Maybe you want to reference us, that's fine. You don't have to. The most important thing is you reference the cause of freedom in Ukraine. And if you tell them that, absolutely fantastic. I love it. Please make a photo. That is exactly what we want. Everywhere on this planet, at every damn German embassy, consulate, and the likes, at every corporate entrance of a German company, because this is important. The German foreign trade chambers all over the world are open for business. German companies are everywhere. If the German employees feed back to their headquarters, hey, we see this here. People are talking to us. This is important to the world. That's it. And this is how it works. Germany takes note when the companies take note. And the embassies.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. I wanted to get your opinion on this, and I got to do it. I think I'm gonna go with a couple of friends just to make sure that we don't get what do you call stopped by the security there. But we're gonna be peaceful, of course. And I was thinking maybe not do it like not write democracy, maybe write it like protect territorial integrity and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good point.
I think, yeah, thank you so much.
I love it,
Axel.
Abdullah. Please do it.
We're gonna do it. I will try to take a picture and maybe we'll post it on the nest if we can. Thank you so much.
Of course. Excellent. Thank you, Habibi.
Bye.
Excellent. Another.
Yeah, just wanted to tell something to a different topic. You remember how we were joking about the saunas and the Ukrainian could use some saunas? Our good friend Severe here, who is also here in the space, just marked me, and because we were joking around, the Ukrainians need a goddamn sauna for the winter, and yeah, they built a sauna in a trench, and I think I will show it in the nest.
Okay. All our fans will definitely appreciate that. George.
Hey, Domin, a while back we heard that they were going to the U.S. was going to send 2 missiles, right? And there were certain people that were complaining that, oh, they're old, so on and so forth, and they won't work well against, a Russian armor, especially the the T-80s and the T-90s. Well, there's a video just posted that, pretty much vaporizes one, and it doesn't even use a top-down attack. It's just a direct hit. So there, so much for that argument against that weapon. I just wanted to put that out there.
Sorry, which weapon?
It was the TOW missile.
The TOW missile. Oh,
Yes.
you're saying that yeah, there's a video out that they released it, right? So that they used it against some Russian tank.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I saw that a little bit ago.
And it worked.
So
Contrary to some popular belief that it's too old to do anything for Ukraine.
All of this stuff works perfectly fine. That's the whole point. We should be sending everything we got.
Exactly, Axel. If it was, it's the difference between our weapons and Soviet weapons. If it was a Western weapon designed after 1970, just send the damn thing.
We have it, we ship it.
Lucky.
Yeah, hi again. So a few days ago, I was listening, and there was something. Someone came on and had a great idea about some sort of tank competition where the Ukraine would go out and say, well, in the future we're going to be purchasing 3,000 tanks, and we need to test them in the field. So we require to qualify for such a procurement that people will be sending tanks to Ukraine for testing. I was wondering if there is any because Axel, I thought you were quite interested in that idea, and you ran away to find out from somebody that might know about those sorts of things. And I'm not sure if I hung around to find out what the end of that conversation ended up being. That's one thing I was wondering about. And then I was kind of curious about these things with these Iranian drones and stuff. But I guess I can come back to that. So if Axel might comment on the feasibility of actually getting more sort of tanks into Ukraine just through this competition idea, if that's anything that's possible.
Competition. Explain to me.
Well, someone came on the channel and said, well, Ukraine is going to need 3,000 tanks in the future, and that's quite a lot of money. Depending on how many millions of dollars each tank costs, and in order to get that, in order to sort of stimulate the competition between the different tank providers, that they needed to sort of start sending some tanks for trials in Ukraine.
Oh no, that was a Doman thing.
It wasn't even a me; it was a Swede. But it's an excellent idea, because at the very least there would be these Western tanks in theater. Yes, it would have to get approved first, but would there not be excellent pressure on the Germans to sending up some Leopard 2A7s, and then there's Leopard 2A7s there. And if it's 10 of them, why not a few hundred 2A5s? It just takes a proof of concept that they are useful and useful, right? That's what it was. Actually, that was the condition. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
Axel. That was the term.
Sorry, gents. I need 3 minutes.
all right. Slightly different question then. These Iranian drones, which seem to have popped up over there, seem to be a bit of an issue. And it seems that sort of anti-aircraft guns might be the best way to take them out, and that the use of these types of weapons seems to be smart for a change on Russia's side, because it uses up quite a few sort of air defense missiles. How much of a problem is that with the reduction in missiles, because they're actually fired away at these drones? Does anyone have any comment?
Are you saying are the Ukrainians running low on anti-air missiles because of the drones?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it looks like most of them get taken down with autocannons and the like anyway, so not. Where the modern systems are particularly useful is in the fact they have very radar, right? And that help other things shoot at the drones. Beyond that, I guess you can figure out if a drone is going to be overflying a position. It looks like it's on a trajectory to overfly a position where an autocannon can take it down, leave it to the autocannon. If not, you can still shoot a missile at it. It's much longer range and more flexible in terms of direction. So it's a flexible thing, really, and whatever best can be used. Christa.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I got a question. Actually, probably it's a couple of questions. First, so far we haven't seen any real urban warfare except probably for Mariupol, but it was a different thing. Yeah, and it seems like the perfect terror-like thing from the Russians to do, like to begin Kherson, which is this massive city. And what we're seeing is that they're carrying evacuation and more and more information coming up for them having plans to flooding that dam, which on the other hand is pretty much the main source of water for Crimea. And the Wagner defense line, all that. How do you comment on this situation? It's a bit strange that they're not, on one hand, doing this major city urban warfare, or because that would be a very serious terror weapon to, hold a city block by block. On the other hand, blowing a dam, they have already done that in World War II. How do you assess that situation? Thank you.
I don't think they'll blow the dam if they think they can hold on to the left bank for a while longer. Now, if they think they can't hold on to the left bank, they evacuate from the right bank, right? If they think they cannot at all hold to the immediate left bank for another few weeks, then maybe it's a different conversation. Is the dam mined? Almost certainly. At this point, almost certainly. How is it mined? So to destroy the dam or to destroy the top of the dam, so as to make it impassable and useless as a bridge for a long period of time without massive works? I think that there's lots of different, very specific questions here. Is to exactly what would be done here. So I'm not sure which of these it's likely to be. Is it mined? Yes. Is it mined in a way to destroy the whole dam? Maybe not. Is it mined in a whole way to destroy the whole dam and also cause massive flooding? Not so sure.
I got a friend here in Bulgaria because I'm from Bulgaria. Yeah, we've spoken a few times, and
I guess from Christa, yes.
Yeah, he actually works with dams, and he said that the major, all the Bulgarian dams have been built during the communism times. And he said that all the dams that we have built, they have niches for placing charges, so the dam can be built and flooded during wartime. But the thing is that cities, villages have changed since the time that those dams were built. So that sounds like a KGB doctrine, right out of their playbook, something that they would do. But do you have any idea of how many of these settlements actually have people from Ukraine living there, Ukrainians? Because the war has been very intensive in that region. Are those mostly empty villages, or we have actual Ukrainians living there? Thank you.
That's a complicated question. There's a map that's going around that even Ukrainian accounts are just retweeting. That map comes from a Russian Telegram channel, and I think it's made in a way to scare as many people as possible by possibly exaggerating the scale of the what's it called? Of the flooding, the scale of the destruction. So it could be that it be that bad. I don't think it would be quite as extensive as they portray. Beyond that, what else? How many people are there?
So the flooding was.
Yes.
Domin, the flooding will not reach the impact of the last time when the Soviet army did this to Ukrainian people. There won't be anywhere between 210 and 240,000 people dead. It's all simple. We're living in different times. People need to start becoming rational, reasonable, look at data, and stop fear-mongering. Technically, you could say people should become a lot more Finnish.
So what I was trying to say is Kherson has been depleted of its populace quite substantially. A lot of people have left. A lot of people have evacuated. So looking at pre-invasion populations isn't necessarily useful. The same goes for a lot of people from around the immediate vicinity of the city. There are relatively few sizable settlements at all anywhere near the city of Kherson that are in a part of the metropolitan area. That's largely been empty. And again, the flooding maps are almost certainly exaggerated, judging by the source where they come from. The sources were also spreading images of Krasnoyarsk, Siberia, is what awaits Europe this winter. It's all frozen. It's, let's say, an exaggeration. All right, Sir Fella.
Hey guys, yeah, it was just something Abdullah's just said, Axel, which got me thinking. It sounds very old-fashioned, but what if everybody? I mean, I don't know how many people follow this space. I know quite often when I'm listening, there could be anything between 500 and over 1,000 people. What if everybody actually just wrote a good old-fashioned letter to their German embassy, consulate, around Free the Leopards? It's very easy to put a hashtag up on your Twitter page or stick something on social media that is very easily to just, these guys to scan past it to even look at social media. But a physical letter arriving with a stamp in the post, so you've got to open. Somebody at the embassy's got to open and read. And if that started to reach critical mass, where they're getting hundreds or even maybe hopefully thousands of these letters appearing all over the world at their various consulates and embassies saying free the lepers and this is the reason why, maybe that might have an impact, which might get them thinking. It's the cost of a stamp and 5 minutes writing a letter and sticking it in the post. It was just an idea, something I'm gonna do this week myself.
100%, absolutely vital.
It's old school, but you've got to open the letter, haven't you? Social media, electronic stuff, you can scroll past and not even look at it. So yeah, I'd urge everyone listening, or maybe we can start a campaign or something, Axel. Google. It'll probably take you 30 seconds to Google who your consulate or your embassy is, get their address, write them a letter, stick it in the post box, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I would maybe advise, we were already thinking about building some website for letters prepared already with different ways to formulate it and something like this and write it. But maybe we work out together a letter in German and in English, and we send it then together. Yeah, make it a group effort and organize it. Yeah.
I think if people can adapt that letter to their own way of speaking, so it's not just a generic letter that everybody sends, copy and paste, because then it's just another letter and it goes in the bin. Oh, we've seen 100 of these today. But if each one is written individually by somebody, use your laptops, type it out, write it by hand, with good old-fashioned pen and ink, and adapt it to include your own feelings. So each one is slightly different. That will have a massive impact, I think.
That's exactly it.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks, Abdullah, for the idea. And yeah, I'm going to write one. I'm gonna write one tomorrow. Send it off. Just urge everybody else to do the same. Thanks, guys.
And if you're in a city with a German consulate, or if you're in a city with a German embassy, please do not refrain from going there. Go there, hand deliver the letter.
Yep.
Go there, make a photo with yourself and a piece of paper in front of you saying "Free the leopards." Post it, send it out, tag the embassy. There's every single German embassy, every single German consulate has an email address, has a social media presence. Tag them. Tag the Bundeskanzler. Doman will put this out here in a second. We'll tweet out the address, which to address to Bundeskanzler, Mr. Scholz. It's totally simple, easy to find. Put it on there, make it known. He has to cease and desist from being such a procrastinating person.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, guys, thanks. I'll drop that down and continue listening and let somebody else. There's a few hands coming up. Thanks, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. So if you check out Axel's tweet that's up in the next, the last at right bottom of the text is Bundeskanzler, in case you don't notice. Easy. Nick, how's the Riesling?
How's what? Oh, the Riesling, not too bad at all. I was going to say, and I shall make myself unpopular doing this, don't bother spending money on stamps and envelopes and paper and printer ink. Give that $2 or whatever to MriyaReport. If it makes you feel good to write a letter, then fine. Otherwise, just go and write something rude about to the German embassy on Twitter. But the letter writing campaign is let's get real. Let's get real here. This is not going to have any effect whatsoever on this question. Just save the money.
Nick,
give it to
Nick.
So yeah.
Can I tell you? You may be right for other countries. In Germany, the saying "non scrivet, non exister," what's not written doesn't count, still exists. Germany is so paper-based, they reflect upon it. I can trust me. I've spoken to numerous embassy staff all across the world. I've spoken to numerous staff of German foreign trade chambers. They were expecting a campaign and nothing has happened.
Well, we'll see. As I say, I would minimize the expectation on this. But everyone, I mean, apart from anything else, if it feels good to the individual doing it to be doing something physical, and there are times when it's good there, but don't expect it to have. I don't think it will have a real world effect. Write to your own Congress people, maybe. Just I realize I am sometimes Mr. Dampener, but I think those couple of bucks could be better spent.
Doman, was that my name then?
Only if you're Ukrainian.
Oh yeah, sorry, you cut out a little bit, so I couldn't actually hear the whole of what you said. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, the letter writing campaign, and I'm willing to try and get all my family and friends and everybody on the street to do that. Also, we have some Ukrainian families that came over here as well, and they live on the street. So, they're now resident in Britain, so they can write a letter as well. Also, a quick update on my petition to cut diplomatic ties with the Russian embassy. I'm really pleased to say that the government have accepted it, and they've now published it on their petition website, and it's also pinned to my profile. So I'm hoping we can get some movement on that as well now.
I strongly suspect that one's not going to happen, but the expression of public sentiment is certainly good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's funny how fast it is in other countries. It took one week to get the confirmation for my petition in Germany for Free the Leopards petition. Just to send me the confirmation, which I already got per email.
Wie, was? Gerade angekommen oder was?
Ja, gerade angekommen. Ja.
Stark. Also müssen wir
Ja,
jetzt zeichnen oder was?
Nein, jetzt nur die Bestätigung des Eingangs, also Klassiker, ne?
Alles klar.
Die ich schon per E-Mail erhalten habe. Yeah, but if I can add something to the paper-based thing, for example, my company still works with fax.
I'm just here. You're scrubbing something there.
Oh, I'm really sorry.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, if you talk about freeing the leopards, what kind of leopards are we talking about? A5s, A4s, A6, A7? Which one are supposed to be freed?
All of them.
All of them, whichever are in the warehouses, 1s and 2s, any A's, any numbers following the A's, all of them.
Because I remember, I think it was 2017, Turkey invading Syria with Leopard 2 A4s, and they really got the beating in Syria from ISIS. Oh no, it was
No,
the
the
Kurds.
A4s didn't get a beating. The Turkish troops got a
No.
beating because that's just crap. I'm sorry. Just because some Turkish tank commander managed to completely misdirect his approach does not mean that the Leopard 2s are the problem. That's just shit.
It is actually. Can I little bit help you here?
Sure.
So
because it's trash.
Yeah. Okay. So those Turkish Leo 2s, the crews were not competent enough, and some of these, just the crews just left the tanks, and ISIS captured them, and they couldn't use them actually. And some were, posing like rear engine and RPG-7 to rear engine of the Leo 2 is enough. That's sorry to say, but that is what happened.
Okay. Because maybe I'm a little afraid that the German defense industry doesn't want to see those A4s in Ukraine because they will get beaten up. Because
that's just trash. I'm sorry. Please
because in the
take
future
this argument somewhere else. That's just complete and utter trash. The A4s would beat the shit out of everything which is there. That is just a matter, as Nico just highlighted, the deflective capacity, the sensor capacity, and the gunnery of the even the old A4 beats everything out of the Russians. So it has nothing to do with the rest of it. That's just a narrative, and for that alone, you should just go home and go, have a bit of insight. Maybe donate some money to the Catholic Church.
One other thing, how
Mic check.
We're good. Sorry, Gunny. You got
Craig, all good. Welcome. Good evening. Bonjour. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
How's Texas?
The weather here is absolutely gorgeous. I went out with my dog early morning. We saw a springbuck, only a 4-pointer, so he was just getting his antlers in. A couple of does and fawns, getting the dog in shape and trying to get to the office as soon as I can. So we're enjoying the weather. Gunny, what do I have to pay you to change your avatar?
Oh no, you like it, Craig, don't you? Come on. That's probably going to be your screensaver, and it'll be your background on your iPad. You just know it. Can I just make a comment about leopards? In support of my my ally Axel.
I have a theory. I have a theory that I'd like to introduce about them. That I will follow you though, Gunny. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So first of all, Axel, I hope you're enjoying your Aaron with Pepsi or whatever it is that you're currently drinking, you heathen. All right. So main battle tanks. Just bear with me because I have had a couple of beers there.
I would ever drink anything like soda pop with whiskey. Me. Please.
You deny, but I'm not listening to it because I know that you like a glass of Octomore with a 7-Up. So anyway, going back to leopards. All right, so main battle tanks. You get your standard outfit main battle tank, and then you get a main battle tank that's designed for urban warfare. Urban warfare is very different from rolling across fields shooting at other tanks because you are in a confined area. You may be in a built-up area where there are people who are up above you, who can look over the lip of buildings and fire things like RPGs downwards, or you can be ambushed from the sides and the rear. And contrary to popular thinking, a main battle tank is not 100% massively armored all the way round, right? Because tanks are a trade-off of mobility, firepower and armor, so you can't do it. So the side armor will be weaker than the front, and the rear armor will be weaker than the side armor. So what we do and what the Americans do is they, as a result of Iraq, we modify main battle tanks to operate in urban environments. There's a thing called the SEP2 Tusk upgrade on American Abrams. We did a program called Urban Street Fighter, I think it was called, on the Challenger, and you put things like cage armor around the vehicle because you're going to be ambushed at very close range. You put an extra, say, a 50 caliber machine gun over the main gun because shooting up stuff, you don't want to be putting main gun rounds into buildings all of the time. Sometimes a 50 cal will do it. You protect the tank commander and the loaders positions where the machine guns are because they need to be heads out of the turret, looking around, engaging with secondary weapons, but obviously they're going to be vulnerable to snipers. So you put armor glass in, things like that. You put counter IED equipment in because they might be running over improvised explosive devices. So what happened with the leopards was the Turkish didn't get the memo that if you're fighting experienced, competent insurgents, well, they call them insurgents. We think the Kurds are actually pretty good.
They're soldiers.
They're soldiers. You will get your ass tanned because they are very capable, and B, they know how to take on things like MBTs, main battle tanks, with personal weapons like RPGs, things like that. So the Turks went piling in there with leopards, and they got spanked for it. That's not to say they're the first people to have that done. We have learned the hard way. So have the Americans. So has everyone really. So did the Germans in 1939 going into Warsaw. They tried to storm Warsaw with armor, and they got absolutely hammered for it. So the Leopard is not a bad main battle tank. Badly used, the best tank in the world is a bad battle tank. That's just the way that it goes. And the Turkish, I'm sorry, are not particularly adept at it. They took these things in thinking that they could get away with it, and the Kurds were all over it. The Iraqis did the same with the lower spec Abrams because there was a sale of Abrams to the Iraqi army. There were a couple of problems. One, the Iraqis were absolutely crap, and they broke at first contact. And secondly, it was a lower spec Abrams. It was missing sort of key components. So you know, while I would disagree that the Leopard is in the top kind of 3 MBTs in the world. All right, Axel, calm down. Take a sip of your Optimor and 7-Up. To suggest that it's a bad MBT is absolute nonsense. Will we see it in theatre? I doubt it very much. Leopard 1s, however, given the performance of Russian armour, given what we're seeing about the everything up to and probably including the T90, its ability to fight, are Leopard 1s with the L7 with the enhanced Sabo round capable of taking them on? Do you know what? I think so. I've yet to see any footage of a T90 or a T80 penned from the front, but I suspect that a Leopard 1 would have no problems with that. And as Axel says, the key here is thermals and optics. If you've got fantastic optics and you've got fantastic thermals, you'll own the night, and you can be in the best armored tank in the world. But if someone comes at you at 3 o'clock in the morning with a conscript crew and they see you at 2 kilometers and you can't see more than 500 meters, you're fucking dead. That's the way of armored warfare. So yeah, that was an unfair comment about Leopard. It's not as good as Challenger, obviously, but nothing is.
I mean, does it even have taking facilities? I think no.
Can I ask a long-term question here?
Please.
It's safe to say that we don't want Ukraine on the T model tank anymore. Is that fair to say? That's not their long-term solution, correct?
Bingo.
Okay, so if that's not their long-term solution, then the question then becomes what is, and it seems like it's a tie between the Leopard and the Abrams, between which one will replace. Now let's start to make sure this is relative, right? There are thousands and thousands of tanks in the Ukrainian army right now. Swapping those out is not going to be overnight. You're talking about a decade type of transfer in peacetime, of course, right? Nice and orderly, efficient, good training, get your crews experience, and then so on and so forth, right? So a complete overhaul, right? Because if they're not doing that, then the question then becomes, are they going to stay on the T model for the next 20 to 30 years? The answer, of course, is no, right? So I would say that the Leopard would make a much better future tank, or the Leopard model or the chassis or what have you, than the Abrams, simply because it is a better tank for the situation that Ukraine finds itself in. And that is in Europe, right? Close to Germany. You have parts available, you have expertise available. Anything breaks, it's right there. You don't have to worry about logistical lines from the United States all the way to Europe, and then so on and so forth. Unless you're going to start handing over that manufacturing knowledge to Ukraine, which I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon either. So I think that the Leopard is a long-term first solution for Ukraine, but I do not think that adding them into the mix right now would necessarily really change anything, right? I think the overall pattern of the battlefield is it's what our eyes tell us it is, right? It is Russian conscripts against mechanized brigades that are Western funded, Western supplied, Western trained, and Western funded, right? And so there's not a whole lot that's really stood against that in the past. And so we understand where this is going. I think we should have a conversation about Leopards and Abrams when this war is over. But until then, I think the T8 models with their somewhat interchangeable parts, with their ability not to overwhelm the logistical system that might already be at its stretching point when it comes to this last offensive. So those are just some long and short-term thoughts relative to this. I don't think they are going to change the overall outcome on the battlefield long-term, though.
Excellent. Lots of hands shut up. So, Craig, are you saying there's no point even trying for various Western tanks, or just get them whatever you can get them? I didn't quite figure out which one you're going.
I've always said since the beginning, get them what works, right? Quality control, right? What is because there's two differentiating points on this scale. right? One on your XY axis. One is immediate need, and two is usefulness, right? What's your quality control on those? And so if your X and Y axis need to meet right at the point, you either need it right now, it doesn't matter what it is, but clearly Ukraine is not in that situation right now. Ukraine's not, screaming from the hilltops. It doesn't have infantry fighting vehicles, even though it's getting more of those, HIMARS, more tanks, etc. Right? Those are coming. But on the other side of that axis, it's what works, what's efficient, and what is combined into that coefficient, if you will, that X, is the issue of parts, interchangeability, working knowledge of the machine that spreads across all sectors. You're not just have one specialized unit that handles certain repairing certain something, whether it's an Abrams or this or that, right? The Gepard is a diesel engine, if I'm not mistaken. All these things are diesel engines, so that's familiar, right? But in terms of just main battle tanks, forget about everything else. That XY axis where you're sliding on that slope, right, is changing, but I think is changing more over the long term towards what is interchangeable, what do we have, what do we need, what's most efficient in this scientific method of how we structure our logistical system. What is the most efficient thing to do over the long term, six months to a year? That is to stay with the T model as best you can, I believe. But again, not to belabor the point here, but what outcome is this going to produce except the inevitable one, which we all know it is, right? That Russia is going to be defeated on the battlefield, right? That's my only point, right? Keep that interchangeability of parts, keep that working knowledge fresh. Don't just hand over, 20 or 10. You want to hand over 200 of these things, right? You just don't want to give them a company. You want to give them a brigade, right? And so that's the goal, and that creates logistical issues, and maybe not like huge one because of the Leopard. The Leopard is also a diesel engine. But in terms of just your main battle tank training and familiarity with systems.
George, does this mean we should not give them Leopards? Or does that just mean we should give them lots of Leopards?
Okay, so yeah, Craig, just so we can understand something. Giving them Leopard 1, anything with modern optics and thermals, changes. Let's put it this way: it shortens the war by months, because now you can fight at night. And like I've said before, I think you weren't on the space, but having something with modern optics and thermals and those type of like magnified night visions and modern communications. And like I've said, I don't need 200. I just need whatever I have at the point of attack, and especially if I'm attacking at night, where the Russians absolutely suck at fighting. The optics and the thermals, they give you the ability, like you said, I can start now hitting targets way beyond the reach of what the Russians can do, because they just can't see. They're blind, right? Not only that, I can also now use my other assets, my self-propelled guns and things like that are 15 kilometers back, and I can call in fire missions right on the money at will, because I can see at night. It turns nighttime into day. Also, and this is the biggest factor. This is why I'm clamoring for them. It saves Ukrainian lives. If I can route them at night and cause a breakthrough, and I'm not talking like, we're not talking World War II breakthroughs here. If I can cause a breakthrough over, like, say, a 10, 15 kilometer wide front, and I can penetrate 5 to 6, maybe even 10 kilometers into their rear, it's all over. You mentioned it. These are guys that have no training now. You route them. And the faster you route them and the sooner you get out of these slugfests, the sooner the war ends, and it saves Ukrainian lives. Actually saves Russian lives too, even though we don't care about them in reality, because when you route them, everybody starts, holy shit, there's something that's weighs 65 tons and I'm in a BMP. F this, someone pull out their white underwear if it's still white and wouldn't wave it. I mean, this is what you need to do. And that's why I'm saying, and the logistics, we're not talking about, look, everybody was saying, oh, they're not going to have the logistics for the German howitzers. They're not going to have the logistics for the Polish crabs. They have figured a way. And that's why me, as a guy that used to be in First Armored, and I know the capabilities of Abrams and Leopard 2s because we actually trained with the Germans. I'm like, send them whatever you can send them now. Help them get these routes in the battlefield and end this war. I mean, you give them about 70, 75 of these Leopard 2s, and they do a spearhead out of Zaporozhye. It's all over. They'll be in Melitopol before the Russians even know what the hell hit them, because they'll attack them at night. That's why we're pushing for it.
Mika?
Let's give it to Connie. I'll speak later.
Okay, Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of the Leopard ones is they're already using Gepards and the Axel. What's the bridge layer? The
Beaver.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the Beaver. And that's got a maximum safe working load of 50 tons, so you won't be able to get a Leopard 2 across it. So in terms of crossing anti-tank ditches and things, that would be a bit of a problem. There's ways around it. You can use fascines, obviously, and bulldoze and anti-tank ditches, stuff like that.
65 tons.
I mean,
65 tons. It can do 62 to 65 tons. The other one is
Oh,
a German
no, I
specification.
had a look and it said 50.
Only. I know.
Oh, okay. What I would say is, look, the Ukrainians are making Russian tanks work.
You
at
can
the
cross
moment.
over with more.
Yeah, I mean there'll be an error. There'll be an error margin there. But what I would say is, Ukrainians are making Russian designed tanks work. Why are they working? Because they've got decent crews in them. I think to answer Craig's question, we're going to have to wait and see post-war what the assessment is of a Russian T-80. Let's say we're all sort of talking and saying, well, Russian tanks are crap, and they're definitely not going to be the way forward. There are going to be a lot of things that probably the Ukrainians will want to sit down and have a look at post-war and assess. So we don't know. No one in here is sat in a T-80 or a T-90 in the gunner's position. None of us is sat in the tank commander's position. We don't know what the hull's like. We don't know what the metallurgy, what the quality of welding of the basic chassis is like. We don't know what the composite armor is made up of. We've got a rough idea, but we don't know how effective it is. So it's like I keep saying, you can take the best tank in the world, but giving it to 4 chimpanzees, they'll drive it into mines or into a river or something, and that's not a fair assessment of that vehicle. We've seen that the Polish modified T-72s, the Tordy, the hard version, with an upgraded fire control system, they've tinkered with the autoloader, they've played around with the engine, they've put their own ERA on it. From the sound of it, that's kicking ass, and that's a T-72, which is a very old tank. So the Poles have made them actually work really well from the sound of it. So they're going to end up with a surfeit of Russian armor. I think, considering the amount of damage that Ukraine is being subjected to, there are going to be a lot of conflicting priorities. Obviously, rebuild will be amongst the first. And maybe it's worth just waiting out and then just seeing, and perhaps a T-80, say, has longevity in it. If it's not a bad tank, it's not a fantastic tank, but it's not a bad tank, and it can be given to a European defense company, and it can be played around with to give it maybe another 10 years, 15 years. I reckon they'll probably go down that road, to be honest with you, rather than try and buy up. I mean, America doesn't build Abrams anymore, does it? The tank production line itself is closed. They modify old chassis now. So the UK has not got it's not even looking at a replacement for Challenger 3. There are very few countries that are going down that road. So I would say, in answer to Craig, maybe take the best that they capture and they have left at the end of this and fiddle around with them, modify them, put new fire control system in, if they're salvageable. If it turns out, and it would be brilliant to get a guy called Nicholas Moran on, who goes by the name of the Chieftain. He's former Irish Army, then he went into the US Cavalry. He's a guru on tanks, and someone like him would probably be the one to get up on this, because if it's a crap tank, it's a crap tank, and the Ukrainians will have to bin it and buy new stuff. But where they'll get that from, who knows? Maybe they'll go for wheeled tank destroyers. Maybe they'll pick up lessons from this and say, you know what, tanks are really nice, but wheeled tank destroyers would have been more useful. We simply don't know. But I would just caution. Let's just wait and see what comes out of it. I mean, if they take apart a captured T-90 and it turns out that it's absolute crap, then yeah, the Ukrainians will probably ditch all their armor at the end of this and buy something Gucci.
I think the question then becomes, if I could just very briefly, the question then becomes, can the T model be upgraded with the optics, at least in some, not all the way, but in some comparable way that will give them the ability to do something similar but not exact to what the Leopards have the advantage of in terms of optics?
Apparently, the Russian guns are very good. The main armament, there are no dramas with it. It's, as you say, it's a fire control system. So the T-90 uses a Thales produced system, French company. So if you take a hull and you take a turret, you can stick your own fire control system in it. You can stick your own optics in it. It's not, as I understand it, it's not that difficult. So long as you've got a good gun with good performance, good flat trajectory, and decent ammunition, and you can make your own ammunition for a 125mm gun, as long as you can shoehorn decent optics, thermals, things like that. And Russian equipment tends to be much more bulky, so it's not a major drama. What I would say is the problem is with the armor and the chassis. The gun's good, great. You can stick new optics in it, great. You can stick new comms equipment in it, great. You can even, to a degree, sort out the way the ammunition is stored. But if the chassis, the armor, the composite armor, the stuff that stops things coming in is crap, then probably it becomes prohibitive to modify it, and then you would ditch it. And composite armor is a real dark art. I mean, Leopard 2 doesn't use Chobham. The Germans went their own way with that, but good luck trying to find out what the armor is on what the real armor is on Abrams or a Challenger. That's very secret stuff.
Gunny, I just want to chime in here. So yeah, that gun, when it's in a static and they were testing it, is good, right? That 125. But when you're in the turret trying to aim that damn thing, if you're not standing perfectly still, it's not stabilized like Western tanks. It's absolute crap. We had a T-72 when I was in Desert Storm. We liberated it. Let's say it was like almost like brand new right out of the factory, and we went joyriding with it, and we actually fired its gun several times. It's a little nerve-wracking when you're sitting on that autoloader, and that's probably the biggest thing. Now, you mentioned that the PT-91, the Polish upgraded T-72s, right? The Twardys. They're performing well against T-72s, T-80s, and T-90s, but as God is my witness, against an Abrams, they would absolutely get slaughtered. And that 125 gun, we had a couple of our M1s take direct hits and just kept moving. And we were obliterating them from like 2.5 kilometers away. So I think that's one, the armor isn't the issue. It's the fact that the gun would need, like, I mean, you'd have to rework the whole damn turret to be able to put in good stabilizers. You know, yeah, you could shoehorn better optics in it, but then once again, you're still sitting on a death trap because of that autoloader. And the T90 has the same damn thing. They tried to, you know, perfect it or something like that, but you're still working on something where you're sitting on ammo, you know, and powder that's not in a stowaway bin. And that's probably, you know, its greatest weakness. You don't need to have a complete penetration of the tank. You know, all you need to do is have one flame over, and, you know, your history.
Yeah, I mean the Tordy, the Polish version, they played around with the gun stabilization system. I don't know if you know, but they managed to. I think they put a 3-plane stabilizer in on it.
Yes, they put a 3-plane. Yeah, but remember, they really they had to go to work on that. You know, it wasn't easy. It took them a while. Yes, yeah, they were. I'm not saying they're not able to put a 3-plane stabilizer on it, but you're talking about, you know, doing all this to a tank that, you know, isn't your best bet. And you know, people are saying that, you know, we don't know 5-10 years from now. I don't. It wouldn't be a shock that the Poles and the Ukrainians get together, you know, and start developing their own infantry fighting vehicles. I mean, you know, the Ukrainians did have the T-84 Oplot, you know, that they were developing. It's just that, you know, they just didn't have the production capability at the time. So that's another option. You know, it might be something that's a multinational homegrown product that they go to.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, mate. I mean, the Polish went down a light tank development route. I think they're going to field it. It's actually a stealth light tank with a 105 on it. I don't think that's going to be the way ahead. I think this whole thing is going to cause a reassessment of that. I suspect that I suspect that NATO decided that MBTs were going to be dead in the next 20 years, and that's why there have been no subsequent development programs. Clearly, that's not right. They are still going to be absolutely vital in modern warfare, but it comes back to where's the money going to come from? You know, there are going to be so many conflicting requirements for Ukraine over the next sort of 5 years just to rebuild the country. Are they going to have the money to say, right, America, we want 200 Abrams, we want the latest model, with the upgrade packs to bring them up to set 2 if we need them, plus all the artillery, the extra HIMARS that we really, really liked, the naval requirements, the F-16s, maybe get themselves in on the F-35 program. I suspect Russia is not going to be in a state to come across the border again for the next few years. Therefore, would a modification program on existing armor make sense? And start looking at TDs, tank destroyers, Centauros, maybe the French AMXs, something like that. You know, we don't know, do we, mate? How much money they're gonna have to kind of throw at defense.
Okay, let's go from this future thing to a little bit more current thing. Gunny, George, TOW anti-tank systems. Video earlier today of one being used successfully in Ukraine. Thoughts on those? That kind of seems to fit the current state of the conversation, Gunny.
Will it go through the side of a Russian tank? Yeah. Will it go through the back? Yeah. Will it do a top attack? Yeah. Will it go through the front? Still waiting to see. If it goes through the front and the warhead's pretty big on one of those, Yeah, happy days. It's not an outdated system. It's a really good missile. It's been knocking around since it was used in Vietnam, I think, to blunt a North Vietnamese armored attack. The thing to remember is we're learning that they're not a tier 1 enemy. They're kind of tier 2. Therefore, some of the older equipment from the 80s will work perfectly well against them. And the warhead on the toe is a good warhead. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's got a tandem warhead as well, so it can blow through ERA armor and then attack the hull directly. More than sufficient. More than probably javelins and NLAWs have been overkill, but I'd really like to see instances where Russian armor's been penetrated from the penetrated. Such a dirty word. If TAs and T90s have taken NLAWs and javelins through the front glacis or through the lower front plate, the Russians really do have a problem, because you should not be able to go through the front of a main battle tank with an anti-tank missile. You just shouldn't be able to do it. It's the most heavily armored. You're talking equivalent of 900 millimeters of steel armor if you slope composite armor properly. The equivalent of a meter of steel. If NATO anti-tank weapons are going through the front of them, the Russians are going to have to go right back to the drawing board and rethink and look at where they're going to go in the next 20 years.
Yeah, really quick, that I don't know.
Is it just me, or are we losing George?
Can anybody else hear me?
Now we can hear you again. We dropped you for a bit.
Okay, so yeah. So the TOW missiles now that are around have a tandem warhead, and the latest version has a same type of warhead as the Javelin missile, the top-down attack. I don't know which version Ukraine got, but either one will do the job.
Very good. Thank you, George. Pauli.
Good evening, Domin. How are you doing?
Well, I think we're all doing pretty well. And Craig wants to talk about trains, or maybe train drivers, but if you want to keep on tanks, go ahead.
Yeah, it's well, I have a comment and then a question or remark to the end. So in Finland we had the T-72s in use. I think Mikko can correct me if I'm wrong. And I would say that our defense forces have quite good knowledge on procurement, what works and what does not work. And we decided to go with the Leopard 2. And the way I see the procurement happening in Ukraine after Ukraine has won, I'm quite confident. I don't want to decide on their behalf, but I'm quite confident that they will want to keep a strong reserve army, and they want to keep the number of the reserve forces quite high. So I think I would suggest that the Soviet tanks will go to the use of reserve forces, and then the professional army will keep the mid stuff, and maybe step by step the professional army will be kitted out and equipped with the NATO compatible stuff. I think that's my reasoning, but it will not happen overnight. It will go step by step, and I'm also quite confident that the Western countries will be giving help to the procurement, and I'm quite sure that the Ukraine will get nice kit and will become a NATO member. So my last remark or question, and maybe George and Gunny can answer this, but do you remember what's the service time for the main gun and for the engine in T-72 and T-80? And how does it compare to Leopard 2?
So can you repeat the question really quick?
Yeah. So do you remember what's the service time from start to stop or start to finish for the main gun and for the engine in T72 or T80? And how does it compare to Leopard 2 if you have to change the main gun or the engine?
Four times the frequency for maintenance. That's what we always had as data before. They're significantly more susceptible to riffraff and the likes. I mean, seriously, they're just not as good at it.
And you could switch out the power pack on a Leopard 2 or Leopard 1 in less, I've seen 20 minutes, but let's say, 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
A very lazy lunch break.
Yes, yeah. A couple of beers in, some bratwurst, but Axel, but yeah, the Russian one, forget it. That's not happening. You're not getting anything done in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
they might get drunk in 30 minutes.
May I say
no,
this?
they're
Sorry,
not that
I
efficient.
apologize. May I just highlight this? We've had this now many times over. George is fortunately here. A couple of other people who've been in this field can opine on this. I've spoken to more tank commanders in the last 6 months than I care to remember. There's absolutely nothing those Soviet/Russian tanks, their crews, and their logistics can present as a challenge. But there's everything to gain from Western main battle tanks and recce tanks, even older versions, to be brought into this theater. They will cut through this, and they will cut through the enemy lines, as highlighted by a number of people earlier again today, like a hot knife through a huge pile of butter. These tanks, their deflector shields, their sensors, their optics, are a massive game-changing component, which is why it is so utterly odious, so completely, utterly bereft of any military sense, why it is so absolutely heinous as a crime against the Ukrainians, their armed forces, their civilians, the children of that country, deported, subjugated, raped, killed, buried, that we're not allowing Western main battle tanks into theater. This must stop. This complete and utter insidious procrastination by Western politicians of no stature when it comes to military matters has to cease. Hand it to those who know what they're doing. Give it to Lloyd Austin, give it to some people who know what they're doing, and that's that. Install a proper, sensible political counterpart to Sucker and have Sucker run the shit. This Supreme Allied Commander knows exactly what to do. Let him sort it out. And everybody in politics takes a step back, other than Ben Wallace. That's that. Next. Let's win this fucking war.
Dylan, I don't know if you want to talk about trains, but I got to hop off here in just a second.
No, that's right, Craig.
Yes, please. Please change topic.
So that's the positive.
Okay, Craig.
We're back to zero.
What does it mean? What does it mean when the locomotive driver is killed in the front lines in a recon unit?
It means you need another driver for the train back home. So basically, long story short, when somebody says that they're a driver, they could be an engineer, they could be somebody who works on the train to move stuff. But if they're a locomotive, these guys are supposedly well trained. The Russian railway system is supposedly modern, although probably isn't. It recently faced bankruptcies. But here's the other thing too. What it points out to me is that Russia is mobilizing those that are owned by state companies. This is the third or fourth or fifth or more times that we've seen these nationalized companies, the railway, energy, etc., pulling these guys off and shoving them in there. I find that to be interesting. One, for monetary reasons because of cost, but two, because of availability. Right, those that work for the government show up. You know where to find them. So they're easy to mobilize because they already tell you where they are every single day when they punch in and punch out. So that's one thing. Excuse me, one of two things. But I would simply say, not to be too grim about it, but since he's dead, the issue is who's taking his place, who's driving the train now. Do they have the capacity to do this on a large scale? If they took 500 drivers out, what if they took 1,000? Right? What if this is just some poor schmuck who was in the training course to become a locomotive driver, and he just was, hind tit, new guy on the block, and he got pulled into service. So showed up for work one day, said, "You're not working here today. You're working over there." And by over there, I mean a trench in Ukraine. So it's an interesting socio dynamic when you start kind of thinking about it in those terms, about who they're taking, why they're taking them, and that sort of thing.
And the other one, Craig, Kerch Ferry, not going to be operational for some while longer because of winds. Yeah. Isn't that great?
It's fantastic. I wish I was vacationing there now. I'm sure it's a beautiful site. The one thing I want to add before I jump, though, is we know that the Ukrainians have taken Kupiansk. We know they have taken Liman. These operations, just for foreshadowing, if you will, was not just about interrupting, and it's not just about interrupting Russian supplies. It's about extending your own. Ukrainian trains have now been confirmed to be using certain railways, certain spurs for transporting military goods, not just in the west of the country, but now in the east. And now they've taken back Liman, and I think the Ukrainian railway company has shown just how quickly they act. When they want to get something done, they fix a railroad and they do it very quickly. It's going to be interesting to watch Ukraine do this during the wintertime when electricity or other infrastructure units might cause a problem with that. And obviously they have diesel locomotives, so they don't necessarily need electricity. But operating this stuff, keeping this stuff going, you might necessarily have power to some of your other logistical units is going to be another dynamic they're going to have to be worried about in the coming months, but well within their scope of achievability. Oh, and for those that are interested, it's about a 950-kilometer drive from one end of the Kerch Strait to the other, using land routes only and not using the ferry. So you got to drive almost 1,000 kilometers to get from one end to the other. It's an interesting little nugget of a statistic that is one of many in this war. Some statistics you wish you hadn't known, but those that pop up definitely are strange. But I digress. Doman, I got to run.
Hey, Craig, long road trip.
Yeah. But one I would gladly take. Yes, sir.
If you ever call me sir again, I will go after you, mate.
Okay. All right.
Would you please tell the audience how many Oshkosh have been crossing Texas recently on trains?
Quite a few, as a matter of fact, quite a few. So these are not all logistical vehicles. People have tweeted about this in Houston. They've tweeted about it in Katy and a few other places in Southeast Texas. For those that are not familiar, that's the Gulf Coast. Right through my hometown, we saw a train of about 50 to 60. Then there were infantry fighting vehicles, and then there were tanks, quite literal tanks. There's some rolling through Montana right now, so the arsenal of democracy rolls on. It is. It's interesting. I drove past Where was this? So this was about 45 minutes from my house. My town is a important junction, whether you're going to Houston or you're going south to Corpus Christi. Oh God, where was this? It was a reserve center. That's probably about 30 or 40 minutes from my house, and there was a lot of stuff missing from the parking lot, which was a very good thing to see.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's like I said, Ukrainian logistics is like a runaway freight train with a steering wheel. It is long, it is powerful, and it will get there, whether it's by a train, by a ship, or by an aircraft. It's a hard thing to stop, and it's actually quite impossible to stop at this point. There's nothing you can really do if you're Russia to stop this. So you just got to kind of suck it up. Talk to y'all soon. See you tonight.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Craig. Dan.
Hello. All right. Well, so I have a question for Craig, who I gather we just lost. But if he's coming back tonight, if we can be sure to get this on his list, there is a persistent rumor, and to the best of my knowledge, all it is a rumor. But I'm very deeply curious as to Craig's opinion that the Russian railroads are heading towards a real crisis with wheel bearings because they bought all theirs from Sweden and they can't get them anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm very curious as to Craig's opinion as to how long it's going to take for that to go from a problem to like a showstopper. Because if the Russians aren't moving trains, the Russians are done. And then I have an entire laundry list of comments on the tank thing. Are we going back to that? Or are you trying to move on? Did that come through?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so first and foremost, and this has been brought up, but the auto loader is an unfixable catastrophic flaw. And to the best of my knowledge, every Russian tank designed after the T-62. You're sitting the crew directly on top of the ammo, and if the compartment gets penetrated, the ammo blows up and the crew dies. That is just a deeply fundamental design difference from Western main battle tanks, where they put the ammo, they have a bigger turret, and they use most of that space to put in an actual crewman to do the loading, and he pulls the rounds one at a time from a separate compartment with a blowout panel so that small penetrations don't send the tank sky high and kill the whole crew. And the difference that makes in crew survivability and over time and the experience level of the crews you have out there is almost impossible to overstate. A couple of things that have not been brought up this morning is that everyone knows that the Western tanks have vastly better thermal optics and that is an overwhelming advantage. But the second stage of that overwhelming advantage is that the latest model Abrams, and I assume Leopards, although I have not checked, use two of those sights, so that the gunner has one and the commander has another one. And the commander can use his to cue the gun. So the gunner gets a target, the commander starts looking for the next target, and as soon as the first target has been engaged, somebody punches the button and the gun automatically cues to the target the commander's already picked out, and everybody repeats the cycle. So your time to engage multiple targets goes way, way, way down, and that's a huge thing in a real fight. The third thing is that the latest model Western stuff has has a system to knock down most anti-tank guided missiles. And the difference that makes is also impossible to overstate. And just the perfect example is outside of Kherson right now, or at least until this week. The Ukrainians have been stalled for a better part of a month in front of this 4-kilometer wide open space with Russian defenses behind it. And they simply can't put enough armor up and keep it long enough to overrun that Russian position, because the Russian ATGM actually can work at their maximum range, and they can't attack the position frontally. A company of Abrams could attack that position frontally and be in Davidi Breed, not Davidi, this is outside of it, and be in Novokhovka in the morning, and it would be over. And that same company could then turn right down at Dnieper and take out every crossing the next day. One company of full up, latest model Western MBTs would change this war. And it drives me crazy that we haven't done it. Thank you very much. I can talk about armor and engines and everything else too, but most of that's been covered.
Antti. This will tag on.
Yeah. So first to Pauli, that the Finnish army no longer uses T-72s. They've been scrapped quite a long time ago, and it's only Leopard 2A4s and 2A6s now.
Antti, even Ranger knows that. Even though we don't have the tanks, but I know that. But we had those, so we have the experience. That's my comment.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I was gonna DM you, but that wasn't an option, so I thought that there should be no ambiguity about that. But I'm glad that yeah. But anyway, I think what Dan and George and Axel have said, I don't have anything to add to that, besides the fact that this whole situation has been driving me up the wall as well. Yes, a steep wall going up and down.
Oh, so sorry.
Very, very confusing wall.
Yes.
So this wall goes
Quite
up,
confusing.
you say,
Yes.
and then down.
And you had
Yes.
you had no power to change that.
No, I feel powerless.
Mr. Schultz, tear down that wall.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lovely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think the only argument that's been made should really be the one that's that should have been the most obvious one, even in the Bundeskanzlei, which would have been that these Western-made main battle tanks save Ukrainian lives. I think the import of
life-saving Leopards.
Yes. Okay, but I mean, most of else what I was going to say has already been said, so I'll just ask very briefly: has there been any new news coming out of emanating from Kherson, Zaporizhia, or Kharkiv? Is the blackout still in force?
Dorman, I think we haven't seen much.
No. There's mostly been the note from Zelensky that the dam at Novokhovka is indeed mined. That a flood would be devastating.
New.
No, that's all expected. Nothing else really. Don't think. Just
okay.
bits and pieces, nothing of real meaning, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Which, by the way,
Thank you.
also highlights the fact that it's another 13 minutes, 13 minutes until Doman and I will retire back to the insidious place where we typically have our brandy right after the show.
Insidious place.
Yeah, well, wood paneled, boring, kind of thing.
Great. Let's go to Attackums, to Miko, and to Chris. Attackums.
I just wanted to put a NAPO shout out and ask everybody to please go to Gunny's new profile picture, and if you could please tag Olaf Schultz to it, I would really appreciate it. And that is an awesome picture, Gunny. Thanks.
Yeah, that's maybe you can shock Schultz into doing something. This sounds like a great idea. Mika.
It's a Mikko, by the way. But anyways,
I'm trying.
So-
I don't know how to do the O. You think you
it's not
keep
Mika,
thinking it's
not
an
Mika,
A, but it's an.
It's not Mika, it's Mikko.
I
but
know,
you're
but I
doing-
don't say
you're
A.
doing-
I say
okay.
O, and O is different from
yeah.
A.
Antti can help me here, but I can help you guys here. Why does T70 series tanks blow up better than T60 series? Why? And now I'm listening.
Where's Antti? Is it the autoloader design?
No. No, Axel can answer this as well. You should know. There's no way Googling this because it's not in the Google. So I can explain. So okay. So T60 series fires 102 millimeter round, and 100 millimeter round has a cartridge together with the grenade. I have loaded that myself. It's a fucking annoying thing to do it, but it has a cartridge and grenade. Like it's like a big bullet, but it's a huge bullet. But when it goes above 100 millimeter, the grenade and the powder pack are separated. We call it kartussilaukaus, like kartusklaus. So now with these 7 series, these both are like separated. So you have these powder packs and grenades totally separated. And now when Enlove or Javelin comes with you can select, roof attack mode, hits you. Guess what ignites first? These powder packs, not the grenade. Grenade always needs a explosive charge to ignite, but these powder packs ignite, and that's a story here. I don't think so. People have ever said that because I've been a little bit following that people probably don't know it, but once you go over 100 caliber, the powder pack and a grenade are separate. And when these powder packs, they CJ calls them like loader packs, whatever. But with these 60, they are joined, so they are not the same. It's much more difficult, actually to ignite these. Just my comment.
So these the 64s that are less dangerous.
Still very dangerous, but when the powder packs are separated, there's like just a. It's not anymore metal. Like you see the bullet, you bullet with the cartridge. It has a metal and powder is inside that. This cartridge doesn't have any kind of metal bearing. They ignite very well.
And the Western tank doesn't have those, right?
No, we have the same stuff with the Western tanks, but they're separated they are totally separated because there's 4 people, in a tank and Russians only have 3 people and it's an automatic loader stuff, they still have these powder packs, you know, around the crew. So it's totally misfit situation.
And that's when they engage in tire tossing competitions. Understood. Okay, so the worst ones are 70 and over are worse than the under 70s. Interesting. Thank you, Mika. Chris. Okay, Prince.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know what's going on. I've got like multiple echoes and my hand won't stay up. And hey, hello?
We hear you. You've got a delay, is what you've got, Chris.
Okay, I'm going again. I'm still getting multiple echoes here. Yeah,
Okay, Chris, I'm going to drop you to listener.
That's an
'cause
interesting
Okay,
one.
okay.
This isn't going to get
Multiple echoes.
resolved otherwise. And let's go to Prince in the meantime.
For anyone into audio and physics, multiple echoes is quite a harbinger of perception.
Okay. What first of all, I would like to recommend to anybody when they come up to the speaker slot, if you turn the closed captions on, it really helps to figure out when you've lost audio or somebody else has lost audio. So if you can manage to turn the captions on while you're in speaker, just it really does help. Pro tip, right, Axel?
That's exactly what I do all the time.
I can only confirm that Doman will applaud you.
Yes, I keep my captions on. I actually accidentally left the room once turning my captions on, but turning captions on I feel are very, very key to when you're up in a speaker slot. Regardless, what I wanted to do, maybe it might not take long, but is a little way from the
Prince, sorry. I'm just receiving text messages with rumors from London that tomorrow morning there's going to be a surprise announcement, not so much of a surprise announcement, but seemingly in the past couple of hours, a number of people who've been slightly decrepit in their analysis of the not so fair-haired former prime minister have turned around to say that they'd rather have him back than the other people. Things are changing quickly, Gunny, aren't they?
Yeah, well,
I received more than 40
Prince,
SMS.
Yeah, let's let everyone talk about that. It would be inappropriate for me to jump the queue on this, but
No,
come
please,
up the hour.
please, Prince, go on. It's much important. I apologize for interrupted, but I just want to get this off my chest before anyone else jumps the queue after, because there are things happening currently on the Fair Island which are astonishing, and they are happening in real time in the last 15 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll try to make this quick because I don't know that what I'm going to say really has any teeth to it, but I wanted to try to ask it before Doman and Axel go away for their sleep or their rest or whatever Axel does in the middle of the night when he comes back on randomly. Anyway, there was a tweet about an hour ago from the defense of Ukraine about the Dutch House of Representatives passing a resolution, and I believe the resolution is a key word, about a special tribunal against Russian war criminals in The Hague. And the defense of Ukraine is thanking them for their leadership. So, because of the word resolution, I'm not sure that this really has any teeth or any
they're intending to do it, but it's not official. Is how I read it when I read the word resolution. So I'm wondering if Doman or Axel have any input on the idea of a special tribunal against the Russian war criminals in The Hague. I mean, I believe it's a beautiful idea and it should happen, but I don't feel like this is a full-on commitment that it's going to happen and going to start forming. I just think it's we intend to do this in the long run kind of thing. So just a little.
They're basically saying we are good with the idea to do another ICTY, but for Russians, a Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we have bureaucrat extraordinaire Nick to explain exactly what this is. He actually reads Dutch as well, which might be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I have only just heard about this, but the Dutch government can't really. I think this is based on what I know,
We are happy to host this event.
Essentially, yes. I mean, The Hague is in the Netherlands, but the International Criminal Court and the various special courts that have been established over the years, under somewhere in the periphery of those, have been held. Imagine to provide the facilities, much of which in any case will be shared with the ICC, and I suppose it's a commitment to put the relevant people up to a certain number anyway in those fine Dutch jails, which are, no one wants to be in jail, but if you've got to be in jail, a Dutch jail would be high on my list to choose. But so the Dutch Parliament supports it, but which is nice. But that doesn't really, I think, make any more difference than if the Belgian or French Parliament support the idea. So it's politically nice. It's convenient that they're just down the road, indeed in the same city as the Dutch Parliament. But I don't think this means that the Netherlands is actually going to go out and create anything in the immediate future. I hadn't read about this, so I will go and try and see what I can find out, but my guess is that they are voting to say this would be a great idea. Of course, it should be in The Hague, our capital city, which is well recognised since day 1 or 2 of the war. In fact, with those excellent road signs that the Ukrainians are putting up showing that all roads lead to The Hague. But my impression I have is that this is unlikely to be an initiative that the Dutch government would take, unilaterally. I think it's very much an international thing, but let me have a look what I can find.
I just found it a very interesting tweet, and if you like, I can try to send you the tweet itself, but it's not a very long one.
I found it. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. So yeah, but it was interesting to me to see that it was put out, and I think it's a good thing, but I think all the reality around it that Nick described is a very good reminder, and after hearing Alexandra yesterday speaking about their tracking of war crimes and talking the International Criminal Court and the National Court of Justice. I think I got those two right. I know they're two separate things.
Prince, in the moment, in these fair few minutes, whilst you have been discussing very valuable, important things with Nick, there's another 10 people from the Tory backbenchers who have openly declared to be in favor of the return of the Bojo.
Okay,
you can watch it in real. I mean, this is great radio. Unbelievable.
Maybe you guys can move on to the return of the Bojo, and talk about this tweet regarding The Hague later. So anyway, thank you.
Apologies, Heather. I'm very, very sorry. It's just so topical and timely, and given the fact that I just wrote it somewhere else, given the fact that this time around, if he actually managed to pull that off, nobody will expect him to behave any better. But therefore,
that he technically has a chance to succeed.
Please go on. I understand how timely it is. No apology needed. So thank you.
Just on the Dutch Parliament, it's interesting to note that the Dutch Parliament has a member with one or two associates, but it has a member who is probably the most overtly pro-Putin elected official in the Western world, I would say. He makes compared
I don't
to
know.
him.
Have
Or
you heard what some Hungarian parliamentarians have been saying in the past week too?
Well, okay, you send me what they said, but Thierry Baudet believes that Western leaders are lizards. He's actually gone full David Icke, and he believes that only Vladimir Putin can save Western civilization. So maybe the Hungarians have gone further than that, but that strikes me as already, pretty much full house. So I presume that he was. I presume he will have been one of the votes speaking against this particular motion today in the Dutch Parliament.
Well,
yeah, I'll send you that stuff, Mr. M.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. You are talking about Baudet.
Yeah.
And if you translate Baudet, it's a French name, and if you translate it, it says donkey. And we call him bidet, and that's a toilet, because it's all what is coming out of his mouth is basically good for the toilet. In the Dutch government, he has also been restricted for speaking because he chose in conspiracy theories, like you said, the lizards and the factions. This guy is crazy. He is being ridiculed on Twitter or everywhere. He's a jerk.
I read that he is the first. There's some particular procedure of the Dutch Parliament in terms of suspending somebody, and I read that he's the first person ever to have actually been suspended under it.
That's exactly right, yeah, because he is making it as we say it in Dutch, hij maakt het behoorlijk bont.
Yep, the Jewish space laser is just is only he's probably you as we can guess, he's not big on the Jews either, but I think his only regret is that he didn't come out with the Jewish space laser line.
Yeah, let's stop talking about that because he's not.
Nah, if he was the first one who came out with it, if he was the first one who came out with it, he might be accused of being one of the operators. That'd be no good, would it? Gunny, have you ever operated a space laser?
I just want to quickly add on to what Mr. M said. He's not being restricted for speaking conspiracies and all this.
Tabasco, where are you speaking from? You sound as if
A
you're
space laser.
in a.
Wait, 1 sec.
He's from the space laser. He's in space.
He's Terry Baudet is not being restricted from speaking all his bullshit, conspiracy, complete bullshit, but he's restricted because he wouldn't publicly show his activities next to the politics, all the companies he is having, and all his secondary income and money he's making. He's not showing it, but he's not being restricted because we are too democratic for this to happen. So he's only being restricted for not showing his income, all his stuff that he does.
Yeah, he has another company where he is also getting money from, and in the Dutch it's not basically not common to have a neven job, a job near your
a side job.
A beside job, yes.
That's literally for most politicians have side stuff.
It's worth mentioning that under the Dutch electoral system, the Dutch have the purest form of proportional representation. If you can register a political party and your party gets 0.66% of the votes, you get one of the 150 seats in the parliament. And as a result, this guy is pretty much set up for life, because I think his party gets is currently polling 5 or 6%. It will never poll less than 2 or 3%. And so
No, each round.
he's got
Each round.
he's got an annual salary of 115, 120,000 euros coming in basically for life, as long as he can pretend to be head of this party. And ditto Geert Wilders, who at least is nearly as bad, but at least manages to poll 15-20%. These people will never go away, partly because they're unemployable in any other capacity, partly because in the case of Wilders, he needs the security because he's pissed off so many people that he would be dead very shortly. But it's a weakness of the Dutch system that it can be gained by anybody who can convince 0.66% of Dutch electors to vote for them. I believe there's something like 18 or 20 parties in the parliament now, and there are lots of little splinter fringe groups, and as long as you can find 0.66% of people to do it, you've got yourself a meal ticket. It's an interesting problem for democracy, kind of the opposite of the issues that the British have with the first past the post system.
Nick, what do you think of Boris's return and the additional now 4 Tory backbenchers having claimed their allegiance to support Boris to return to government?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? So the way it works is it's been announced that you need 100 votes the support,
Is
the
it
sort of nomination
140 now?
of 100 MP. Well, that's the claim. Let's see, and to go on a ballot.
Well, it's the claim from 18 minutes ago, and in the meantime, another 12, and then 4.
Yeah, but no, the claim from 18 minutes ago was potentially up to. So let's see the numbers. But basically, there's going to be a poll of probably 3 candidates, each with between 100 and 150 votes. Sorry, 150 nominations.
Votes. Not if he has more than 170 votes.
Then they won't need to do it. But there will be either a poll or a default null poll, resulting in the names of 2 candidates going forward to an online poll of the membership. If Boris is on the online poll of the membership, I think he will undoubtedly win. And so his challenge is not even to come out top of that poll. His challenge is first of all to obtain 100 written signatures on the nominations, which is one thing, and then to come first or second in a ballot among the 2 or 3 candidates who are declared. At that point, it'll go to the members, and the members will vote for him because he's popular with them.
Is it fair to say that the 1922 committee can, by executive decision of its committee, because these are the rules since 1923, that it can decide that when there's more than 170 votes, I don't know why they picked that stupid number, but they seem to have picked that number already in the 1920s, that they can decide to simply allocate it and then have
the rules
be voted upon.
No, you need to understand a little bit about the history of the Conservative Party elections, Axel. So the Conservative Party,
I've read about this. But tell me,
the Conservative Party held its the Conservative Party held its first election for a leader in 1965. The 1922 committee has not been holding elections since then. Traditionally, they change the rules shortly before every election in order to favour their preferred candidate. Since about 20 years ago, the system has been that by process A, which is not documented anywhere and can be varied each time, they whittle the candidates down to 2, and then they put the 2 candidates to a vote of the members of the party. The reason why 170 would get you through unopposed, or at least get you onto the ballot unopposed, is because the electorate is all Conservative MPs, and there's about 350 of them. So There you go. So if there are 350 of them and you need 100 to get on the ballot, then clearly if there's 170, then that person's going to be on, and then the next one would be the second person, because the third person wouldn't even get 100. So at that point, it would still be put to a ballot of the members. Even if either Johnson or Sunak were to get 170 or 180, the top two would still go through to this online ballot of the members, which is opening on Monday and closing on Friday. So the Conservative Party membership is actually not as old as people think, but nonetheless, there's quite a few fairly senior people who may have a little bit of trouble working out how to use a web browser. But basically, it's going to be online voting. However, it is abundantly clear that Johnson would definitely beat Sunak, possibly beat the other likely candidate, Penny Mordaunt, in a poll of the members. And therefore, if he can get himself on that ballot, he will be prime minister by this time next week, Monday. The really interesting question then is to what extent the large number of members of the party who absolutely can't stand him and blame him for most of their problems will tolerate his being prime minister, because on the one hand they could defect or vote against him in a vote of no confidence. On the other hand, if they do that, they're all going to be unemployed about 4 weeks later. Whereas if they pretend they never voted against him, pretend they didn't resign as ministers, because 57 of them resigned in order to get him to quit as prime minister. If they all pretend that something has happened in the intervening 3 months that means that that's no longer operative, then they can try and bluff it out for another 2 years until the election, which has to be held at the end of 2024, in the hope, I don't think they can possibly win the next election, but you can imagine a situation where if they had the election today, perhaps 200 Conservative MPs would lose their jobs, whereas if they can manage to struggle through for another couple of years, perhaps only 100 of them will do so. Now, in return for that, they will have to sell their souls, but they're Conservative MPs in the first place, so they've already had plenty of practice at that.
Nick, but, hey, that's only a few Conservatives who have to sell their souls, whereas on the other hand, Polly Toynbee's ilk has no soul at all.
Well, that's an entirely orthogonal question, Axel. But in terms of
Come on, please.
Yeah.
The people
In
who were
terms of-
going for the coalition supporting Mr. Corbyn, the anti-Semite who was still going for this wonderful.
But he's no longer a candidate, Axel, and indeed
is
he is
not?
no longer
Yes,
even.
exactly.
He is no longer
What
even.
about- what
He is
about
no
the
longer
woman
even a
who was
member of the
elected
Labour
by
Party.
the people of Hackney, and the long tradition of anti-Semitism and undermining of British military strength.
This,
in the Labour Party.
what do we call this,
Unfair.
Axel? What do we call this, Axel, when the Russians do it? We call it what about?
centrist,
We
right?
call it. We call it
No,
what
well,
about?
No, you were the one who qualified selling their soul. That's the moment when I interjected, because it's not about selling their soul. They are political animals. They are allowed to do it. I disagree with them completely. I think they're utterly corrupt. I don't like them, all right? I don't like these Tories. I don't have to. And I'm only paying taxes there. I don't like them. But if I look on the other side, I don't like them either. And I'm looking from the outside. You're English. You have a vote. Tell me,
No, I
who will
don't.
be better for Ukraine?
No, I don't. I don't have a vote. But in terms of
Who's better for Ukraine? Who's better for winning the war against Mordor? Let's refine it to that point.
the right defense minister, which at the moment Wallace is doing a bang up job.
Perfect.
And
So let's have Bojo. And whoever else. I don't care. And have Ben Wallace in office.
the Labour defence team is considerably less dubious than they would have been under Corbyn. I believe at least one of them is ex-military. So the Labour talks a good game on that. Certainly, it would not be the disaster for Ukraine that a Corbyn victory would have been, nor will it be the disaster that a Republican victory in the House in the midterms could be. So these things again are both sides.
I'd say it's much more important. It's much more important. The Americans tend to be significantly more conservative amongst Democrats and Republicans alike than politics in Britain. I think we can easily agree on this. But having said that, isn't it fair to say that you need someone who actually can run Whitehall? And seemingly, Ben Wallace, if there's someone who can take the flak, and Bojo seems to be much better adept at this than Miss Truss has been.
Oh well,
She sunk her ship.
She fundamentally wasn't a conservative. She was a radical libertarian. And I saw a nice description the other day. Someone asked, "What's a good one-word for your description for libertarians?" Said it's like house cats. They are convinced. They're proudly convinced of their total independence and autonomy, while in fact they are dependent on processes that they don't even begin to understand or indeed suspect the existence of. And that was what found. Johnson is a moderate conservative politically. It's just that he's personally unsuited to running a whelk stall. But in terms of his politics, he's exactly what Ukraine needs. And him and Wallace,
so
absolutely.
Funny, Nick, what you're saying is the same shit which Churchill got in 1935 to 1937. It's okay that you said this, because he was lambasted for his personality, for his failures, for his ludicrous attitude, his comical behavior, even his supposedly out-of-date censored dress. He was ridiculed for his opinions. He was ridiculed and reprimanded for his strict anti-communism, by the way. He was ridiculed for the fact that he thought that Mr. Gittler, the Austrian postcard painter, low-level corporal, was a menace to decent society. And British media, all across the board, not just the right-wing, absolutely bloody fascists, of which you had many, but also the left-wing media, completely, utterly trying to piss in his boots all the time. All right? And he was still the greatest prime minister of all time. So
yeah, I think we have a way to go. I think we have a way to go with that on Johnson, but it will certainly be it will certainly be the fulfillment of the fulfillment of the wish to live in interesting times.
Sorry, he's not a Chinese dolt, and you know this. I'd rather have him take the flak for Wallace doing the job than anybody else. Gunny, what you think?
Nick is extremely well informed. We chat privately when he's not sending me nudes, he's a great bloke. I think where he misses it is he has to look at the electorate, the people. Right? Not everyone is as engaged in politics as he is. What have we got? We've got a bloke who has dubious morals, admittedly, but personality. He has made some quite outrageous fuck ups, but in terms of appealing to people, he is by far and away better than anything that we have in our political system at the moment. We are in a, if not in a state of war, a potential state of war. He has charisma. He fucks up frequently, but admittedly he got away with it. But he was deposed, and our electoral system, and like it or not, you either you vote for a party or you vote for a personality. And a lot of people voted for Boris, and what they saw was a flawed person who was summarily deposed in a palace coup by people who you could say have self-interest at heart and wanted someone else in who was going to progress their careers. Now, I have a massive problem with politics. I think out of millions and millions of people, the few hundred that we have in Westminster are not the very best that Britain can offer. I think we are saddled with a bunch of, for the most part, self-centered, self-serving, obnoxious, probably corrupt people who make their way into Westminster and lose their moral compass. And the attainment and retention of power is all that they care about. That is it. We're stuck with that system. That's democracy. And look over in the States, look at some of the things that Republicans are saying, look over in France, look over in Italy, you know, that's the perks of democracy. It's a flawed system in that people are flawed, and we elect people, and a lot of the electorate are not informed, and they just go on face value. They see what they see on TV, hear what they hear on the radio, and they go, oh, I quite like them, not realizing that actually they're a complete fucking idiot. However, if he's elected back, he's elected back because the government is in power for the next 2 years. Now, there are a lot of rumors of people saying, well, I'm not happy with that and I will trigger a by-election. Nobody forget, politics is about attainment and retention of power. It's not about what's doing right for the national good. It's not about what your moral compass points you at. It's not about you putting party political arguments aside and saying this country is facing huge difficulties. I need to get behind a leader that will take us through this. It will always about me. So that's the first thing. Will he be good in? Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Is he bonkers slightly? Does he have a moral compass that spins? You know, or it depends what side of the bed he gets out of. Yeah, absolutely. Does he recognize as a student of Churchill that evil must be faced off with and must be beaten? Yes, he does. And what we need is that now. With a decent chancellor, will he get us through the next 2 years, which is going to be absolutely essential? Will he be gone after that? Yeah, more than likely. That's all that I need, to be honest with you. All I need is someone in power who says this will not stand, who will fly back into Kyiv, who will continue to offer whatever assistance we can give, and who will just keep us bumping along through this economic nightmare that all countries are going to go through. You know, France, people in the UK say, look at France. France is a virtual paradise. Get fucked. It's not, right? Nowhere in Europe is going to get through the next 2 years untouched. Everyone is going to suffer. But that's secondary to beating what is happening in Ukraine and then recovery after. Get rid of him after that. That's fine. I've got no problem with that. But there is no one in the UK political system who understands how important it is that we stand with Ukraine. Keir Starmer, the problem with the Labour Party is momentum are hanging in the wings. And momentum are an insidious, nasty, Kremlin-sponsored, terrorist-supporting, God-fucking awful organisation who still pulls strings in that party. And as someone who voted for Blair, and I thought that Blair was absolutely bang on. He was bang on with the intervention in Kosovo. I think he was right about Afghan. Absolutely. Iraq, you know, that's a different subject entirely. But traditionally in the UK, the Labour Party invested in defence more than the Conservatives. It's not really appreciated. But yeah, I've been a Labour Party supporter before. Do I trust Starmer? Do I trust the Labour Party to get into power and not be overtaken by momentum or the hard left? You know, with that fucking ginger thing that he's got as a deputy leader? No, not at all. So the Conservatives, I think, are stuck here. Predictions for a general election make Labour the government, and the Liberal Democrats, who the fuck are they? No, who is it? Ed Davis, I think, just off the top of my head. No one's even heard of them. They're going to form Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. So that's a Conservative Party destroyed for 5-10 years and possibly splitting along fracture lines that will mean we'll have something called the Reform Party or something like that. We can't afford that. It will need someone who can hold the government together for 18, 24 months. After that, fine, happy days, hold a general election. Once Ukraine's won, if the economic situation is so bad, go to the electorate and let's have a vote. And if that means getting a Labour Party in, fine. I've got no problem with that. But this is a war situation in my mind, and we need someone who is going to hold the country together and be steadfast on the international stage. Richie Sunak? I mean, really? He's a greasy weasel. There's nothing to him. Penny Mordaunt, ex-military, Royal Navy Reserve, but she minced around in an honorary captain's uniform, which completely lost me. Tom Tugendhat, who would basically declare war on anyone. He would declare nuclear war on someone who he caught nicking his bike out of his back garden. There are precious little options there, I think. So I don't know. We'll see in 7 days. My main concern is support for Ukraine. The only other option I can see really is Ben Wallace, and I don't think he would take this over. I think Ben Wallace, like Johnny Mercer, are so sickened by they're disgusted by the way Westminster works. I think Ben Wallace will probably be happy just to take defence on, keep it. And if the government reneges on defence expenditure, he will probably say "fuck you" and walk.
All right, Gunny, help us out. Help our audio engineers out, because they have to bleep out about 98% of what you talk. So no, I'm just kidding, like 12%.
Oh, fucking sorry, mate. I didn't realise I was swearing that much.
Oh my goodness, it's like, I guess the drunken sailor expression has a basis somewhere, no? But not drunk right now, but I'm saying in general. No, it's bad too. In the army, we do it all the time. I've had to totally take half of my brain out, which left me with nothing. But thanks. Hey, Gunny, though, I'd push back on something. As much as you can imagine, I don't appreciate momentum. Do you really think Momentum or any of those groups would ever have any pull with Starmer? Not a chance. He's kicked out half of them. Come on,
mate. I don't.
That was one of only two things in what Gunny said that I was going to disagree with, and the other is it's not me sending you the nudes. So check the from.
I was actually going to say, Nick, keep sending the nudes. I don't believe I had to say that in public, but the one with a rabbit is amazing.
We all feel a little more unwell after hearing that. But yeah, no, I mean, come on, Momentum's done. They're done. That's what I think.
No, I don't think so, mate. I think it was not back after the general election. There is a very substantial amount of support for that. I would look at our trade unions. We're facing potentially a lot of strikes, and a lot of those strikes are being initiated by trade unions who are sympathetic to Putin's cause. Yeah, looking at you, RMT, they are, their deputy leader in particular is a nasty bit of work. So they smell blood. Unions, and I can say this, mate, because I'm an accredited workplace organizer in a very big union, and I've been through all the courses. I'm a firm believer in unions, absolutely. In stuff like mental health and mental well-being, unions in a lot of ways, certainly the one I'm in, is massively ahead of the military. And I say that as a former senior NCO. I tell you what, Yehuda, if I'd had the training that the union gave me as a senior NCO in the army, I'd have been far better equipped to deal with my boys and girls with a lot of issues. So unions are absolutely vital. The problem is they're political. They are affiliated, and therefore they are having an adverse impact on politics of the UK. They are extremely powerful, and they're very worrying. And I've sat on enough courses And as you can imagine, mate, if you imagine me in a classroom being taught by a union member who is a firm Corbyn supporter, it was pretty much chairs going across the classroom and attacking each other. So yeah, don't dismiss that influence on the Labour Party. It is there, and a lot of the Labour cabinet, including the head of the Labour Party, served in Corbyn's shadow
true.
cabinet.
I mean, he was an exception. Listen, there's so many people that want to address those points, Gunny. I do have a solution though that could fix everything. We give make Ken McCluskey a Duke. Problem solved. It'll all disappear. Just an idea. Nick and Gunny, a Duke and an Earl, something like that. It might work. Who's next? Wendy. You got a lot of people. I think you riled a lot of people up, Gunny.
Thanks, Yehuda. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, just reflecting on being lucky to live in a country where we don't have to tolerate a president for life, and we get to give our politicians a hard time once in a while, which they very much deserve. I can't say I know precisely the order of hands, so I think the batting order is Jorn, then Lunchtime, then Pauli, then John.
I think I'm last, actually, of all the hands up.
Right,
I think it was me actually, Wendy. I kind of just popped up to say, well, I first of all popped up to say to Dorman that I was just curious about his opinion whether the return of Bojo might require the British people to decide whether to leave or remain once again. But he's gone, so my salad joke has sadly fallen on deaf ears. But I think it's slightly unfair to say that Starmer would sort of desert the cause, so to speak. Yes, there is this sort of this movement within the Labour Party, but as Yehuda pointed out, it is being taken care of. There is a no nonsense air to Starmer recently. Not that recently, actually, where he just won't tolerate this stuff anymore. Jeremy Corbyn, for example, was unceremoniously kicked out. I think also the British public at large would not tolerate this sort of softening towards Ukraine. It's people still, I mean, they don't necessarily personally remember, but we've all grown up being educated about the stories of the Blitz, about being bombed. And when you see that happening in Ukraine, as a British person, there is something that chimes deep within, a chime of sympathy towards a people seeking so bravely for their own freedom. So I really don't think that's a particularly fair assessment. Also, bear in mind that Starmer has actually run stuff before, and he's actually he's competent. You know, Boris is witty and funny and all that sort of stuff. But he's the one who put the son of a KGB guy in the House of Lords. And he's the one that plays tennis with various oligarchs and so on. The Daily Telegraph reported recently that some oligarch's daughter is up there in Tory circles helping to write speeches or God knows what else. So I don't think it's fair to characterize only the left as having a problem with infiltration. It certainly has been the case historically, but it's certainly not the case now. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah,
Could I just counter that, if you don't mind, Yehuda?
Go for it.
Yeah, Keir Starmer served in the shadow cabinet of a man who attended the Wolf Tone memorial dinner for a bunch of IRA terrorists who were killed in an SAS ambush. He was also arrested outside during a protest about a IRA active service unit being detained and tried, and he is a known supporter of Hamas. He historically hold on, mate. So if you serve in the cabinet of a man who is a known terrorist supporter, in my books, regardless of your own personal opinion, you sold your soul. What that man did was he went, do you know what? I want to progress in life. Therefore, Jeremy Corbyn has formed a cabinet and I will join that cabinet. regardless of the fact that the man supported the IRA and the IRA were responsible for civilian and military deaths in the UK. He did it. Therefore, he can get fucked, mate. I'm sorry, but that's just the way that it goes. And yeah, absolutely, you're right. There are politicians on all sides who have extremely flexible, Stretch Armstrong morals and principles. But to me, if you're going to be the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition and you knowingly took up a position with a man who supported organizations who were intent on killing me because I was in the military, I ain't buying it. Sorry, fella. That's not right. That's not that's not honourable. And he displayed a very flexible moral compass there.
So
Yeah,
instead, you choose to support someone who literally made the son of a KGB officer a lord. It doesn't make any sense, Gunny.
know.
I
We
hear
can go
what you're
back and
saying.
forth.
There is something called political pragmatism. You can only deal with the idiot leader that your party has in charge if you want to change things. You can't just form a new Labour Party and then start from scratch. This is called guilt by association. It's smearing, and it's just not appropriate.
All right, we're gonna have to
So
leave that as
being
a
a member of
comment.
the Reichstag is just being practical and supporting Hitler as he starts on the Holocaust. Come on, mate. You're better than that. All right. The man is an anti-Semite. The man is a terrorist supporter. The man is a rabid socialist. The man is a danger to the UK, and Keir Starmer served in his cabinet. Now, if it was you or me, right, would we take up a position, or would we go, do you know what, you're beyond the pale?
Okay, so Gunny, let me ask you this question, just to play devil's advocate. We'll touch on it and then we'll switch to another subject. We've got a lot of hands up, but what if the adults in the room said, "Hey, listen, Keir, he wants you on to make it look like he's being inclusive. Just keep an eye on him because he's a nut job." And Keir said, "Okay, I'll go in there and I'll swallow my pride and just make sure I can influence him and not, is that something that you would go for?"
Would you? Because I wouldn't.
I didn't say I would, but I mean, maybe that's his position. Maybe it's like it was the lesser of two evils. At least I was close to him to make sure he wasn't burning the house down. But then you could argue that you could do that from the outside. Okay, let's go to John and let's get some other input in here, guys. John, beyond Paulie, then Jorn.
Hey everyone. Yeah, I just it's really interesting, and I guess I want to pull it back to Ukraine slightly in the sense of what's the best outcome for Ukraine of all this. I mean, I'm a lifelong Labour voter, but I do worry that a Labour government would have a lot of competing demands on its resources because of the various promises they make, and that there would be pressure within Labour to be less militaristic, whereas sometimes in a time of international conflict, you need someone who's got a very clear set of goals, whatever Johnson's moral compass, on a personal level. That sort of Churchillian view that he has, I think possibly was the kind of, and there would be other people in the Tory party who could do the same thing. But I'm interested in betting odds on politics. I think they tell an interesting story. And throughout all of this, Richie, there you go, there's a Freudian slip. Richie Sunak has been a constant favourite, odds-on favourite. But you could have got like 9-1 on Johnson earlier today, and then it's gradually drifted in. And in the space of 10 minutes, it was 5-1, which is 6 in American odds. 7-2, which is 4.5 in American odds, and then it's now some bookmakers have him at 2-1. So he's drifted right in. No question that there's a lot of money going on him, and often the bookmakers are quite good predictors, not always, of what can happen. And the person who's suffering is Penny Mordaunt, who I think actually would probably make a good compromise leader in some ways in terms of Ukraine, because she's got a lot of military connections. She's drifted out to where Johnson was earlier today. She's now, you can get up to 6-1 her last time I looked. So yeah, I think the in amongst all of this, especially in a week-long process, the bookmakers are often an interesting guide. In the United States, obviously, bookmakers aren't necessarily a thing. The American listeners, well, they do exist, but they're not on every street corner like they are in the United Kingdom. So, yeah, I don't know who I support, but yeah, just in terms of Ukraine, I certainly think a stable Conservative Party right now and someone who can put the British economy back on even heel would be a good call. And I guess any of those three probably. Maybe in some ways Johnson would be the least reliable just because of the upheaval it would cause. But yeah, a bit of stability will be in call. And I do feel there isn't going to be an election because they've got such a majority. And I do also feel that, you know, as a sort of former Labour member, there is a significant number of people on the left in Labour that would be, you know, Momentum is one movement. There's been many movements on the left. It was militant when I was a kid, and they do exist, and the right leader can bring them about. So I guess it's a good thing that the current Labour leader is there, because I guess the centre is usually the sensible place to be. But yeah, just it was interesting to see the odds just absolutely collapse on Boris Johnson in about 10 minutes today. Fascinating to watch. Maybe he'll be favourite at one point. I don't know.
What did I tell you at that point in time when you were running the odds and we were chatting, and this continued?
Yeah, it seems to have sort of set. I mean, it's the markets, isn't it? So that's why it's a good indicator. It's the markets, and it seems to have settled at the moment on sort of 2-1. But it's interesting. Penny Mordaunt's drifted out, which I think is a shame. But we'll know. I think that it will continue to move around. Yeah, it's on a short notice, short procedure. You can't, you know, it's an opportunity for a crazy
All
investment.
right. Let's land the British plane. We're getting a lot of hate mail that it's too much about local British politics, and I like it myself, but I think some other people have it's run the course. So let's delimify, and we'll go to. Does everyone have? You like that? Let's go to Bionade or Polly or Jorn. Let's if we can angle it back to maybe, how about this? UK support for Ukraine, no matter who the prime minister is. Let's go. What do you think? Bionada.
Yeah,
Limonada.
absolutely. Absolutely, and just for the support of Ukraine, I would like to see Boris again. But I'm not a British citizen, so I have no vote there, and I don't want to influence anyone. So, hey, Yehuda, I have a military-related question for you. How is it in the military? I mean, I worked as a volunteer firefighter, and you have to have a close connection to the people you work with, and which your life may depend on. Do you have political discussions with your staff and people you work with and the
No.
people you commandeer?
Nope. Absolutely
Nope.
not. We do politics at the door. We don't talk about the government of the day. You know, everyone has different voices and opinions, especially if you're a different rank than someone. It could be looked upon as maybe bullying or something like that. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying that, you know, I would never feel comfortable whatsoever. There's certain you know, you should be neutral, especially in any position of authority. You're pretty much mandated to be neutral on things. You know, policy is policy. If you have friends and you hang out after work and you say, I don't like this guy, or I like that girl, and I don't like this party and I like that one, that's up to you. But it's not on. It's generally, you know, if you're on base and it's not, it's considered, I'd say in Canada, at least growing up, as a teenager, I would say it was bad form for people to discuss what parties they voted for. We didn't know if your neighbor was a liberal or a conservative unless they wanted to put a sign up, and not many people put signs up on their lawns. So I think that's, I know it's big in the UK. It's definitely not big in Canada. It wasn't big 20, 30 years ago. It might be bigger now, but generally who you vote for is your business. Almost like a secret ballot, I find. I think it's better that way. That's
Yeah,
me.
absolutely. But obviously, if you see someone with really extremist political leanings or something like this, I mean, you have a close eye on this. That's the point. You used to have if I would guess.
Well, I mean, listen, if someone has Nazi flags in their shacks, where they're billeted, that's not allowed, and they're going to get reported and dealt with. It's just, but other than that, I wouldn't know if I have a soldier that loves the Freedom Convoy and thinks bad things of the government. I wouldn't know, because it's just not a conversation we have. If you put it out there, it could be either or. You could be far one side or far the other. But if it spills over into your work, it's considered a no-no. It's not. It's definitely not on. It's not an appropriate behavior. And I would say that's the same for pretty much all government employees. They're representing during work hours their government. So that's your employer. You don't work at Dell and Dell Computers and walk around saying IBM is way better and Dell sucks. I hate Dell. It's probably not going to work out well for you, right?
So it only becomes a problem when it becomes apparent.
Well, unless we were spying on all of our troops, we really wouldn't know what their political leanings are, right? So we don't do that. I mean, if you express, values that are contrary to the ethos of the Canadian Armed Forces, you can expect a problem. That's the best way I could put it, right?
Yehuda, you missed my apparent joke, but okay.
It became a joke. It became a dad joke all of a sudden.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's only when it becomes apparent.
That's right. But I think my delivery was slightly better.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Thanks for that, Fiona. Let's go to Polly, then Jorn, and then lunchtime.
Yeah, good evening, Yehuda. Military updates. Do you have anything to share regarding Troitske direction or Milo direction, or anything else you would like to share your humble listeners? Thank you.
I don't have anything worthwhile. It's not different from the last one. I could repeat the last one. I would just say enabling operations are underway in Kherson Oblast to set the conditions to conduct a counteroffensive in Kherson, and the same would be true in Kharkiv and Luhansk Oblast. So we're getting there. I have my maps ready, and I have my my points scrolled out, but we're gonna have to wait for some more info. All right, let's go. Jorn, and Polly is slapping his leg with an elastic band. It sounds like. I'm not sure what that is.
It's like a fireplace. Yeah. Oh,
exactly.
Yeah. Well done. Are you in a sauna?
Yeah, sauna. That's game. We have everything.
Nice.
Bring it on winter.
Brilliant.
That's right. Screw Russian oil. Everyone is going to Polly's sauna.
100%.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to bring it back to British politics. I would just say that I've been a member of the Norwegian Labour Party for 15 years. I'm not anymore. Not only because of Ukraine, but mostly because of Ukraine. And I would just say that, well, they tried the rest of the Tory party. It's time for Boris Johnson to come back, because I'm sure there are other politicians. Also, a Labour government would be quite okay on Ukraine, but he's been an extraordinary leader when it comes to supporting Ukraine, also for the whole Western world. So I'd welcome him back. I don't know. I don't remember who exactly said it, but someone aired a general frustration towards the politicians of today, and I could mirror that. I have my own frustrations, especially with our prime minister. But I've been somewhat active in politics, not very high up, but enough that I thought that it was slowly killing me inside, and it's
Would
just
you say it
not
was killing you softly?
Yeah, it was killing me softly. Like, yeah, that's brilliant.
May I interrupt you with some breaking update? That's an actual machine making that noise. Paid good money for it. I'm going to give you an abridged version of the military update because it has to do with a bridge. So our good friends, and we expected this. So people said, when will they bomb the barge bridges? Well, apparently 20 minutes ago. It's nighttime-ish in Ukraine, and apparently, as the Russians have been eagerly moving heavy equipment across the bridge, the Ukrainian army has reached out and said, "Hello, is it me you're looking for?" And that was a guy named Leonid Rychikov-Shchenko. He sang that song as a probably, who knows, HIMARS, M777s, take your pick, things that go boom. I suspect the barge bridge is now a barge submarine. But our friend CJ just reported that with videos too. We were waiting for it, as you know. We were saying this yesterday. Expect at any time when a critical mass of Russian equipment was headed across the bridge, that a commensurate amount of Ukrainian missiles will greet them and say hello. Anyway, so I like that. I'm gonna copyright the name Leonid Rychichenko. I like it. Okay. So I just want to interrupt you. Please do go on. So look, it looks like these enabling operations, these shaping operations, different kinds of enabling operations we've gone through: reconnaissance and advanced contact and security and meeting engagements. All of these types of enabling operations are being undertaken by the Ukrainians, and we're going to see it to good effect. So up the guards, way to go. Way to go, Ukrainians, and artillery is proving that it is definitely the king of battle at the moment. So that was just an interruption. Please do continue, Jorn.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant news. I wasn't going to have wine tonight, but now I'm having bridge wine. So anyway, I can feel the general frustration towards politicians generally, but I think we've gotten a problem, and that's my experience as well, that you just the level of hate you get when you're in elected office is just enormous. There's a Norwegian MP that's a frequent listener in this space. He's not here right now, but people like him, I'm just so happy that he can be bothered to do the job, because I just wouldn't have it. And there are someone that wants it to be that way, and it influences what kind of people we are able to recruit to politics. People that are so ambitious that they don't care about that type of hate. And I see it on the pages of basically every elected politicians that has a Facebook page, but especially women and people of color. And it's the extreme density of Russian trolls in their comment section, with racism and whatnot. And they inflame the actual existing Norwegian trolls as well, and form the debate. So there is absolutely no doubt that the Russian troll farms for years has tried to demotivate politicians in a lot of Western countries, so that the general quality of our politicians would degrade. So I'm frustrated with a lot of politicians too, but I try to keep that in mind, and I'm just happy that someone is willing to do the work. Thanks.
That's a good point, by the way, Yehuda, isn't it? That they tried to make life for politicians and those who show civil engagement more difficult, to wear them down. And we should not let that happen. So thank you for your engagement, John.
Bridge wine, it's time.
All right, lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, Wendy. Well, we had a bunch of Scandinavian folk earlier talking about sauna, and I just wondered if they'd seen there's a tweet going around of apparently the Ukrainians have made a sauna in one of their trenches, which I thought was quite amazing, and I just wondered if anyone had seen it and what their thoughts were. And also, Yehuda, I think this Leonid chap used to be part of some band called the Komodorovs. Is that right?
That's what Commodore Enkos was. Commodore Chenkos. Yeah. So let's. So I personally, I see a lot of those war videos. Everyone can war is hell. And obviously, I don't shed a tear for the Russians being pushed out But personally, I don't watch them. At the end of the day, it's still a very serious subject. And although those soldiers are clear in their wrong, and maybe a good chunk of them are war criminals, yeah, you can do what you like with it. We won't post it on our social media, and that's just the position that we take, and that's just us. So I don't want to glorify violence or death and destruction. Whoever does it, obviously, we'll point out the war crimes that the Russians commit. And I just, and it could have an inverse effect as well. By some people might feel sorry for the Russians. I certainly don't. But it's still, I think it's, especially we have a responsibility. I feel as people who talk about this conflict and this invasion and this genocide. And I personally am not of the mind that we should glorify it. It is part of what the Ukrainians have to do the job they have to do to save their country. And I think it's better left spoken that way. But thank you for the other comments, and we're going to go to Bionada.
Yeah, I had a question. I just read about that the US intelligence services are saying that most likely Iranian drone operators were party on the attacks on Ukraine. In which case would this make Iran a party of the attacks or of the war against Ukraine? I mean, if this were people in the military, I'm pretty sure. But like private contractors or something like this, how was the ruling about this?
Leonardo, if I got your question right, distinguishing which parties are in favor of support for Ukraine, which are not.
No. Absolutely no. The U.S. intelligence services said that on the drone attacks on Ukraine, there were Iranian operators which supported the Russians with the drone attacks on Ukraine and the infrastructure. So the question is, what kind of status or what kind of employment doesn't matter for the political or for the international effect? You can say that Iran is a party of war. I mean, if it's if it's soldiers from Iran participating on this kind of actions, I mean, it's pretty clear that Iran is now party at the war. But if it's, for example, private contractors, it's maybe other thing.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, sorry. Do you have that, Wendy?
I think so, Yehuda. Whether Iranian contractors helping out the Muscovite invaders in their loitering munitions campaign against Ukraine are party to the war.
I wouldn't say they're contractors, Wendy. I'd say they're definitely Iranian Revolutionary Guards members who are in Ukraine, and I would say that they are fighting on behalf of Russia, using the drones themselves on behalf of Russia, which would make them complicit in war crimes. And that's why the European Union has authorized a series of new sanctions. For those who don't know, the European Union did not have as many sanctions on Iran as the United States has had for a variety of reasons. Mostly, sorry to point fingers at Germany, because of a lot of deals with Iran that some European countries have. And I think that time has come where they will say goodbye as well. The Iranians are definitely a state sponsor of terror. They've been doing it for years. It's not new. One of their biggest celebratory events that they seem to love is blowing up a Jewish orphanage in Argentina and killing 100 children and other people on account that they were Jewish. So Iran is not some Johnny-come-lately to this type of fight. They also assist the Russians in Syria, and they do all sorts of bad things in Lebanon and all over the world. They run the heroin business, worldwide opium trade. smuggling stuff out of Afghanistan. Truthfully, Iran's getting a lot of exposure that it probably doesn't want. That's why the Russians have threatened to, well, they've already said they will now reassess their relationship with Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General. It is so bizarre, no one's ever even heard of it, and no one understands what it even means. It's like saying I'm reassessing my relationship with Taylor Swift, and she's going to be in trouble. I don't know what it means. No one cares what I think. Maybe Taylor cares about what I think, but I mean, other than that, no one really cares what I think, and neither does anyone care what Russia thinks about Guterres. It's not like he's going to, Russian Disneyland with his grandchildren, because there isn't one or anything to do. So they've gotten mad because the Russians don't want the Iranians to be embarrassed, because the Iranians are pissed that their drone. It's obvious that their drones are being used. Obviously, the Russians did not make identical drones that the Iranians had. The United States, other intelligence agencies from various countries around the world are able to determine, things like flights, even if they don't have transponders, and where is this flying to, and where do these materials come from. And it's clear as day that the Iranians have transferred hundreds and hundreds of these drones, possibly thousands, and also surface-to-surface missiles. So it's going to get messy. Yes, you heard it very clearly. The Iranians are supporting Russia by manning and controlling the drones. I assume they can't be bothered. Who knows? Maybe the first batch the Russians tried using, and being as incompetent as they are, didn't do the job properly. So the Iranians said, "Oh, we'll do it for you," and maybe it's practice for the Iranians. But all around, it's bad news. It's good news for the free world. It's good news for the people that Iran tax on a regular basis, because the world won't have it, and hopefully they can impose even more crippling sanctions on the Iranian regime and their kleptocracy. They have a very similar kleptocracy with their theocratic leaders and also their Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which are a bunch of thugs who murder little girls on the streets of Tehran and other places in Iran, because they can't fight. They certainly can't fight, a real army. They certainly can't fight Israel, for example. So the next closest thing are 16-year-old girls that they beat to death. It's a shame, and hopefully that regime falls down too, because that's a garbage regime.
Yehuda, would it legitimize strikes on Iran from Ukraine? I mean, if they are party of the war now, like they say, sending soldiers shooting at Ukraine, would it legitimize, for example, Ukraine saying, "Okay, now we're taking out, however we do it"? That's another question. But now we take out your drone facilities and everything like this.
Yeah, no, that's too far. Obviously, could they do it? No. If they could, would they? Probably not, because it's not the biggest threat right now is Russia. The Israelis did take out a Iranian drone factory in Syria, but we don't know if those drones are ever making it to Russia. Bottom line is they're debating on closing their embassy in Iran, which I would do once the truth and the facts are demonstrated for the world. I suspect that Ukraine will close its mission in Iran. Then again, you have to remember Iran also shoots down its own airliners or the Ukrainians on it. It's a Mickey Mouse fictional state. Obviously, a famous ancient empire or country civilization. However, the 40-year-old Islamic Republic of Iran is another bizarre creation of some very sick and twisted people. So they'll get theirs in the end, I suspect. All right, lunchtime.
Hi, Yehuda. I'm a bit confused about. So I mentioned this sauna thing, and somehow it sort of segued into war crimes.
I thought you were talking about the bombs dropped on Russians in trenches, and I thought that's what
No. It's literally no. Let's clarify that.
Oh, my apologies.
No problem. I added you in the comment for this. It's literally a sauna that's been built in a Ukrainian trench, like a proper sauna, and it looks amazing. I think it's just testament to. Oh, no problem at all. I thought there must have been some sort of miscommunication, but it looks amazing, as I say. And people are pointing out that it's very practical because it's warm and so on. You can sort of get clean and stay sort of healthy. Anyway, yes. So there we go. I just thought I'd clear that up. So
No worries,
all right.
you've cleared it. Yeah, no, I was
Cool,
referencing.
cool.
People were sending me pictures of explosives devices being dropped on people in trenches, and that's what happens. But I mean,
Oh
they were kind of
no,
a
I
little
have.
too giddy about it because you see the soldier, the enemy soldier, yeah, but writhing, and just not a good look. I think it's best to leave the soldiering to the soldiers to do that, and everything else is in God's hands. That's what I say.
I couldn't agree
Anyway,
more. No, that's not my thing.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway,
no,
cheers.
sorry, my apologies. All right, let's move past that dreadful topic of glorification. At the end of the day, anything that the Ukrainians do, I mean, the Russians on Ukrainian territory are fair game. There is no doubt about it. We just don't need to necessarily see all the details because that's what war is, and it's not pretty. But then again, this is a war brought by Russia, not just by Mr. Putin. Country got behind it, and they're gonna be run over by it eventually. All right, if anyone wants to jump in, I'm gonna see what I can dig up with respect to pardon me, with respect to the bridge, and I'll pass it off to Wendy so I can go look that up. It promises to be a good time.
Thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, an interesting day. It's certainly looks like it's hotting up around the Antonescu Bridge, where air defence is officially occurring. But it looks about as effective as a number 11's forward defensive shot from where I'm sitting. But yeah, there's certainly a time of political change. So if you'd like to ask any questions regarding anything connected with Ukraine and its defense against Russian invasion, please do request the mic or send us a DM. And come up to the speaker panel and put your hand up. We'd love to hear from you. And it's great to see Ben up here. Welcome, Ben.
If I don't press the button, nothing's going to happen, right? Thank you very much, Wendy. I hope you had a wonderful day. You always sound like you had a wonderful day. You're so cheery. But I guess that's what happened when you have such a beautiful name as Wendy. And what do I want to say? I shared a few things with Domin today, so I'm sure it will be of interest to some people. I just need to remember what it was. Let me see. Domin, here he is. Oh yeah, we had a wonderful discussion with Tomasz. You remember Tomasz, the Polish lawyer specialist in sanctions in Brussels? He opined on the legality of Putin's present to Berlusconi of 20 vodka bottles, and his professional opinion is that it is not legal and it is a breach of sanction, and Berlusconi should go to jail, or at least pay a very hefty fine, because this vodka is probably luxury vodka, and luxury goods are banned from export, and as such, he broke the law and should be punished. So that was amusing too, and it was, of course, it was mostly silly, but he answered with so much seriousness and smart that it was really fun. You know what? I'll retweet it. So if people want to see his brilliant answer, they can check it in my TL. So that's for it. Other than that, what happened? Yeah, I'm trying to follow what's happening. What's happening on the Dnipro, but I'm not sure I understand. Do you have a better idea?
No, we just mentioned, Ben, that that we knew that the Ukrainians would attack the barge bridge over the Dnipro. The question is when, and we posited that it would be when there was a critical mass of Russian heavy equipment coming across. And that's exactly what happened. They did it at night. Maybe the Russians thought that the magic Ukrainian weapons don't work at night or something. Maybe they thought they needed sunlight or something. I don't know. And they started moving across. And as CJ pointed out, a nice video of fireworks over the Orange Bridge. So, question is, what will it look like in the morning? And will they try to rebuild it? And then when will the Ukrainians hit it again? I guess the Ukrainians could do it all day, right? So there are Excalibur rounds, all sorts of different ways to hit it, and they're hitting it pretty hard. So that's amazing for Ukraine, and it means that I think that we're talking about a golden bridge to somewhere. Some Sun Tzu quote. I never bought it, and I'm glad I didn't because it's wrong. Because I said I wouldn't let him out, and the Ukrainians are saying we're not going to let him out. It's time for you to give up your stuff, surrender, or face the cold, hard reality of being destroyed in place. And that is a mission task for destroy, and that's life or death. Technically, it's death, if we're being honest. But without any avenues of escape, there are apparently pedestrian bridges. They can leave. They can't leave with their goods, and they can't use them later to kill Ukrainians. So I think that's the right move. It makes sense to me, and I guess they were just waiting. And the more equipment on that barge bridge, I suspect it's not a short one, so it's considerable. Who knows? They could have taken out a BTG's worth of armor, or mechanized some IFVs, or BTRs, and whatnot. So hope that helps, Ben.
Oh yeah, fantastic. And I'm glad we are in agreement because although I was never for golden bridges either, but of course in my case it's on purely aesthetical ground. Actually, the Russians have left a very golden bridge in Paris. It's called the Pont Alexandre III, and it's literally full of gold and glitter. It's truly, genuinely disgusting. Anyway, but thank you, Yehuda.
No worries. All right. Do come up, retweet the space. We do have good news from Washington. The trip that our team, for our friends from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, was a raving success. They got to testify at the Helsinki Commission. They got to meet congressmen and women. They had an all-around meaningful time in Washington, D.C. They met with the usual suspects, Senator Cardin's staff, DJ Skelter. DJ, great guy. John knows him. Amazing person. They got a lot of interaction, media. She even spoke at a conference via satellite link. It was a great time, and honestly, all because of all of you, all of the listeners. And we had to do it because she was really good to John Spencer. So it was kind of, no, I'm just kidding. It was our pleasure to do it because she's a great lady and a very, very incredibly intelligent and capable person. That's Natalia Kalmakova from the Veterans Foundation. It's an agency of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs Ukraine. And they increased their profile considerably while they were in Washington, D.C. And thank you to the team and all the listeners. We raised, I think, $15,000 to fly her and 7 others, veterans, including the mother of the Azovstal defender, who's the photographer. They went to New York, then Washington, and now they're going to Miami to another Ukrainian community there, and then back to Ukraine. It was a stunning success. Thank you. I'm sure if they were here, they'd thank all of you individually for all your help, even just by being in the room and supporting the space and having people show up. We thank you so very much because it's a big deal. We helped affect the lives of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian veterans for the future because of the work that this group did in the States to gain best practices, to raise awareness, to meet with senators and congressmen and women and be able to say, this is what we need this for. This is what we're doing. Can you please, is there best, can you tell us, how did you guys do it? Can we get your number? Can we get your contact information? Can you help us raise awareness? Can you ask the Europeans to help us? And this is how things get done. rubbing shoulders with people of similar skill sets and understandings, and you guys made it happen. So tip of the hat, thank you so much. And maybe John Spencer, if he can come up, he's welcome to. I'm not a co-host right now, so I can't do much. Ben, Wendy.
We are bringing him, or trying to at least. We are endeavoring.
He might be busy, but it's always nice to throw him the invite. Did anyone see the post? I don't do many posts, but when I do, I think they're rather creative. I did a post on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Russian Embassy in UK's post of a very unhappy-looking Sergei Lavrov. It says we're living or during an inflection point, or rather an inflection era. They should have just said inflection era. They didn't have to correct themselves. Since it's going to last, it is important to uphold not only socioeconomic interests of our country and citizens, but also
Okay, I think Yehuda just got a phone call.
No, I didn't. Can you hear me?
Or Mike.
Loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
I can hear you.
Thanks, lunchtime.
Sense of national pride, honor, and protection of our historical legacy. So I replied, the translation for us non-psychopaths is, it's time to make Russia terrible again. And I posted a picture of Ivan the Terrible. And I thought that was rather clever of me, and I hope you do too. Hit him with humor. You stab him with smiles. That's the way you deal with these clowns. Nick.
That prompted the thought. Did you see our friend Lewis got put in Twitter jail?
I heard what happened.
He posted the tweet, Russians are terrorists. And apparently this is inciting hatred against a group based on national identity. So I look forward to all of the official Russian government accounts of people like Lavrov and Medvedev getting suspended. But yeah, he wrote the 3-word tweet, Russians are terrorists, or that was what they cited at him, but I think that was the entire tweet. And he got a bonk from Twitter and sent to Twitter jail. He's back now.
Excellent.
I always, when I meet those trolls, I always write that the Russians are weak because they're so into being strong. So I just tell them they're weak all the time. They're losing because they're so weak, and they go absolutely mental.
Yeah, that would do it. Definitely hit him. There's an ego thing there.
Flaccid. Terms flaccid.
Sometimes I remind them
I
that we
once
have
said
nukes as
if
well.
only you had a strong LGBTQ component in your military, maybe you'd stand a chance against the Ukrainians. That also upsets them quite a bit, I find. They pride themselves on this toxic hyper-masculinity. Well, hasn't worked out for you there. Oh well.
They do seem awfully keen on their topless leader, though.
Oh yeah. I mean, him and animals, riding different animals, just weird. I ride horses myself, and I've never seen someone sit atop a horse in such a weird posture. I don't think he's ever ridden a horse. I think it's just it's for the probably a heavily sedated horse moping around. That's what some really bad riders do. If they have to go on parade, they sedate their horses, tranquilizer. Not too much, just enough. That's probably what they did to Putin there. Maybe they gave him one too. Who knows? Lunchtime.
On the subject of trolls and so on, I do recommend if you feel like doing something about them to join the Digital Forces of Ukraine. They have several channels on their Discord to
Lunchtime, you might be speaking into a muted mic.
Oh. Hi, can you hear me?
You're fine. It's Wendy having problems.
Can you hear me? Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, that's much better.
Okay.
Much better.
I think what happens is I've got Bluetooth headphones, and when they run low on battery, they do weird things to the mic for some reason. But yes, so I was just recommending the Digital Forces of Ukraine.
All right, we're just going to cycle lunchtime down because he's having a little.
Wendy,
Yes,
it's you having the issue. Everybody else can hear lunchtime.
I like this game.
Okay. Shall I proceed? Okay.
Please proceed, and we'll have a word with Wendy in the background and take him to the woodshed.
Where he will be dealt with, to quote you from earlier in the day, which was hilarious.
No, but we'll have a glass of port.
Okay, and with that, Nick, I think
Wendy, lunchtime is still talking. Please. This is so funny. Lunchtime, please go on.
Thanks. Yeah, gosh, I cycled down for some reason. Okay, so just a quick mic check, just to be sure.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. So
can't hear anything.
Oh God. So I was recommending the Digital Forces of Ukraine Discord as a good place to report this sort of stuff. It's not just Twitter, but a number of social media, and they have several sort of initiatives. If you wish to combat the stuff that happens online, the rather unfortunate. It's not just unfortunate, it's hateful, despicable stuff that you see. Also, I will plug again the online hate combating tool that I occasionally retweet on my timeline. I'll just do it now, or perhaps I can send it to one of the co-hosts to put in the nest, or I could stick it on the nest. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Stick it.
Okay, dokes, I'll just do that in 2 secs. All right, cheers.
All right. Well, voice is not great right now. So I think we're very lucky to welcome 30 years veteran of the wine trade, Tim. I'm sorry to put you on the spot so quickly, but I know someone who would be delighted to hear you speak about the relationship between the wine trade and Ukraine and modern European politics. So the floor is yours. Tim, the button is on the bottom left of the screen. Oh, right, never mind. Tim is a bit shy right now, I guess. Apologies. So, what else happened? Wendy, did you get to see that that video of the Antonovsky Bridge? I'm sorry to bang on this, but I understand nothing. I see darkness and a few flashes, and I don't get what's going on. You're an intelligent man. Do you have any idea?
Well, to the best of my intelligence, Ben, that was a reenactment of the Playmobil Space series, where they build a bridge out of Playmobil, and it's better than the real life one, which is currently being used to replace the Antonescu Bridge. So I did see that video. It's rather dark. It's kind of difficult to work out what's going on, but something is definitely happening, and it involves booms and bangs in opportune locations.
Oh, thank you. That's exceedingly helpful. I do see there's booms and bangs, but I see like tracers going up and then disappearing, and I've got CJ in DMs going like, yeah, this is very interesting. We can all see what's happening, and I'm like, I don't understand at all. I have no idea what's happening. Is it good news? Is it bad news? Are they like? Is there some poor sailboat getting sink and sending flares to? I have no idea what's going on.
I think if that was a bonfire night that I went to, Ben, and I bought tickets for that, I think anybody would be pretty disappointed by that particular fireworks display. It just doesn't seem to be particularly well managed. There's just the odd one going off every now and then. I've seen better.
Yeah, you know where the best fireworks are? Portugal. For some reason, I think they invest like 3% of GDP in their fireworks. They're amazing.
Hi everyone. I'm laughing because I'm very afraid of fireworks. I run away from them myself, but I was laughing, Ben. I didn't know that that our fireworks are so good, especially in Madeira Island. I think they are on New Year's Eve. Sorry, this time is me with COVID, so Ben, you can't be complaining that I didn't get COVID, but I would like to ask you something that I've been wondering around because I read it and I don't know if I read it correctly. Are the Ukrainians afraid that the Russians are preparing a false flag attack on that dam in Kherson?
Well, okay. On the one hand, it is true that the Russians have been wont to be committing this sort of false flag attacks, and we can never put it past them. On the other hand, do you have any we should always be careful of this sort of announcement. There've been quite a few, and then we're getting into a game theory thing, which is, are they saying it to prevent it from happening because it's true, or are they saying it because it's not true because they want something else to happen? It's super complex, and honestly, you it's better to look at the bonfire rather than to try to understand. As far as I know, and I don't know very far, but as far as I know, there's been no evidence of anything happening at the moment that may explain a false flag attack, and I don't understand why they would make one now. And finally, I don't see what would be the interest for them to do it. But if you have more ample information, you're welcome to share.
No, I just read a Twitter about that, and I just wanted to make sure that it was the correct information, because you know that in the timelines you get a lot of information that is not confirmed, and it was what I wanted to ask. Thank you for your explanation.
Hopefully, the only flag we'll see in Kherson coming from Russia is the white one. But yeah, we can not put anything past them, and on the other hand, there's zero information. So I don't believe there's any reason to be more afraid of this than anything else. And as Axel, you see what I'm talking about? Axel, tall guy, bushy beard, has said quite a few times, the last true weapon that the Russians are wielding at the moment is fear. That's the only one they know to use, and that's literally the last one in their arsenal. So, making us afraid of false flag attack, of terrorism attacks, of nuclear weapon attacks, or whatever, new types of torpedoes, whatever it is. That's what they're trying to they're puffing their chest and little else, as far and until we see any difference. But I think Wendy has something smarter to say.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I was just reflecting on. I mean, a false flag can't really be a false flag if people know exactly what's going on. It's a bit like kicking your neighbour's dustbin over with your neighbour watching on through their kitchen window and knowing exactly what's happening. But levity aside, yeah, it's. I think it's important. Spring's point was a good one because it's important to reflect perhaps on how many times these threats have been made and how many times they've been made through trying to scare this incredible wave of international solidarity for Ukraine and its defense away from supporting Ukraine. And consistently over the last 8 months and since 2014, we've heard these threats, and we know them now for what they are. So yeah, it's important, as Spring said, to stay conscious of what is being said, but also to recognise it for what it is. Thanks, Spring. Thanks, Ben.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna drop Bayonetta because, well, you know, I need to drop someone, and he's the youngest, so old Navy tradition. We're dropping him there. All right. Tim, I saw you know how to use your mic because I saw it going on, and I'm still wondering whether you can tell us something about the wine trade.
Oh, hi, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, I've been working in the wine business for over 30 years, not selling to consumers, but selling into the trade. I work for various importers in the UK. And I believe it's something I don't know very much about, but I believe that Ukraine has a small wine growing area.
Yes, I think they do. I think there's. I don't know if you listen to the space often, but we have a great wine specialist in our midst. If you ever get a chance to ask him the question, he will tell you infinite. I can ever hope to give you information about.
Cool. This is the first time joining anything like this, and I'm just really interested in what everybody's got to say. I did particularly want to ask a question of someone who's listening. I see we got John Spencer listening on here, and he's one of I think the world's experts on both conventional and asymmetric warfare. And I wondered, he put some very interesting tweets up as how to during the battle for Kiev, how defenders could make the best of their surroundings to defend the area. And I just wondered what his opinion is on the difference between those kind of tactics and the tactics that need to be used offensively now and seem to be working really well for the Ukrainian forces. I just wondered if he was able to comment on that.
Well, those are definitely some of the questions we've been asking recently. His answers tend to focus on 2 points. The first one is tear gas, and the second one is flamethrowers. I'm joking, but at the same time, that's what he says. There are specialized equipment that have a tremendous impact on the efficiency of offensive troops in an urban environment. He and Major Giroux have some statistics on this going back to Vietnam, I think, and they're both extremely convincing and absolutely frightening.
Yes, I can imagine. I was just thinking particularly about the battle for Kherson that seems to be has already started, but it seems like it's progressing, and obviously nobody wants to talk about anything that they shouldn't do on a forum like this. But I was just interested in how the tactics have changed, without giving anything away, obviously.
Okay, again, I cannot pretend to be even a specialist. I know neither urban nor warfare. I'm a complete idiot. I can just repeat what he said before. And one of the things he mentioned is that ultimately defense is a lot easier than offense in this context. And this is one of the reasons why Ukrainian troops have been trained heavily by their allies, especially in Britain. And they followed those tactics. They know them. They're up to snuff. They have the standard, and they have the experience of the defense, which is already something. But yeah, it's unlikely that we're going to see the territorial defense guys taking their shotgun and defending their neighborhood anymore. This is serious professional stuff, and that's what they have, and that's what they do.
Yeah, the professionalism of the Ukrainian forces has been awe-inspiring, and I'm really glad that we were able to help in the training and here in Britain.
Okay, well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Don't hesitate to come back to us if you got good deals on wine.
I will do.
In the meantime, Marcus has joined us. Not joined us, but Marcus is raising his hand. And
thank you very much, Ben. Tim, I just wanted to address your question about wines from Ukraine. Having spent a number of months there recently, and over a number of years, they make some tremendous wines. Once all of this nonsense is over, I'm really hoping that companies are going to step up and start to import the wines from Ukraine into their own countries. Odessa has thousands of hectares of vineyards, Kherson as well, Mykolaiv, and of course the Transcarpathians as well. There are some in Crimea, but God knows what they're actually doing these days. But they make some beautiful wines. So if you do a bit of research, you'll find a sufficient amount of information on those things. Highly recommend them. Highly recommend.
Thank you, Marcus. It's something I've been looking into a little bit, but I haven't had much time. I just started a new job, so I'm after 33 years in the business and taking all the qualifications, I know a lot about most of them, the major and some of the minor wine growing areas of the world. But I have to say that Ukraine was not on my radar until just recently. So I will definitely look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully understand. It wasn't on my radar until 2019 when it was recommended by a friend of mine to go and visit. It was not on my bucket list. Fell in love with the country. Married a Ukrainian lady, and my family and friends are all over there and going through these air raid sirens on a daily basis. And so I'm doing everything I can with MriyaAid. I joined MriyaAid right at the get-go because I know a lot of the same people, and we're all either former serving military or current serving military, and so we're doing our bit. So, thanks to, all the listeners and the contributions that you guys make in assisting us to get the much needed aid. It's absolutely fantastic. And having a community of people like this is just so heartwarming. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Marcus.
fantastic. Wine tips. That's ultimately, if there's nothing else we can provide this wine tips. Mr. Oker, welcome on board.
Hello,
my friend. How do you do?
I was just going to suggest to Tim, if he doesn't already, that he gets in touch with Doman Present, or I don't know how you say it. You say it totally differently to that, but Doman. Anyway, he's a wine guy, loves his wine, very knowledgeable, learning all about Ukrainian wine. So I'm sure he'd be able to give you some hints and tips.
Well, thank you. I'll definitely do that.
Okay, and we're always happy to be joined by Jorn from Norway. How do you do?
I'm just happy to hear Marcus talk about Ukrainian wine because I'm literally going to start importing goods from Ukraine just to get into there. So if you could hit me up with a DM on what wines I should focus on, and if you have any contacts, I would be very happy about that as well to import it to Norway.
Well, that's the kind of solution we like to hear on this space, Jorn. Thank you. Yeah, exports from Ukraine, from Ukrainian winemakers. I like this idea.
Solution in Norway where you could form I have a couple of companies from before, but you could make an idealistic company where you're not able to take out profits. They're going to do that and to import goods from Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. And whatever profits we have, we're going to donate back to Ukraine through different organizations and means. So business model, but I wouldn't. I'm going to drink some of the wine myself, so I would like tips on what's good.
Yeah, there was 100%. There was a similar initiative with Ukrainian beer. So yeah, it would be really nice. I'm sure this has happened already. I'm probably the wrong person to ask, but it would be really great to see something that happened with Ukrainian beer also happened with Ukrainian wine.
I got the ID from a shop, just a random shop across the street from where I work. 2 days after the war started, they had a big Ukrainian flag on their shop. So I went there to shop and I commented on the flag, and he said, "Well, we have a whole fridge with Ukrainian beer." So I've mainly only been drinking Ukrainian beer since the war started.
Come on, give us some advertisement. What's the name of the beer?
I just don't remember any of the names, but one of those, the company that started making Molotov cocktails is one of the ones that I've been drinking.
So that's made, yeah, Jorn, I've sent you a DM, by the way, and I'll follow up with some more information on the wines. The beer that you're talking about is brewed by a company called Pravda, Truth. They're based out of Lviv. I've been to their factory. A friend of mine is one of the managing directors there. When the war broke out, they have a beer they've been selling for a number of years called Putin Julio. Putin's a dickhead, and it's got him sitting on the label. It's got him sitting on a throne with some little minion in his lap, and it was quite a good seller. When the war broke out, they had a number of those bottles with the labels. They stopped selling the beer, and they donated all of the bottles to the local defense folk so that they could make Molotov cocktails, or as they rebranded the name to Bandera smoothies. And they have a whole range of beers. They're absolutely fantastic. And if you're ever in Lviv, I highly recommend a visit to Rynnyk Square, where they have their main sort of bar restaurant, and you can sample all of them there. Absolutely terrific. But the whole reason, about this wine and this beer is supporting the Ukrainian industries, who went through a horrific time when the war started. And as Ukraine rebuilds, obviously we'll have some sort of, Marshall Plan to assist. But it's all these small, medium enterprises that have suffered that need a hand, and they're absolutely brilliant. I know a lot of the high tech companies that are there. These guys are just world class, and they do work for a lot of European and Canadian and American companies who outsource a lot of stuff to them. But we really do need to have some sort of ability to help these guys as they start to lift themselves out of the disaster that's facing the country. Thanks.
Brilliant. And I've hired people from Ukraine for small tasks through my work. They're very efficient and brilliant, and it's a good way to pay people in Ukraine to do stuff that you need outsourced. And I also think a part of the rebuilding is going to be the travel industry. So if anyone has any tips on things to do in Ukraine for both businesses and people traveling, I'd love.
I'll DM you, Ben.
Bringing people to Ukraine after the war is a very good way of putting money into local communities and help rebuild.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, I need to make a choice between Finland and Norway. I'll go with Norway, just to annoy you know whom. Erland, come stai?
Tutto bene. Te? Ti sento un po' malato?
Un bocadinho.
Poor guy. You're not well, are you?
I'll survive, unlike
good.
some of the Vatniks.
Okay. It's not the Twitter box.
It is scratchy.
Okay. Jörn, this idea of yours with importing wine is great. But is there any way that we could get this into the Norwegian wine monopoly? Have you checked?
But you can, yeah. I have people that has imported alcohol to Norway before, so they know the rules and a way to get a liquor license. So I don't think we're going to get it into the shops, but you'll get it onto the list so they can order it. But I know a lot of restaurant people as well, so we'll get it into the market, especially directly to restaurants. And I think there's a lot of people that would find wine from these from especially Ukraine, but also the other countries we're looking at. Will have a lot of sympathy, and when they'll have it again because it's excellent quality.
Where is this beer shop? I would like to try it.
Bikamat,
What?
very Bikamat Colonial. It's by Klingenberg Kino in the middle of Oslo center.
I'll check it out. Thank you very much. It sounds very interesting.
Eat here and do this in front of everyone.
Marcus, Jorn, Erland, if you can send me by DM the addresses you're talking about, then I can make a post and we'll put it in the nest in the coming hour. All right, and now we're going to.
Well, the problem, wine monopoly is like the nationwide wine store, so I don't have any locations that I can tip anyone about, unfortunately. But it would be awesome if
the
we
beer
could.
shop in Oslo.
Cool. It would be awesome though if we could manage to get the Norwegian wine monopoly to brand this as some kind of aid, because it's quite typical Norwegian to do that kind of stuff and commit to it.
Because saying something possible and something positive about alcohol in Norway is next to murder, so they can't in any way because it's alcohol is evil, you know.
Yeah, the Systembolaget is really difficult to sell to. I've worked with companies that have where the producers from France and Spain and Italy have tried to get into the Systembolaget, and it's really hard. They almost, for people who are supposed to be buying wine for Norway, they really don't seem to like alcohol at all.
May I propose a name for the operation of aid through wine? It's a sort of a buy one get one free, and you'd call it another helping. What about this? Okay, saving ourselves from bad
Good
puns.
wine, Ben. Good wine you don't get that way. Buy one, get one free. Come on. Good wine you get from the vintner.
You're quite right. So it's going to be buy one and get the second one double the price.
Alco aid.
French.
Come on, Alco aid.
No, that's for bad vodka. That doesn't work. Okay. So
Ben, as the considerate Frenchman, is just making fun of all of us.
absolutely not. I wouldn't be able to make the difference between wine and mustard. Well, main reason being that I haven't seen mustard in over 15 years. But yeah. Anyway, Polly, you're ranger. You lead the way.
Good evening, Ben. Yeah, so the beer, I think the name you were looking for was Obolon. So it's from Kiev, and it's the biggest independent brewery in Ukraine, if my info is correct. And it's really good beer. I'm a regular consumer, you can say. And since the illegal war started, it was also brought to imported to Finland, and I guess they donate. The importer donates a certain amount from each can to Ukraine, if I'm correct. And I'm positive that even in Finland you could easily sell a lot of Ukrainian wines and also have some kind of donation method in the wines. I'm sure it would also work in Norway and Sweden. Although the regulations are strict, people in the Nordics, well, they enjoy drinking and also they don't enjoy genocide and Putin. So I think they would slip this by. One thing I have to mention, Ben, should you be sleeping? Should you go to sleep already?
Okay, Polly, I'm going to start being upset. First of all, it is 1 hour later in your place than in mine. And secondly, if I'm that boring, I was expecting, straight speaking Finns to tell me, Benjamin, you're boring. Get the hell out.
I will go. So I'm kind of nervous and how to say, frightened, really frightened now. I will step down.
Yeah, I'm sure you're frightened. On this, maybe we stay on the subject with Marcus, and then we'll ask Gunther to take us back to the important stuff. Marcus, please go ahead.
Yeah, just as we're talking about wines and stuff and Ukrainian wines, in Ontario, we have a thing called the Liquor Control Board of Ontario, where you can buy wine and beer. It's a government-run store. And a number of when the war broke out, there was Stalinskaya, I think was the name of the vodka that was being made and produced and sold over here in Canada. And there was a massive outcry by the Ukrainian population, which effectively had the vodka taken off the shelves, and it spread to other provinces as well. Prince Edward Island took off all the Russian-made products from the shelves. So if there's any Russian-made products out there that you find where your shops are selling alcohol or beer or wine, might be prudent just to put a whisper gently into their ears that it may not be a good thing for them to be supporting, the Russian companies ultimately. So that's it for now. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Norwegian state-owned monopoly of liquor stores. They removed every Russian product from the shelves within I think 24 hours after the war started, which is very unusual for them because they've never been political or forward leaning in anything else before. So that was kind of
Molodets, well done.
Well, thank you for teaching us this the pronunciation in Ukrainian as well of this very helpful word, especially in the circumstances. We're gonna have to use it quite a lot. Gunther, it's your time.
Great. Hey, good afternoon from Oakland, California, everyone. I saw that the Anofsky Bridge and anyone on it or around it is having a really difficult time in the evening over there. And I noticed that there were some like pro-Russian accounts claiming that there were civilian casualties, but I can't imagine any Ukrainian thinking it would be a good idea to get on the bridge with a bunch of Russian military in the middle of the night under artillery fire, unless they were being used as like a human shield. But shouldn't you use, like, I've never used a human shield before. I don't plan on it, but I would assume you'd want to do it during the daytime so that it was visible that you had civilians around you versus in the middle of the night. Does that make sense?
Wendy, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, thanks, Gunther. I mean, what we know is that that the Moscow side is reporting that 12 missiles. Well, the translation's a bit questionable, to be honest, but they claim that 12 missiles were hit, and 11 of them were shot down. So make of that what you will. I think it's also relevant to note that this particular strike happened during curfew, and at a time when civilians aren't supposed, under the Moscow regime's own curfew restrictions, civilians are not supposed to be crossing anywhere at this particular point of the day. The time in Kiev right now is coming up to 1 a.m. And the curfew over there finishes at the curfew within the occupied territories of Ukraine finishes at 10 p.m. So we know that there's been a strike around the Antonovsky Bridge. It sounds like there's definitely been more than one, and it sounds like it's very unlikely to be what Moscow is claiming it's to have been. So I think we can take that as good news.
Just one follow-up. I don't know if there's anyone can speak to this, but I know they have constructed that the metal barge bridge across, and could harpoons get that? That's my question.
Well, that's a bit outside my bailiwick, Gunther, but those barges are pretty unsteady looking, just judging from the photographs. I don't know, Ben. What do you think? Are they necessary?
I'm sorry, I'm dumbfounded. What I'm gonna say is that a Neptune is a missile which has an approach which is horizontal, and something like a dam is designed to take horizontal pressure, and as a result, it's likely that this type of attack is not going to be the most appropriate for this sort of attack. That being said, if it's only a very flimsy structure that is let's say, what can I say, welded on the dam itself, maybe it can have some effect, but then it can also be fixed pretty easily.
Not on the dam, just across the barge bridge across the water. So like just barges for grain with the deck on top of it and some steel plating.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how tall are those barges?
They look to be maybe 2-3 meters above the water.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely no specialist, but I would say there could be a problem because if we look at military vessels, they tend to be a lot taller than this. And where can we think of a few ships that were hit by missiles in the past 50 years? The Sheffield was hit where quite high as well, I think. And Bulldog, was it the Bulldog in the HMS Bulldog in the Gulf that was hit as well, and I think fairly high. But I might be wrong. But maybe they're just too low for a Neptune. But I'm really so far out of saying nothing. Oh, you know what? Anyway, this is the sort of things that we should use French design weaponry for it, because English and British weaponry is not good at all. This, the Brits, they're not able to build a decent missile. Oh, here's Gunny.
Ben, you had to really, didn't you?
What? You're back?
Yeah, he had to go down that road. Actually, HMS Sheffield was killed by a French missile, but that wasn't due to the French missile being particularly good. If you look at the failure rate, success rate of Exocet fired against.
Gunny, I was not going there at all. I would never go there. That's not what I was just.
But Gunny is going there.
Yeah, but I'm going there anyway. So there were a lot.
No, Gunny's allowed to go there. It's all deserved.
There were a lot of problems on the Sheffield, and primarily it came down to professional incompetence, Ben, on our behalf. Sheffield was lost because our officers were incompetent on the day. It's not going to be Oh no, it was. It was. Trust me. It was.
Yeah, ultimately the Sheffield was lost because the French Prime Minister did not give away the codes.
No, there were no codes. So actually, the French Air Force trained Royal Navy ships on the way down south on Exocet evasion tactics. That's a matter of record, and that's actually noted in Sharkey Ward, who was a ace in, I think it was 801 Squadron. He noted that in his memoirs, that the French Air Force very happily gave us air defense training on the way down on how to evade Exocet. There are no codes for Exocet. What happened was HMS Sheffield, she was at what we call State 2, which is Defence Watches. The CTG, the battle group commander, had said the primary threat is anti-ship missile. The captain on board HMS Sheffield said, well, no, it's not. It's submarines, because he was an ex-submariner, guy called Sam Salt. Or HMS Sheffield decided that because that was the case, she could go to reduce air defense warning. Her anti-air warfare officer was not present in the ops room at the time of the attack. He was in the wardroom doing paperwork. The air picture supervisor was in the forward heads playing with himself. Therefore, the radio net called ORC, anti-air warfare coordination, wasn't manned, and she was transmitting on a satellite communications channel that effectively blanked out electronic warfare suite. The Exocet raid, the two super etendards were detected by HMS Glasgow and subsequently by HMS Invincible at 50 miles, I think, 40 miles, and then 30 miles. And the air defense coordinator on HMS Invincible dismissed it as spurious because he was a fucking idiot. And the next thing that HMS Sheffield knew, not being ready for this, was a half a ton Exocet coming through the ship side. So if you look at it like that, that was catastrophic failures by the Royal Navy, which the Royal Navy accepted. How Sam Salt didn't lose his commission and was dismissed from the Navy, I don't know. But subsequently, Exocet had a very, very low success rate. It 2 hits on Atlantic Conveyor, an undefended merchant vessel, and these missiles were probably distracted by chaff from the carriers and a really lucky shot from a land-based system on the Glamorgan, and the Glamorgan cut the box, and she shouldn't have been where she was, but she was time sensitive. She decided that she needs to get out of the area. There was a known Exocet threat box. We knew that there was land-based Exocet there, and they decided to cut the corner to try and get out of Dodge very quickly, and she was hit, and she was saved. So Exocet really not a fantastic system, but we did lose one from it, and that was down to us, not the French. The French were, from what I gather, very, very cooperative in terms of trying to lead us in the right direction for what we call ASM defense and anti-ship missile defense. And people forget that the Royal Navy sold 2 Type 42 destroyers to Argentina. You know, we kind of sold our top end defense warship. Not only that, but we put one of them through basic operational sea training down in Portland. So they actually not only had our systems, but we taught them how to use it. Not only that, but we taught them how the Royal Navy does air defense. So, you know, there's a lot of there was a lot of blame to be handled around that day, and it certainly wasn't to do with the French. Much as it pains me, Ben, as you know, to come to the defence of the French, but no, it wasn't France. We own that fuck up. Reference to barges, Neptune or Harpoon? No, I don't. I don't think so. Something a little bit more exotic, to be honest.
Exotic, a leopard.
Jewish space lasers. That's my bet. I think. Yeah, definitely. Or a Kraken. Possibly a nefarious NATO-built Kraken. I don't know. It's something like that.
Laser eyes. I mean, Kraken with laser eyes.
Wait, is Kraken Jewish? Krakenstein? Krakenberg? Krakenberg.
Depends on whether it had the snip.
Ishmael. All right. So, Gunther, you have more missile questions?
No, sort of a secondary question. So, if the dam was theoretically to be blown and those areas would flooded, it seems like it would push Kherson out of artillery range, except for, of course, long range rockets and missiles and stuff. Is that correct?
You mean for the Russians? The Russians from the east bank would not be able to hit Kherson?
Yes.
Don't they have like big guns that can hit like 40 kilometers away?
It did seem it was like at least 20 kilometers, though. I mean, it did seem like a huge plane that it would be impossible to have anything artillery close by there. So they would still be able to hit it, but a lot of their weapons would not be available. Is it just from looking at a map? I don't know.
Maybe. On the other hand, HIMARS are pretty good at getting rid of Russian artillery these days.
Yeah, particularly if they're stuck in a swamp.
Yeah. Alligators will earn their name there. Erland, please go ahead.
Yeah, so you were talking about this barge bridge earlier, and I just got the idea. Probably someone else brought it up already. But what if Ukraine continued the trolling by, do you remember this floating HIMARS on the outside the Crimean Bridge, Kerch Bridge?
Of course, I would never forget it.
What if
on a floater, a pink one?
Yeah. What if they filled like one of those big toy Zodiacs with like bunch of TNT, remote controlled it, and just let it float down the river until it hits the barge? Maybe you put like 20 of them or something, so that you're sure that one of them hits the barge. You have a camera on it, so you know that it's close to the barge, and then you just set it off, and you film everything with a camera.
I appreciate the blood loss, but I'm not sure the Ukrainians want necessarily to destroy the dam, like
No,
sort of
not the
use for
dam,
that.
the barge bridge.
Oh, the barge bridge. Okay, I keep forgetting about this one.
I mean, they're pretty close. They're gonna be there soon, or they can just insert an SOF to release it from the other side of the river or something.
Ha! But there's the problem. I'm gonna summon my inner Chuck, and I will ask you, who wants to be in the SOF team, which is gonna have to carry the equivalent of 20 Zodiacs worth of explosive across enemy lines, even if it's only 10 kilometers. They're gonna sweat a lot, to the very least. And
You insert them with the heli. Or is it not possible?
okay, yeah, it's a go. Operations a go. Gunny, you call the choppers. Wendy, you get the Zodiacs. Axel, you know what to do. And Jorn, you're in charge of the camera. Let's do it.
I'm thoroughly uncomfortable with being put in charge of a chopper, to be honest.
You're in the French Navy now. You'll do as I say.
We'll call Mickey K.
I'll bring wine, and then you'll be more comfortable.
I don't think anyone here really appreciates what chopper means in the English language, but crack on.
What does it mean in American?
You absolute chopper. No, I've been shouted at tonight already for swearing. So you weapon, you bellend, maybe you might get that one.
Yeah, but anyways, the barge bridge, I think it's too. I mean, it's too bad of a construction to waste a HIMARS on it, or a Gimler's rocket.
Is it, Axel? Is it a pontoon bridge, like a standard Russian army head to tail pontoon? Is that what we're talking about?
It's different. No, it's different barges. They fitted some strange barges together and then started decking them out.
Okay, so it's going to need something fairly substantial then. So bomblets, like a ammunition dispensing system's not really going to cut it, is it? You want to, or did they kill something on the bridge transiting? Did they do really good timing? They killed something as it was crossing the bridge, and then that finished the job.
Yeah, the latter, I think, is more likely.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be anything exotic, really. It just has to have killed the vehicles going across, especially if they were fueled or something like that. In fact, even if you immobilize them and you burn them out, that's that pontoon bridge dead, isn't it, really? So it's you don't have to kill the bridge. All you have to do is kill what's on the bridge at that precise moment. And if you've got eyes on the bridge, then you know exactly what's going across, and then you can time it. Dink. Things burn merrily on the bridge, and now you've got to start from scratch. Would that be fair?
Absolutely.
So they basically spent like 3 months to well together. It looks like some like 20 or maybe even more of these
4 weeks.
grain. 2 weeks?
4 weeks.
Ah, okay, yeah. Anyways, it's this grain barges, you know, those that they float up and down the river with merchandise and yeah, watermelons normally.
Yeah, because that's the problem with a bridge, isn't it? You can, if you can build the world's best bridge, but if you kill whatever's transiting across it, it's A, it's going to block it, and B, if it goes up, it will damage that bridge. So I think there was a conversation about this 72 hours ago, and someone said, "Well, why don't they kill the bridge?" And one of the hosts said, "Well, why would you kill it? Why not just wait till it's really, really busy and then kill it?" So I would guess that's probably what they've done. Probably something really tasty, really spicy was going across, fuel convoy, ammunition convoy, something like that. And then you do it that way, don't you? And the Russians, they're stupid. They wouldn't send one wagon across. I bet you it was tail to tail traffic in transit, and that's when the Ukrainians hit it. Drivers jump out, well, they've got nowhere else to go, and that's your bridge gone. I suppose that would make sense.
Thanks, Gunny. I think we've got a couple of hands up here for you. Chris, go ahead.
Hi. Are you hearing me? I'm having terrible trouble here.
Yep, loud and clear.
Oh, okay, cool. I did send to Doman the other day the fact that apparently the UK was training the Ukrainians on some sort of drone torpedo. So not the drone boats that have been found lying on beaches and stuff like that, but like a drone torpedo. So that's in Doman's feed, and I could try and access that again sometime if anybody wants to see it. So, and I think it actually did mention something about the Dnieper River as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, but you know, that I don't know, that might be something suitable for like barges across the river. And Gunny, you may like to add to your story about the Falklands the fact that when I was actually in the Royal Naval Engineering College, Manadon, we were training the Argentinians officers as well on basically all of the systems as well. So that added to that. And Gunny, do you happen to know what was the situation with the Seawolf? Did we actually shoot any exocets down with the Seawolf system?
So no, Seawolf was really good down the Falklands, but there were no documented kills of exocet. They were all distraction essentially. So chaff was launched. What you do is you do something called chaff for distraction. Chuck up loads of metal foil, and the weapons were distracted. The reason the Atlantic Conveyor was killed was because at least one exocet was going at HMS Hermes, and she and her escorts popped chaff, and the missiles went through the chaff clouds and then went for Atlantic Conveyor. So unfortunately, back then we only had two Type 22 frigates with Seawolf, and I don't think during that attack one of them was present. Although HMS Penelope she might have been present, but yeah, I mean these were early days for Seawolf. Interestingly, the only anti-ship missile kill in history was HMS Gloucester, who had Sea Dart missile, and that was in 1991, and I was about 3 miles astern of her when she did that. And CDOT was a really, really old system, even by then. And Gloucester had a fairly old radar system, and she managed to kill an anti-ship missile. So it just goes to show that a system can be old at inception and fielding, but if you keep modifying it, it can actually be really effective.
Didn't you use the penguin missiles as well? The penguin thing.
No, we've never had Penguin. The only anti-ship missiles we've had is Exocet. We use the MM38 and Sea Eagle, which our Harriers carried. That was an air-to-ground anti-ship missile, and Sea Skewer, which got a thorough workout down the Gulf in 1991 and proved to be a really nasty system for Iraqi patrol boats. Now we're on what is it? I think it's Martlet now that we're on, and there's been some pictures coming out of a Lynx helicopter, not a Lynx, a Wildcat helicopter with 16 of these, 16 short-range anti-ship missiles. So it's quite a good system. We're actually going to bolt it onto close-range guns as well. So you'll have a 30mm gun, and then you'll have a four-round box launcher for Martlet as well. So that's another kind of way ahead that we're seeing on that. But I think this barge thing just screams probably a long range MRLS thing, nothing else. It's not an MCM V weapon. What happened was the Ukrainian Navy are training on 2 minesweepers for the Royal Navy, and part of those minesweeper systems are a drone, an unmanned submersible vehicle that you use for identifying and destroying mines. It's a short range system. It's not massive. It's probably about 10 feet. And some idiot posted this, and when the Ukrainian Navy has unmanned torpedoes, as opposed to manned torpedoes, that can attack the Russians in Sevastopol and probably Vladivostok and Murmansk. And it gained traction as it does on Twitter. It's fucking not. It's a mine countermeasures unmanned submersible drone, effectively. So what happens is the mine countermeasures vessel pops that off the back end, and then it can survey. It can look for mines primarily that are sat on the bottom, and then it can classify them, and then you can dispose of those mines. So it's not a torpedo. It's not a 300-mile range dam destroying turbo weapon or anything like that. It's a short range unmanned submersible used to look for mines. That's it. It's nothing else. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're talking out their ass.
Thanks, Gunny. I think an underwater torpedo sounds a bit more appealing than, I don't know, an underwater earthquake bomb or whatever nonsense was uttered. Thanks for that, Gunther.
So another question: if assuming there isn't something dramatic like a dam blowing up, and if the Ukrainians are able to push them across the river and they're still in disarray, is it possible that the Ukrainians could get a bridgehead on the other side in all the chaos and hold it?
Gunny, do you want to take this one?
No, because that's land ops, mate, and that's well out my. I can talk about tanks and things, but that's purely from a nerdy, interested amateur thing. But no, that's beyond me, mate.
I guess Chuck would say that everything is possible, but depending on the risk that you're putting your personnel in, you have to consider, you know, if it's a win or if it's too much of a risk. But I'm sure it's possible. Inserting SOF over the river, I probably they already did. Have you seen the Ukrainian special forces posted a picture today with some scuba Navy SEAL kitted out SOF guys in the dark somewhere that not mentioned, but yeah, I'm sure they can, but is it worth it?
Yeah, I guess the question is like, will they have any infantry left on the other side of the river that's able to do anything, and how good their artillery is that's in that area. So we shall see, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot happening. Abdullah, welcome.
Hi, Wendy. Thank you so much. I just had a question about Bakhmut, but before that, before I go to sleep, I just wanted to ask you, Wendy, if you know if there's any link to Boris's plane tracker, or if he has landed in London yet. That would be great.
Abdullah, I haven't been following Boris's plane tracker.
Caribbean still.
Yeah, we need him very quick. I just gotta say, I'm really excited for Ukraine about the news that Boris will be making a Churchillian return to the world's most famous address, 10 Downing Street. And that's it for me for the night. Have a good night, fellas.
Yeah, thanks, Abdullah. I think whoever turns out to be leader, it's and this goes for, I'm sure, all of Ukraine's allies. This juggernaut of Ukrainian solidarity is unstoppable. And there was, if you were listening to the space earlier, probably had a good discussion about what an opposition party looks like in 2022, and that credible opposition party is one that supports the international solidarity for Ukraine and its defense against invasion and genocide. And I'm sure Nick's coming up to agree with me. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that as far as I know, Boris Johnson is not even a candidate yet. I don't believe that he has made any statement on the matter. That's where we're at. So let's all, calm down. In fact, I'm not sure if there are any declared candidates. People are talking in various forums about who they're going to back. If you look around on Twitter, you can find half a dozen news outlets reporting completely different proportions of the currently declared MPs who are supporting the various undeclared candidates. So it does require us to calm down a little bit. The specifics of Johnson are that while on the one hand he's clearly a good friend of Ukraine, on the other hand he probably will not bring about stability to the UK government, and a stable UK government is also essential for Ukraine. So there's definitely pluses and minuses about his potential return to the fray. So I think we all need to calm down a little bit. In terms of his flight tracker, I'm sure he'll get on a plane, and I don't think we necessarily need to watch the plane kind of minute by minute as if it's something like the second coming. But it's all up in the air at the moment, apart apparently from Boris. So let's give it 24, 36 hours and see which way the dice fall when they actually get rolled, which really just hasn't happened yet. So it's been one of those extraordinary febrile 72 hours in British politics, but perhaps we can just have 12 hours with nobody's hair being on fire.
Yes, Nick. Apparently, you have to have the plan is to have a prime minister by the 28th of October, and apparently he already has more than 50. You need 100 to go into the.
Well,
members'
apparently, that's not what the Telegraph is reporting. For example, the process has been announced. The process is that the Conservative Party leadership, or the Conservative Party backbench leadership, will collect nominations. I think that closes on. I think that has to be done by Monday. On Monday, if there are 3 candidates with over 100 votes, then the parliamentary party will whittle them down to 2 with a vote, and then the 2 remaining candidates will be put to an online ballot of Conservative Party grassroots members. That's about 160,000 people who will have about 4 days within which to vote. Incidentally, if you have access to a VPN and you would like to vote in that process, it turns out that there is absolutely nothing stopping you from firing up your VPN, setting your location to be in the United Kingdom, paying £25 GBP sterling to become a Conservative Party member, and then you too can get to vote, which strikes me as perhaps not the most secure form of democracy that one can imagine in the technological age, but that's how they're doing it. But it will be decided by by roughly this time next week.
I really believe that if it goes to the party members, Boris will win, and I hope it goes there.
I think you're probably right. The interesting question then is how many of his parliamentary party would resign the whip and possibly force an immediate vote of no confidence in the government. So again, at which point you wouldn't have got Boris, and there would be an election, and you wouldn't have Ben Wallace either. So these things have multiple levels of consequences. It's a terrific time to be alive if you're interested in UK politics, but if you're interested in stable government of the United Kingdom, it's as the expression goes, squeaky bum time.
Yeah, we need him. We need him soon. We need him back.
Yeah, but again, if you get him back, you may very shortly A, not have him, and B, not have the current government. It really is that simple. There is a severe possibility that he would become prime minister and then that the government would fall. So, there may be a path by which he becomes prime minister and the government hangs together, but it's not at all guaranteed. So there is certainly no going back to January 2020. It's a very difficult situation, and it really isn't as simple as Boris comes back, runs the country, and everything carries on as before. It's much more complicated than that, and the calculus that has to be done by the Conservative MPs is really quite complicated, because there's having who they want, and then there's what will happen when they have what they want. It's a very complicated situation.
Let me tell you something, Nick. I know one thing politicians love is winning elections, and even though many MPs don't like the guy, Boris wins elections. I don't think he has ever lost an election in his life, and I think if the party elites were to, coronate someone else who's weak on Ukraine, it will backfire and give fuel to other, fringe parties. Thank you.
Ukraine isn't really an issue between the parties or within the parties in the UK. It's pretty solid across the reasonable political spectrum. The fact is that this year the Conservatives have lost by-elections in some of their absolute safest constituencies, with people, when asked 9 out of 10 of them stating that the reason that they were abandoning the Conservatives was Boris Johnson. During the local government elections in the UK in May, a lot of Conservative candidates ran under the banner of local Conservatives in order to dissociate themselves as strongly as possible from Boris Johnson. So it really is not as simple as it may look from outside. And it's Boris is a fairly divisive figure. There are people who love him, there are people who hate him. The Conservative Party membership likes him, but the electorate really has had enough of him. And in fact, it was the electorate having enough of him and the Conservatives looking at a -20 in the polls that led them to get rid of him. Then, of course, they got Truss, which brought them to a -30 in the polls. So perhaps going back up to -20 might look like an improvement, but they're still looking at an electoral wipeout. So we are, whether Boris comes back or not, I think we are in for a great deal of instability in the UK. But on balance, my feeling is that if it becomes Boris Johnson, the new leader, I think we're in for more instability over the next 6 months than if it was one of the other candidates.
We will have to respectfully disagree. I mean, agree to disagree. Thank you so much, Nick.
Thanks, Abdullah. Stability. I think, Nick, you said this word, and it's certainly true. Stability is what Ukraine needs from its allies, and any nation needs, at times of challenges. So it's certainly important at this moment. Just a little bit of housekeeping. John Howarth, if you can hear me, I'm trying to cycle you up. You are stuck in the Twitter sphere. So hopefully you'll come through purgatory soon. With that, we'll go to Erland.
Yeah, well, it's a question for Nick. So I know that in the UK, the Prime Minister is appointed by the Queen, considering who's the leader of the majority. But is there a possibility that, looking at the, possibly unstable alternatives that might be, like, if the Conservatives see that any of the alternatives are going to have a risk of instability, that they would, together with maybe some of the Labour guys, point at Mario Draghi kind of solution, a technical government?
That would be almost unheard of. I mean, in the UK system, it is pretty much a requirement that the Prime Minister is already an elected member of the Parliament. They can, in theory, be a member of the House of Lords, but in practice, the only people who can be Prime Minister 1 week from now are one of the 650 elected MPs. This is in contrast to most European systems where a minister, including the Prime Minister, doesn't have to be an elected official. I mean, traditionally they stand for election, but then as soon as they become elected, they then are no longer members of the Parliament. I think it's a little bit more complicated in Germany. So what might conceivably happen is that let's say Johnson wins, and let's say that 100 Conservatives and MPs say this is such an intolerable situation that not only are we not going to support Boris, but we're actively going to undermine the Conservative government, and we're going to look for example, the leader of the opposition to lead a government of a partial coalition, or I don't think they would defect to the Labour Party, but to establish an alternative majority within Parliament. But the only way they can do that is for the collective members of Parliament acting kind of in bulk, but not really under any particular leadership, to go along. They would have to go along to the Labour Party and say, look, we want to have a government of transition for 2 years, but without having an election. At that point, it will be up to Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, to either accept the offer to lead a notional minority government, but with the understanding that these 100 Conservative MPs wouldn't vote it down. Or he could say, no, we want a general election, and then it will be up to those Conservative MPs either to back a motion of no confidence in Her Majesty's government, at which point constitutionally there would be an election, or to sort of decide to try and bluff it out. As individuals, the majority of them will be considering how likely it is that they will lose their seats if there's a general election. But some of them may decide that that's already so unlikely, whoever is leader, that they decide to put the national interest first, or their legacy, or their memoirs first. But there's no possibility to appoint as Prime Minister somebody who is not currently a member of Parliament. Just kind of, that doesn't fit into the constitution. It doesn't fit into the way that the UK system works. So you can't have a Draghi type figure.
Unfortunately,
What about someone
we
from the House
can't
of
have
Lords?
Alan. Sorry, no, you can't. But the good thing is we can't have currently Jeremy Corbyn as well, because he's too anti-Semitic for it.
Jeremy Corbyn is currently a member of a political party with a membership of 1. So,
but he is a member of the House of Commons, and he is an anti-Semite.
True, neither of which is relevant to the discussion at hand.
No, but he's the leader of the party which we were advocating that it might actually be in power, which won't. But that's good. That's fine. All right. Shall we go to somebody else, like John Howard, for the moment?
Thank you. I'll keep it brief because I don't want to jump the queue and be unfair to anybody else. But I think what Nick is articulating is a narrative that's sort of currently all over the progressive left side of British Twitter, and best be summarised probably massive. There is an absolute terror in the heart of the progressive left in the UK of Boris Johnson, because he can do things electorally that nobody else in the Conservative Party can do, and they really struggle with that. And they thought when they got rid of him with the coordinated media and political campaign to actually get the bloke out, that they would that was it, that they were nailed on, and that would be the end of the Conservative government. And if somehow the MPs are unsuccessful in rigging this to prevent him going on to the ballot of the final 2, then he'll win. I mean, it's as simple as that. The membership never wanted to get rid of him in the first place, and the membership, in fact, the Conservative MPs, in fact, have got rid of 2 leaders now that have been elected by the membership. I mean, and Truss is a pale shadow in terms of competence as a politician of Johnson. And if he gets back in, yeah, I mean, what Nick said, I mean, it's sort of it sounds more like projection and wish fulfillment to me, to be honest. This idea that 100 Tory MPs are all going to fall on their swords or join the Labour.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was likely.
Were you hot mic? Sorry, Nick, I didn't realise you were hot micing. I knew somebody was. I didn't realise it was.
Sorry, no. I didn't say it was likely. I don't think it's very likely at all. But the question was, under what circumstances?
Hello? All right.
I got muted.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, well, you could say what happens if aliens come down after Boris gets, put back into.
I was just answering the question that had been asked.
I'm just asking.
No, I was just answering.
Guys, we're all adults. We all like each other. May I remind you that yesterday even the Yanks managed to have a semi-civilized discussion. Maybe we can move on and go back to wine and beer or something like that. But I'm not sure this is exceedingly constructive. Jorn, Do you have something for me? Strong alcohol content, please.
Yeah, I'll recommend the Nemerov vodka from Ukraine. It's fantastic. But I really enjoyed the discussion. I like it when it gets a little bit heated. They weren't early, but I understand that Johnson has declared as a candidate. But if we've learned anything about him and his persona for the last 10 years, I'm not a betting man, but I'm willing to bet everything I own and my neighbor's kidneys that he's a candidate. And with the state of the Tory party right now, I think he's probably the most stable prime minister the Tories could have after this. He could possibly become sort of an Obi-Wan Kenobi of the Tory party. If you strike me down now, I shall become even more powerful. Because they threw everything at him, Partygate, and all the scandals he had. They even managed to remove him, and a couple of weeks later he's back saying, "Well, thanks for trying, but here I am anyway." So they can't. He's already resigned because of all that. It's yesterday's news. I don't think they'll ever be rid of him if he comes back, and I think it's about as stable a government as the Tories could have until the next election. And as been mentioned by others, he's liked by the base of the party. I wouldn't put it past him that he could actually win another election. Thanks.
All right. Robert, are you here to offer your opinion on British politics?
Absolutely not. I just love watching the show, so I will defer to.
Robert, just shut up. I'm going to give you the biggest kiss you've ever received.
Okay, great. I'm reading two things. Online, the Russians are evacuating collaborators and carpetbaggers and so forth from the northwest bank, and Zelensky says they're kidnapping loyal Ukrainian citizens. And where is the truth in between those two narratives?
Robert, what should you expect with the Russians?
I would expect them to kidnap loyal Ukrainian citizens, unless there are a bunch of loyal Russian Putinistas who want to get evacuated.
Yeah, I think that it is fair to think that the Russians are, to always expect the worst of the current Russian government, current Russian administration, and their supporters. So yeah, they're probably doing the worst. The best you can hope for is that they have a sort of a plan for later, and they're going to use it as in a trade, like when there's going to be peace talks. They will go, yeah, well, we want this in exchange, and we'll give you back your citizens. So they'll have some chips, and that's the good option. The bad option is that they're reverting to types. We've seen this before. I'm not going to get into the details, but we've seen this before, where they just commit war crimes and crimes in general, just because they don't know what else to do. And I'm not putting it past them that they don't know why they're doing it. They're just criming because that's where they're going for. And regarding the actual evidence that we have, I'm afraid that they've already kidnapped 3 million people, 500,000, and probably more by now, children. There is no reason to think that they're going to stop now, and they probably are going to keep kidnapping children until the very last day, the very last hour. And we can be pretty sure that the day the Ukrainian forces will take Kherson for good, they will discover a bus full of children about to be shipped off, and they will just save them in the nick of time, because until the last minute, the Russians were ready to do their cramming.
Thanks for that update and perspective. Appreciate it.
Dan, please go ahead. Dan the man.
Yeah, am I coming through all right? I'm in the car.
Oh, right. So while Dan is driving, oh, no, you want to speak? Go ahead.
Well, I was just asking if you could hear me.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
If you can, I'll go ahead and talk. So, I mean, I'm not British. The only thing Boris ever did that I liked is support Ukraine. But, you know, if you had to get one thing right in your whole career, that's not a bad one. In fact, it may be the great one. The whole issue with the Russians trying to kidnap people out of Kherson, I think 5% of their transport capacity just went to the bottom of the river when that barge sunk. So they may be spaces on what's left of the rides out may be a whole lot more competitive. And however, you know, no one can have a lower opinion of the Russians' motives, actions, whatever that I do. But if it's a choice between putting kidnapped Ukrainians on the barge or getting on it themselves, they'll get on it themselves. And so, you know, that may put paid to the worst of the kidnapping in Kherson. Hopefully, they don't do something even worse. I mean, but, you know, all you can do is win the war, right? Those are the two big points I wanted to make. And if Boris resurrects himself, it will be a heck of a story. And he won't have a worse campaign in a couple of years if he's got walls on his pictures of him standing by Zelensky at the signing of the Russian surrender. I mean, so anyway, fingers crossed.
Thank you plenty. All right. So we have Bayanada with a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Just forgot the question. Sorry.
Never mind. By the way, I wanted to tell you one quick thing regarding the wine and beer thing. If we take it in a wider glance, it's actually quite interesting because it arcs back to what Elena Nerova was telling us, the agriculture specialist, who was saying that among the things that are involved with joining the EU and a closer integration with the European market is the fact that the Ukrainian agriculture is going to have to change its positioning on the market and go towards more high-end products such as wine. So that's a good thing. That's an excellent example. But Yehuda is here. I think he has something to tell us.
We have a guest speaker here, Ben. So we're going to bring up Matthew Light. He's a professor at my alma mater, the University of Toronto, the best university in Canada, far better than Queen's and McGill. So I just want to remind everyone those salient points. McGill used to be number one, but that was the 60s. And University of Toronto is number one. Queen's distant third, McGill distant second. Just wanted to clarify it. Hopefully he's on his way up, and I don't see him, but we are going to talk about the Baltics, Estonia, Ukraine. He's a professor of European studies and also criminology, so that might work with understanding Mr. Putin. We are letting up some other people here. I don't know how to do it here. Do we have a full panel? What's going on? Where are my pants? Who am I? Ben, can you add people here or what?
Yeah, there's still one spot open, so 2 now, so there should be no problem bringing Matthew. We have a strong showing from the Baltics and a few Brits as well, and we've got Robert, who might just salute it in a very friendly way.
All right, Matt's trying to get up here. I'm going to bump down. Ben, if you could just wait, and I'm going to leave and come back because I can't add anyone. I feel nervous when I can't do that. Hold on.
In the meantime, Matthew, welcome on board. Your mic is working?
Yes, hello, thank you. It's great to be with you.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm not going to start the interview because I'm sure Yehuda is going to want to do this, but he told us you were from the best university in the country, so high praises.
Well, that's very kind of him. Canada has many great universities, and we're happy to be one of them.
Yes, everyone is back, including Yehuda.
Are you
Welcome
guys
back on board.
going after my comments about UFT?
Yeah, we're saying that McGill is the real one.
No, Miguel's the what? Okay. Anyway, enough of that. Listen, Matthew works there, so he can't say it, but I can. So it's definitely a great university. If you're not following Matthew, give him a follow. As you know, from the speaker card, associate professor of criminology, European studies, University of Toronto, and he's definitely tuned into what the post-Soviet world is about, Ruski Mir. And he also speaks Russian and I presume Ukrainian. We were just going to start with you going and doing a little intro, let everyone know who you are, what you'd like to discuss, and then we'll go from there. Thanks and welcome, Matthew.
Thanks, Yehuda. I'm really happy to be with you, and I would like to share with your listeners my impressions from my recent visits to Estonia, a country that's been in the news quite a lot recently because of its very active role in advocating for and supporting Ukraine in the current full-scale invasion. So perhaps I'll begin, as you suggested, by saying a bit about myself and my interest in the region and what I was doing in Estonia, and then I will share some thoughts on what I have observed there. So, as you mentioned, I'm associate professor of criminology and European studies at U of T. My degree is actually in political science, and my earlier research focused on migration policies in the Russian Federation. Subsequently, I became interested in issues of policing and public security, and have done research in a number of countries in the region, including Georgia, Armenia, now Ukraine, and also Estonia. Estonia came to my attention a few years ago when, along with two colleagues, Anne-Marie Singh and Josh Gold, we became interested in how some issues of security had been developed there since it became independent in 1991. I'll tell you a bit about my research in a moment, but first let me share some basic facts about Estonia that might be relevant for the discussion.
And Matthew, sorry to interrupt you. Ben, can you please put Matthew's speaker card in the nest so that our guests that are coming to listen can follow along? Thanks so much. Sorry about that, Matthew. Go ahead.
No problem. So Estonia certainly deserves to be well known for anyone who's interested in European politics in general and the turbulent politics of Central and Eastern Europe in particular. So it was a involuntary member, we could say, of the USSR. It was illegally annexed by the Soviet Union during World War II. And then, along with its two Baltic neighbors, Latvia and Lithuania regained its independence at the very end of the USSR's existence. I should say its effective independence. It has a distinctive history, which in some ways resembles that of, say, a country like Ireland or perhaps some countries that have been colonized. The Estonian people speak a Finno-Ugric language, so closely related to Finnic and more distantly to Hungarian and some other languages. And in the Middle Ages, it was essentially colonized by a German by German aristocrats, we could say, and was also intermittently ruled by Denmark and Sweden before falling under Russian rule in the 18th century. And over the years, it developed a particular kind of social constellation in which the German elite continued to essentially govern it on behalf of the Russian Empire. At the same time, the Estonians became among the most highly literate peoples in the empire, in part through the mediation of the Lutheran Church. And Estonia became independent at the end of World War I after successfully resisting a Bolshevik invasion. During the 1920s and 30s, it was actually a very successful European state. It achieved high levels of prosperity for the population, including through a land reform initiative, as well as featuring one of the most liberal policies on ethnic minorities in Eastern Europe. So there was then a small Russian-speaking population, as well as Swedish, German, and Jewish. The period beginning with 1939 was a terrible tragedy for both the people of Estonia and its Baltic neighbors. And as many listeners probably know, these countries were among the subjects of the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, under which they were initially occupied by the Soviet Union, which proceeded to exterminate a large proportion of the pre-war elite or the independence period elite, or to drive them into exile. The then president Pats was arrested and spent the rest of his life in Soviet detention. So when the war between the Nazi and Soviet regimes broke out, Estonia was then occupied by the Nazis for most of the rest of the war. They, of course, in the end, were defeated by the Soviets, who then made good their occupation of Estonia, although without international recognition for the annexation that they pushed through. So although Estonia is not a large country, it certainly has had more than its fair share of tragedy, which I mentioned because I think it's relevant for the details I'm about to share about its position on the Ukraine issue. Soviet rule initially was extremely brutal and repressive in Estonia. It resulted in the flight abroad of a large number of exiles, some of whom ended up in my city of Toronto. It also resulted in the banishment to Siberian labor camps of even larger number of people. And it really set back beyond that the progress that this country had made toward otherwise would have become a kind of Scandinavian-style social democratic welfare state. So it's all the more remarkable that when Estonia achieved independence, regained independence at the end of the Soviet period, it really has made extremely impressive progress toward sort of restoring its rightful place among European nations. It now boasts the highest GDP per capita and I believe highest Human Development Index score in the post-Soviet region, and has been a stable democracy since the get-go. It joined the EU and NATO quite early on in the game. One ongoing social issue has been the position of the Russian-speaking minority. So during the Soviet period, the Soviet government encouraged the migration to then occupied Estonia of a large number of Soviet citizens. And what their status should be was an issue that confronted the new post-independence governments. The resolution was that they would not be all granted in citizenship automatically unless their ancestors had been present in Estonia before the annexation, but would be eligible to apply for citizenship if they wished, based on taking a test of the Estonian language and some other basic skills and taking an oath of loyalty. So that was the status quo until quite recently. Most of them are quite happy to live in Estonia, which has a high standard of living. Some of them are now Estonian citizens, a larger number than in the past. Some of them are permanent residents without citizenship, and within that group, some of them are stateless, and some of them are Russian citizens. So this was a community that has not been fully integrated into Estonian life, and I'll come back to the significance of that for the current situation in the country in a minute. Some other things that your listeners might appreciate knowing about Estonia is that it is a major technology hotbed. So it has a very flourishing IT sector. And indeed, in the cybersecurity realm, it's an internationally recognized leader. So NATO has its cybersecurity center of excellence right in Tallinn, the capital. So this is a country that is not large in size, but is very successful within the post-Soviet region, if we would like to put it like that, and indeed within Europe in general. My colleagues and I became interested in it for different reasons from most people who study Estonia, which is itself not a very large group. So a lot of the social scientists who studied Estonia in recent decades have been interested in issues such as its very rapid economic progress and the free market reforms that made that possible, or the questions of identity and citizenship that have to do with the decisions regarding the Russian-speaking population that I mentioned. We were interested in something very different, which is how Estonia managed to create somewhat different kinds of security institutions from those that we see in most other countries that emerged out of the USSR. And in particular, we got interested in the question of how they created a kind of model for the development of their police and private security that basically resulted in the creation of, in the development of a public policing sector that's quite competent and has a high level of integrity, and a private security sector, or private policing sector that is not closely connected to the mafia, unlike in many other post-Soviet countries. So that was the subject of a paper that we recently published in the journal Theoretical Criminology. We did that research before the current full-scale invasion of Ukraine began, but I went back this summer as representing us to work on our next paper, which has to do with the Estonia's very innovative use of volunteering mechanisms to try to promote its national and public security. So let me tell you a bit about that just to set the stage, and then I'll move into what I observed when I was there. So we're interested in how Estonia makes use of citizens' talents and labor to promote the security of the country, both in the police, but also in a very unique institution or distinctive institution called the Defense League, which is a voluntary society that is supervised by the government, but basically involves ordinary citizens agreeing to contribute their talents, whether in the form of drilling or preparing for national defense, or in the form, in some cases, of civil defense. So that is the subject of the research that we're doing there now. But let me tell you a bit about what I think your listeners are most interested in, which is how the current invasion of Ukraine has affected Estonia and what people there told me about the situation of their country. So, as you can imagine, the invasion has been a huge shock to the people of Estonia, who, not surprisingly, see themselves as possible victims of another round of Russian aggression, particularly should the invasion of Ukraine be successful, or had it been more successful at the outset. A widespread view now seems to be that the Russian army is bogged down in Estonia, in Ukraine, and it's unlikely to attack the Baltics right away, although it certainly could in the medium term. It won't come as a surprise, I think, that the Estonian population, at least the ethnically Estonian component of it, is overwhelmingly sympathetic to Ukraine, is horrified by the treatment of Ukraine by Russia, and has advocated strongly for support for Ukraine within the EU and NATO. So Estonia boasts, despite its population of 1.3 million, which is among the smallest in the EU, it boasts the largest per capita support for the Ukrainian military, and I believe actually second highest number of refugees from Ukraine relative to the population after Poland. So this is a country that's really gone out of its way to support Ukraine. And that's both a matter, I think Estonians would say, of justice, but also of self-interest, rightly understood, because Estonian politicians have been saying for many years that the West in general has underestimated the risk of a full-scale invasion of Eastern Europe by Russia, and they now feel quite vindicated. Let me also focus in on some particular issues that seem to be developing as a result of the invasion. So the first and probably most spectacular event was a coalition crisis that led to the fall of the government of this summer and its replacement by a new coalition, still led by the charismatic Prime Minister Kallas, who is the daughter of a former prime minister and one of the youngest leaders of any European country. So her party, the Reform Party, was previously in a kind of awkward coalition with another large Estonian party, the Center Party, which has very different views on a number of subjects, including the questions of diversity and citizenship, which I will address in a second. That party has a large share of Russian-speaking voters that support it, and has at times held the mayoralty of the country's capital and largest city, Tallinn. So there were a number of reasons for the sort of the dust-up that led to the collapse of the coalition. But one of them had to do with an issue that has been sort of simmering on the back burner of Estonian politics for many years, which actually is the question about the integration into the school system of Russian-speaking students. So being from Toronto or living in Toronto in Canada, I'm familiar with somewhat similar issues, and some of you are else, if you're any of you are Canadian, some of what I'm going to say may have some resonances with the situation in Quebec. So the basic problem or the basic situation has been that until now, Estonia has actually organized a separate school system for its Russian-speaking population, in which those children are meant to be learning Estonian to a very high level. So not that every subject will be in Estonian, but many subjects are meant to be in Estonian, and the students should be mastering the Estonian language to a very strong level of proficiency. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be happening, and the issue has been being discussed for many years, but the invasion of Ukraine seems to have lent it new urgency, as far as I can see. And a related point is that it's alleged widely that the Russian-speaking schools are also serving as kind of places of inculcation of Putinist propaganda. So the party, the prime minister, and like-minded people have been advocating that that separate school system should be folded into the national Estonian language school system. And the Center Party was opposed to that motion, and ultimately the coalition collapsed. And there is now a new coalition, also led by the current prime minister, but interestingly enough, now with a left party, as well as a more further right party. And so you can see from that it's a very sort of heterogeneous mix. The prime minister's party is sort of classically liberal, but it's now in a coalition with a party that's distinctly to its left. And I think that awkward arrangement reflects a kind of increased salience of security issues to Estonian voters and the leaders of Estonia in response to the invasion of Ukraine. One further relevant point is that surveys that have been conducted among the Russian-speaking population do seem to show a certain level of ambivalence about the invasion. So, of course, I certainly don't want to tar all people in this category with the same brush. That would be horrible. But there's no doubt that the Russian-speaking population of Estonia, many of whom don't speak Estonian very well, are in a different kind of mediascape and receive a lot of their information from news sources linked to the Russian government. So I think Estonia, like many countries, is dealing with sort of questions about what is a kind of model of citizenship in an age of severe international conflict, and what kind of level of diversity can be accommodated, and how should that be done. A related issue has to do with some of the things that my colleagues and I are specifically interested in, involving civil defense and the regulation of the use of force in society. So Estonia, as I mentioned, has this very internationally distinctive, although not unique, because it's also found elsewhere in the Baltics and the Nordic countries, model of civil defense in which citizens are basically encouraged to volunteer for different kinds of security activities, notably this institution that I referred to, the Defense League. And in addition to some of its members drilling in a kind of military reserve style for preparation for warfare, others are actually very involved in preparing the country for an invasion in the realm of civil defense. So some of the things that have been happening have been, for example, the creation of a special civil defense app that was done by the women's division of the Defense League, and is now universally available in Estonia. And in addition, the country is now conducting a kind of very rapid assessment of its civil defense needs, in part based on its observations or the leadership's observations of the situation in Ukraine. So, for example, the Estonians have realized that it's quite possible that should Russia invade, the Russians might attempt to abduct numerous Estonians into Russia, as they've done with the Ukrainian population under their control. And the government has begun implementing plans to try to enable civilians to flee from any areas that come under Russian occupation. This has entailed trying to create or to ensure the availability of spaces for emergency shelters throughout the country. So I've actually had an opportunity to discuss this with Estonian officials, and it's going on right now, the attempt to kind of prepare Estonian civilian society for the possibility of invasion. Another interesting, yeah.
Matthew, can we unpack some of that, because that's quite a lot of information. I wouldn't mind.
Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely, sure.
just because it's every point is better than the next, but I want to follow along. Would it be fair to say that Estonia kind of seems almost a microcosm of countries that have been colonized by Russia, maybe even Ukraine, in terms of successful, doing well, motivated? Ukraine obviously has a different past just because of its geography and its location, but it seems that Estonia too has broken free from the shackles of the Soviet, the post-Soviet world, and it's done well for itself. But it's funny, I'm not sure if there's a geographical reference to those 25% Estonians of Russian heritage. But if there was, is that an issue? So one question I have is, where is it intermixed all around Estonia? I know it's a smaller territory. Do Estonians feel that, let's just say, the eastern part of Estonia, which is closer to Russia, has more ethnic Russians, and therefore the Russians have a specific part, like their Donbass? Is there an Estonian Donbass that the Russians eye? And it's actually interesting to hear you talk about how the Estonians have those same fears of Russians invading, and how realistic or not that is. So I don't know if you wanted to address that issue, and then we can go back to your other points, or we can take questions. Up to you.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to address those issues. I did want to discuss a bit before we move to questions, maybe just the issue of NATO and Estonia's role in that. But let me take your questions first. So on first question, yes, absolutely. I think there are a lot of points of contact between Estonians and Ukrainians, and the feeling of identification is quite strong. In particular, one thing I've noticed in both societies, which I visited in recent years, is a kind of identification with the concept of colonization in reference to themselves. So it's, I think, become more common to talk about the Soviet period as a one of colonial rule, which I think is very indicative of the kind of attitude that you're describing. On the question of the Russian-speaking population, it is somewhat concentrated in some areas of the country. So notably in the northeast area around the city of Narva, where Russian speakers are a large majority. There's also another large concentration in the capital of Tallinn. So some of the concern has focused on this area centered on Narva, where there was a recent controversy over the removal of a Soviet monument, a tank, which the Estonian government decided was not appropriate in a country that had been occupied by the USSR. So yes, there is a clear concentration, and the concerns have been voiced in the past about the possibility of Russia using that as a kind of Crimea-like pretext for occupation. I think it's fair to say that most Russian-speaking people are happy to live in Estonia, which is a very nice place to live by any standards, and it would not be appropriate to say that they all or most of them would welcome a Russian invasion. Nonetheless, the sort of opinion polls that have been done do indicate a different attitude toward the invasion of Ukraine than the government would like to see. Could I maybe just say a bit about the NATO question?
Yes,
and then
fine. Absolutely. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to trip you up there. Go right ahead.
No, not at all. So I think the last point I wanted to kind of lay out before we open it to discussion is NATO and Estonia. And Estonia has been kind of taking a strong position among other Eastern European countries, advocating for more of a forward presence in particularly the Baltics by NATO troops. So as many of your listeners know, NATO initially did sort of avoided doing this in order to avoid offending Russia. That's no longer such a concern for obvious reasons, but there's no doubt that people in Estonia believe that it's possible that Russia could attack them, and that they would appreciate a larger NATO plus presence in Estonia in the form of substantial bases in order to make it harder for Estonia to be occupied. And in a way, the situation in Ukraine has reinforced this wish, in part because of the barbarity of the Russia's occupation behavior, which makes it harder to accept a kind of alternative scenario in which NATO would perhaps allow Estonia to be overrun and then come back and liberate it later. There might not be that much left of Estonia if that were to happen. The final point that's related to this is that Estonia has been a huge advocate of and is delighted by the planned accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO, which is not just politically significant, but also is important for them in strictly military terms. I'm not a military expert, but I understand that the inclusion of those two countries in NATO will greatly facilitate sort of the resupply of Estonia in case of an invasion, and thus make it harder for an invasion to be successful. So I think that's actually said quite a lot, and I'm happy to open the floor to questions if you'd like.
Yeah, for sure. So, but how about my question about is it a realistic thought? I mean, we know that the Russians don't have much to throw anywhere else, but as you said, midterm or medium term, is there a palpable belief in Estonia that maybe that if there was a ceasefire or a peace deal and Ukraine was able to defeat the Russians to a certain point, that Estonia might be on the chopping block?
Matthew, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure how that happened. So to answer your question, yes, absolutely. I think Estonian people, the ones I talked to, and based on opinion surveys as well as the officials with whom we spoke, and based on their statements to the press, it's clear that they do see that as a realistic possibility. It's been discussed whether there may have been some alternate plans in the Kremlin to actually begin Russia's sort of assault on Europe with the Baltics, and I'm not in a position to shed any light on how serious those concerns are. In the end, they certainly didn't. So they began with Ukraine, but a number of people there said openly that had the invasion gone in the kind of blitzkrieg manner that Russia wanted, they would have been in a strong position to threaten the Baltics next. The impression is also not their sort of feeling of security is not enhanced by the very aggressive and outrageous statements of top Russian officials, including former President Medvedev, who, in addition to saying very offensive things about the prime minister personally, has also made statements to the effect that the Baltics are only independent because Russia allows them to be, and that they're historic parts of the Russian Empire. So again, kind of echoing the kind of denial of nationhood that Russian officials use in reference to Ukraine.
Hey Matthew, don't you think it's interesting that when the conflagration occurred, it's almost like they dusted off the actual Russia versus Estonia playbook they'd been planning for maybe something else, because it seemed too well prepared and it was so off the cuff. No.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it's not a secret to anybody in Russia that Estonia has been an advocate against Russia, so to speak, if that's the right way to put it, in the EU and NATO contracts, and has certainly, let me rephrase that, has advocated for a firm line against Russia, and has expressed strong concerns about the possibility of Russian aggression, which have unfortunately been borne out by reality. So I think a lot of people in Estonia do believe that there's a special kind of malevolence directed at them from Russia, that which would really see crushing them as a kind of payback for as Russia would see it, the effrontery they've shown in daring to be independent and not wanting to be connected to Russia.
All right, excellent. Yeah, no, interesting points. Chris has a question let's go to Chris. And also, sorry, we had some people come up to the panel. Sorry, and I didn't recognize the name, and the DMs were closed, and the pictures might have been a little suspicious. So if you do want to come up to speak, we like to curate these conversations. Sometimes we get a bit of silly behavior, so I apologize. I put you to the listeners, but if you'd like to come up and I can't reach you, it's a bad sign. Send me a note and say, I have a question or Matthew and let me know what it is, and then we'll let you back up. Thank you, and let's go to Chris. Chris, go ahead. Oh, and Matthew, sometimes I mute your mic because the feedback we can hear through the audience. So that's why if you want to mute yourself until the question, it's probably better. Yeah. Chris, go ahead. Chris Windley. Chris Windley from sunny England. Go ahead, Chris. All right. Chris probably fell asleep with his hand up, so he's going to have a sore arm in the morning. Let's go to Abdullah.
Hi, thank you, Yehuda. Professor Matthew, I just wanted to ask you, as you know, Ukraine recognized Chechnya as an independent state. Estonia was about to do that a few years back, but due to Russian pressure, they didn't do the vote, I believe. Is there any chance that Estonia will follow Ukraine?
That's a good question, and I actually have to admit that I don't know the answer. I mean, like you, I was aware that there has been a lot of support, sympathy for the Chechen people in Estonia, but I'm afraid I can't say whether recognition is back on the agenda.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go back to Chris one more time. Chris Winley, the sunny meadows of England, green pastures, the New Jerusalem, in fact. Some say, okay, he's gone. Ben, I don't know if it was Ben or Brian and Andy. Let's go to Ben and then Brian and Andy. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you, Matthew, for this very thorough exploration of the Estonian reality. I was wondering to what extent, I mean, we're being told that the Estonians saw through the Russians' games, and I'm perfectly willing to understand that. But to what extent was it their, can I put it, were they methodologically better prepared? And to what extent it was just, well, their immediate neighbor, immediate danger, and they had to do something with it. And the reason why I'm asking this is there something from the Estonian method that the other countries can learn about?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, the answer's got to be a bit complex. So it's not unique to Estonia, what I'm about to say, but I think it is true that people in Estonia pay very close attention to Russian politics and have been concerned by the turn that they've taken in the last 20 years under Putin. Like and many other post-Soviet peoples, most Estonian adults of a certain age know some Russian, and therefore are in a sort of better position to actually receive information from Russia. So I think there's kind of a general level of awareness that comes not just from proximity, but also from the experience of having been annexed and occupied. Along with that, and again, it's not unique to Estonia, but was certainly particularly acute there, I think there's no doubt that almost everybody in Estonia has some connection to the tragedy of Estonia's 20th century history, to relatives who fled abroad, who were killed, who were sent into Siberia, the Gulag. And it's quite striking. If you ever visit Tallinn, it has a number of very well done museums that depict both the Nazi and Soviet occupations, I think, in a very accurate and thorough way. And I might add that some of Estonia's greatest writers, including Jan Kross, who in my opinion should have won a Nobel in literature, spent his career kind of reflecting on this history. So I think and part of the answer to your question would be that there's certainly a very high level of sensitivity to Russia in Estonia. In terms of actual policies, there are certainly some things that they, I think, have done right, or at least that seem to have been prudent. So Estonia never abolished conscription, unlike, by the way, some other countries in the region, including Latvia, which is in the process of bringing it back. And I think they believe that was, the right move. There is a limit to what Estonia can do. It's not a large country. It certainly deploys its locational advantage as a member of both the EU and the NATO to, I think it's fair to say, punch above its weight. And the current prime minister is certainly a very charismatic, articulate advocate for her country, as well as for its policies on Ukraine and Russia. But you have to be impressed by the way that they've actually managed to attract attention to their views, given that this is a country with a population less than the city of Toronto, which I live in. In terms of other policies, I think the record is maybe more mixed. The attention to civil defense and the creation of a kind of nationwide volunteering effort, I think, is fascinating, and indeed, might be a model for other countries. I'm happy to talk a little bit about that, in part because it's a subject of research we're doing. So, one thing that people may not realize is that the Ukrainian government's relatively new defense force called the Territorial Defense, or Teroborona, we're interested in the extent to which that was sort of modeled directly on perhaps the Estonian and other home guard type entities in the Baltic and Nordic region. So I think Ukraine has seen that this is a model of sort of trying to bring citizens into civil defense in a country that is threatened with invasion or with other hostile activities by its neighbors. I think Estonians are wrestling with, in a way that is very acute, but may nonetheless be relevant for the rest of us in NATO, with the question of how can you enjoy the benefits of peacetime and of democracy while not becoming complacent, or while not sort of relying overwhelmingly or exclusively on institutions such as the military and the police, that although no matter how efficiently they are run, may not be sufficient in an emergency to perform their functions. So, one minor example of that, or one interesting example of that's come to my attention, right now, the Ukrainian fire departments are playing a really heroic role in terms of dousing the flames in buildings that have been attacked by Russian artillery or aerial bombardment. And it's become apparent that they may not have the personnel to do everything that they need to do. And Estonia has thought about this contingency. It's incredible. And part of the Defense League involves training people to be essentially volunteer firefighters. So this is just one example of, I think, their kind of whole of nation approach to security that probably has some relevance for all of us in NATO. Even those of us who live in places like Canada that are less directly under the gun.
All right, let's go ahead to Brian.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Yehuda. Good evening, Matthew. Quick question. I'm a bit late to the party here, so forgive me if you may have already articulated the points I wanted to ask you about. And it may, I don't know if it'll veer out of your bailiwick and more into the direction of social anthropology or forensic psychology, but is there anything, looking at Estonia as a microcosm of this, which predisposes these Russian speaking populations to be more receptive or conducive to the whole Ruski Mir madness, shall we say, than other Russian diaspora populations in the rest of Europe or worldwide? And a corollary to that, this is just a musing of my own, but I would appreciate if you had any thoughts on that. Looking at the attitudes of some of these populations, which I'm certain were put there almost as the veritable cuckoo's egg in the nest, that their attitudes, although being rabidly, in some cases very nationalistic, to me somehow betray an underlying feeling of insecurity or an uncertainty about their actual identity and what being Russian actually means. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very important and very deep question, and I feel a little bit out of my league, but I will try to take a swing at it. So I think that the situation of Russian-speaking people in Estonia is not unique. So from some research I did earlier and from other scholars' work, communities of Russian-speaking people who are primarily not from the country in which they now live, those exist all over the former Soviet space. they're much smaller than they used to be in some places, such as Central Asia, where many of those people left in the 1990s, or for that matter, Georgia and Azerbaijan. So Estonia's situation is not unique. I think there are some distinctive aspects of their position that they maybe share with Latvia and Lithuania, which is the fact that those annexations were never recognized gave them some leeway to not implement immediate citizenship for the Russian-speaking populations on the grounds that, as they said, that they did not acquiesce in the settlement of Estonia by these people or their parents, and therefore they did not feel themselves to be morally or legally obligated to give them citizenship. Although you have to say they've made it available. So I think. The fact is, though, that now we do see a certain kind of alienation, in that population it's difficult to fully understand. On the one hand, they've clearly benefited from being in Estonia, and I think many of them would recognize that it's a successful country with a high standard of living. At the same time, there's no doubt that there is a kind of, in Canada, we sometimes use the phrase to refer to Quebec, two solitudes, in which these two communities are quite separate. Don't have a lot of sympathy for each other, and although they mingle in the workplace, do so much less in social and private life. It is, I think, an issue for Estonia how to integrate a community, and it's not unique to them, but there are other places where this is also relevant. So Israel comes to mind. What kind of integration is possible, feasible, desirable, between two communities that have a history of distrust and have, to some degree, very different ideas about sort of the origins of their state and its legitimacy. I think the debate about Russian-speaking schools that's now come to a head does sort of reflect a certain kind of acknowledgement that the policy of sort of benign neglect, if you would like to put it like that, may not have been successful in some respects. That the Russian-speaking community of Estonia is consider themselves to be second-class citizens, don't accept the kind of narrative about Estonian history that the government offers, may have some level of sympathy for Russia and its aspirations to return to kind of hegemonic role in the post-Soviet region. Where you go from there is harder to say, right? Because, on the one hand, Estonia is a democracy and it does have civil liberties and due process. On the other hand, there's no doubt that its international position is very fragile and vulnerable. One point that I didn't have a chance to mention earlier, the government is in the process, as far as I know, this hasn't gone through yet, but is being pushed through Parliament, of trying to revoke weapons licenses issued to Russian and Belarusian citizens in Estonia. So if you are a citizen of those two countries, if the law is approved, you won't be eligible to have a gun license. So that's just kind of an example of the kind of tension that they perceive between, trying to be a democratic state that's open to everybody, trying to kind of protect and promote Estonian language and culture, and being inclusive to community that does not fully share, the aspirations of the majority of people in Estonia for independence or for a place in Europe and NATO. What makes people have these views? That's a complex issue. To one degree, I think it may have to do with certain kinds of factors that you alluded to, right? That no matter how high your standard of living, you can't avoid the sense that there is now a kind of new hierarchy or a new sort of structure of authority in Estonia since independence that is different from the Soviet Union, in which your language is no longer preeminent, right? So you see these incidents all over the region. It's actually come up recently in Georgia too, where there are a lot of people who have fled conscription, basically men, right? But also some women who've fled conscription in Russia and are now living in Tbilisi. And there was a well-publicized incident recently when a prominent Russian opposition leader addressed a bar owner in Russian, even though he was speaking English to her. And I actually was, when I heard this, I remembered some experiences I had in Estonia recently, in which people told me who spoke Russian quite well that although they used to not mind being addressed in Russian, they were now sort of refusing to respond to people in Russian on the grounds that they couldn't sort of not associate that sort of approach with Russian aggression. So it's a difficult situation in which the exact course of action that Estonia should follow is not clear. Unfortunately, it does have to include an element of surveillance and perhaps a firm hand against expressions of or attempts to kind of destabilize the country politically. So to go back to the incident I mentioned earlier involving the removal of the tank monument from Narva, there was a similar incident a number of years ago. I think it was 2007, in which a Soviet war monument was removed from its place in Tallinn, known as the Bronze Soldier, and was not going to be destroyed, but was going to be put in a less prominent location. So it was essentially being moved out of a more visible location to a less prominent one, as a kind of what the government saw as an attempt to kind of, make this monument less sort of important, but also not offend people for whom it was special. And that was a moment when large-scale riots broke out in Tallinn that we now know were basically instigated by, or at least involved the support of, the Russian embassy. That's not a secret. I think it's pretty much a matter of record at this point. And the situation really threatened to go out of control. Actually, the police were at one point kind of outmanned and needed to bring in this civil defense organization I mentioned earlier, the Defense League for Reinforcements. That was then followed by possibly the world's first ever cyber attack directed against a sovereign state. So Estonia was the victim of a Russian cyber attack. So, I think as in any other society in which the country is at war or faced with the imminent prospect of invasion, there are difficult kinds of boundary lines to be drawn between protecting civil liberty and sort of providing a robust defense for the state. I will be interested to see how the planned integration of Estonian and Russian-speaking children proceeds. That's a difficult process, and there are, for example, issues of human resources. So there simply aren't enough teachers available to perform that integration effectively, as I've been told. Not that many Estonian younger teachers speak Russian, not that many Russian-speaking teachers speak Estonian. How exactly this is going to happen remains to be seen, but the fact that that policy is now being implemented, I think, suggests a kind of desire to grapple with the place of the Russian-speaking community in Estonia, to sort of acknowledge that these issues exist and to try to find constructive solutions, which in this case involve greater integration rather than sort of ghettoization.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thanks for that. Great question, Brian. Chris, are you still there? Chris Windley? All right, Chris isn't there. Ben, Axel, as you know, one of our co-hosts and super great. I'm shocked he hasn't said a word, because if you don't know, Axel lives in Estonia. He's one of those cyber wizards, and you can't miss him. He's like a tower, a German tower. Who knows? Axel.
Terra Omicus, Matthew, and best regards from Josh and from the uncle, meaning from Velo and Kaya, Veloletta.
Oh, what a pleasure! Thank you, Terra.
Terra. No, I'm friends with Josh and his sister Alexa, so we know each other. So I found it really funny when you started talking about it, and I'm very glad that we have you with us and that you gave such a nice and friendly and good summary about Estonia. You also, at the very end of it, just came to the topic of what has often been described as the fifth column, meaning the difficulty integrating that last part of the Russified population still living in Estonia, which also has Russian citizenship, of which there are close to 90,000. And that is a difficult part for Estonia, because amongst them, as polled in recent months, at least 25% still are heavy-duty Putinists in recent years. In every single election, these Russian citizens voted with approximately 92 to 94% in favor of Vladimir Vladimirovich. And as such, they are considered to be a threat, quite literally, and they are. So it is a difficult thing, but it's a remnant from Russification, because in, 1907, the total Russian population in what was then, if you were to take the borders of Estonia today, was 4.7%. So when after the war, that went up all the way up to 1989 to a significantly higher level and then dropped off to what is today 24.7%. That's obviously a massive movement, and you described it quite neatly. Now, the question for you is then, how would you rate Estonia having dealt with that Russification from an outside perspective, given the fact that we have not had, other than this one instigated event which led to the massive cyber attack of 2007, Estonia has managed to not have major riots other than that. That is quite a civil achievement, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I wish I knew what was going on behind the scenes to enable that. And I was also struck by the fact that despite all the concerns about the removal of the tank, that it was duly removed without any major unrest breaking out. Perhaps you could shed some light on that if you're in a position to comment on it.
Sure. No, of course, we looked at it. We call it the policy of the firm hand, meaning leading by creating a better future and more opportunities for growth. The IT industry, obviously, as you highlighted earlier, has helped greatly, has made people both wealthy as well as independent, and financial independence by means of further integration, especially through the university system, is extremely helpful. And it's only those who have been left behind, those with grey passports and close to what is, everything which is south of Narva and a bit of Ida Viruma, those areas where rare earths have been taken out of the ground for a long time, who are, as I indicated, very Putinist. So in that regard, Estonia communicates well to the inside. It's not perfect. Nothing here is perfect. And why would it be? But it's a firm policy, and it's now being asserted more that every school child actually has to learn first and foremost Estonian, which, by the way, if we were in France, I presume, Matthew, if you and my family, our families were to move to France, the first thing children would learn in kindergarten, and the next stage of school would be French. And Estonia has not asserted that right up until very recently, and now it's coming. It's probably good for integration. That's at least how we see it here.
Yeah, so I mean, I can say a bit more about the school issue. I think one point maybe that you will find agreeable or congenial is that it's probably fair to point out that you need Estonian to be successful in Estonia. So to be successful in the job market, to have a successful career, one needs Estonian. And it's a problem if you graduate from high school and apparently, as many Russian-speaking students do, have only a kind of basic command of Estonian rather than the advanced proficiency that you need to be a professional. So I'm firmly in favor of Russian-speaking students learning Estonian. I mean, I was thinking as we were speaking about some of the issues in Canadian society that are somewhat similar. So if we look at the province of Quebec, there's a French-speaking community that has a very different perspective on Canadian history, many of whose members would like Quebec to be independent. As you might know, Quebec has actually had 2 referenda on this issue, one of which came very close to succeeding. Quebec also has separate schools for French and English-speaking students, although kind of as Estonia is now insisting, English-speaking students do need to learn French to a very high standard in Quebec. So I don't think that the issues that Estonia is dealing with are unique, or that there's anything about Estonia's handling them that is uniquely bad. I would say that Estonia is in a really difficult situation because, unlike Canada, it neighbors Russia. I mean, Canada actually also does too. That's another story. But the Russian component in Estonia, the problem of Russia's foreign policy is much more serious. And I think that's sort of, from what I can see, kind of bringing out, what you alluded to, that Estonia may need to sort of pursue as a matter of its own security and for the well-being of its Russian-speaking population, kind of more ambitious measures to integrate them fully into Estonian society, and I think the school integration is probably a good start.
I agree. It's actually fair. It's fair to the children.
Yeah, it's absolutely fair to the children. What you do about adults who hold views that are antithetical to the Constitution of Estonia and its sovereignty is a very different matter and is hard to wrestle with, right? So, there are people in Canadian society who would like Quebec to be independent. They're not sent to prison just as they aren't in Estonia. They're free to advocate and form their political parties. They're not free to engage in violence or to conspire with foreign governments against Canada. And I certainly have no problem with Estonia taking firm measures against such individuals or their organizations. It's in some sense at most a partial solution, though, right? Because in the long run, there will need to be a way to kind of bring the Russian-speaking community out of its isolation. In part through language acquisition, presumably, but it may include other dimensions that I am not qualified to speak to. So the challenges Estonia faces in terms of having a minority that is somewhat alienated from the state and predisposed or sympathetic to a hostile foreign power. That's not unique, but the threat that arises from it because of Estonia's position is certainly very, very extreme.
There's an interesting point in that regard, if I may add to what you said earlier, because you highlighted already. Estonia went onto the path for national service, meaning conscription, and it takes it very seriously. And it helps, by the way, with the integration and also the segregation, by the way, of those who feel disinclined to be part of the Estonian culture, because the army is a good filter. It showcases who is willing to serve and who takes it seriously and who declines. And those who decline fail to succeed in the country. Those who dislike it and show it fail to succeed in the country. And they self-segregate and either remain and wither on the vine, or they leave. And that's fine. From an Estonian perspective, that's completely fine. Estonia integrates. I'm German. My family was here already in medieval times. So I'm, from your perspective, how you gave your introduction, I'm so to say from the first early conquest, but then again, at that point in time, that's a completely different story. But it's only one part of it. We've always come back and we've always invested here, and we've always done things in order to actually rebuild things, just like others. I don't know to what extent you've heard of Mr. Listringhausen, who was, by the way, a friend of Ellen Neat and Jan Cross, the first German ambassador who came back here because he was from a family from this region. Everybody is very much affiliated with the region who has ever been here, whereas those who've been brought here during Russification may not be at all. They are what we call fleeting. They go if they can, and if they don't like it anymore. The people on the other end who are getting older, they die out. That is natural attrition. And that's why, for example, the grey passports, which many people have always complained about, which existed in Estonia, people who were so-called stateless and then were given those 90,000 passports by the Russians, they simply at some point in time will, due to generational change, not be here anymore. So Estonia solves it by means of growth, integration, and clear rules. I think that's the key thing. Incentives for integration are there. And that's Estonia's only road to success.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm interesting that you're from a Baltic German background. I mean, I've learned quite a lot about the community over the years, and it has a really rich, distinguished history. I guess one point I would add, something I became aware of that I thought was quite interesting, was that there's actually quite a high proportion of Russian-speaking people in the police force. So, going to your point about integration, I was told, a good quarter, if I remember correctly, of police officers are Russian-speaking. So,
absolutely.
The fact that
yes.
they have been welcomed into those positions and want them is, highly positive. Speaks to the potential of Estonian people to integrate the Russian-speaking community successfully. And no doubt you're correct. I think this is borne out by studies that younger Russian-speaking Estonians are, as compared to their elders, more interested in Estonian society and the opportunities it offers them, and less interested in what Putin has to offer.
There's a good point to underline what you said. In March, when the first studies came out, after the invasion, right after, after this invasion, the affiliation with Russian media, which has always been massive in Estonia by the Russian minority, dropped to a point that when polled for 3 weeks in a row, only 27% of those who are considered to be ethnic Russians, which by the way in Estonia includes a lot of Ukrainians, about, if you take 24.7% being Russian speaking, about close to 5% are Ukrainian. Another 2.5 are literally from the region which we would call Belarusia today, despite the fact that obviously it came after the war. So it's not completely Russian, but 27% of ethnic Russians in Estonia considered the Russian media as trustworthy. Only. The rest considered them to be completely, utterly decrepit. That's a significant change because the picture in the years prior was completely different. So there is a change coming, even for that population.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I guess the only thing I would maybe throw out there, which I think is worth thinking about for all of us, is, Estonia is dealing with these issues in a really acute way, but the Russian media is a concern for all of us. Something I've thought about a bit without being particularly an expert on it is Russian state media interact or sort of present themselves in Western countries like any other media sources. But they're not, right? They're tools of an authoritarian regime when they present its views. We could even see that to some extent in the sort of products of Russian cinema under Putin, many of which, including ones that are shown in venues like Netflix, have a distinct kind of Putinist take on history that's quite inaccurate and offensive. I do think there is a question that Western countries have to face about sort of issues such as the accreditation of Russian journalists and sort of the permission for Russian media to operate in their markets. That it's obviously very dangerous for governments in free societies to ban media. I understand the reluctance to do that, but the current moment seems to be kind of forcing us to consider these unpalatable line drawing exercises about how we interact with a hostile authoritarian regime that's whose attitude toward us is basically malevolent.
Yeah, very good point. Matthew, thank you very much. When will you be back to Estonia?
I hope next summer if all goes well.
Well, if and when you do, you should let's keep in touch. I'll send you a message. I'd be very pleased. I've just seen that essentially you and I are connected through Josh anyway. But no, it would be an absolute pleasure having you here.
Well, thank you. That's very good of you. With pleasure.
All right, Ben, do we have further questions from our guests?
Yeah, I think Nef Walter just came on stage and probably has a question for Matthew. Or not.
No.
I do have a question for you though. I was it's more personal, but you're mentioning that you're a criminologist, and I'm sorry, I missed the connection when at some point you talked about the Journal of Criminology, and I didn't get it, and I was wondering if you could tell us more of how you link your two fields of study.
Well, thank you for your interest. I didn't go into it a lot because I didn't want to make myself the subject, but I'm happy to share a bit more if you're curious. So, early in my career, as I mentioned, my dissertation research, which I turned into a book and some articles, had to do with the issue of citizenship and migration controls.
Matthew, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but suddenly your mic has gone really, really weak. Is there a way for you to revert to the previous situation?
Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
What if I try leaving and coming back right away? Maybe that will do the trick.
That's probably not the problem. Usually, clearly, it's a question with your microphone.
I don't know what to do. I'm speaking from my phone. I could also try turning on the laptop mic.
Are you speaking with Bluetooth AirPods?
No, it's a Wi-Fi connection.
Oh, well then right now it's perfect.
Okay, well let's forge ahead, and if there's a problem, let me know, and I'll be happy to repeat anything. So I'm not sure which parts of what I said came through. I was saying that my dissertation, which I then turned into a book, was concerning the enforcement of migration rules in the Russian Federation. I was interested in how a citizenship was divided up among the new post-Soviet states, and how Russia dealt with non-citizens, and in particular how governmental authorities at lower levels of administration implemented or didn't implement citizenship policies. So, in a nutshell, my findings had to do with sort of the failure of Russia to develop a kind of rigorous enforcement of citizenship rights, and such that a lot of people were unable to kind of have their citizenship recognized to some extent in some cases, or to move around the country freely. I can say more about that if you're interested, but the connection with my subsequent research has to do with the police. So in Russia and other post-Soviet countries, there's a very powerful institution that's a bit different from the US or Canada, called the Ministry of Interior, which essentially is a kind of national law enforcement ministry that supervises all policing and public security functions. And I became interested in its sort of role in society, and that led me to some studies that I did later in Georgia and Armenia about the extent to which the sort of Soviet model of police had evolved or had been reformed in those societies. So I think that was sort of the trajectory, was from the study of migration and migration controls into looking at policing institutions. Perhaps one point I could add is that a lot of the research, at least in North America, and I think also in Europe, a lot of the research in contemporary post-Soviet countries that's being done is done by political scientists, and they have a certain range of questions that interest them that are very worthwhile. I mean, I'm also interested in those issues about the causation of democracy or dictatorship and what causes political stability. But there are fascinating issues about crime and criminal justice and public order that I think criminology as a discipline has been studying for a long time. So the study of policing is much more developed in criminology than, say, political science, and that was the body of literature that led me to become interested in the Estonian policing system, and in particular how they had regulated their private security system relatively effectively compared to most other countries in the region. So I hope that was a clear answer to your question.
Yes,
Matthew,
thank you very much.
Matthew, if I may add, isn't this also a function of the digitization aspect and the fact that Estonia has taken a different approach to its internal security services, meaning what we call KAPO, Kaiserpolizeiamt, which has a slightly different approach thanks to the digitization?
Yeah, it's a bit far afield from things that I have worked on directly, but I'm certainly aware of this and can say a few words about it for the benefit of those who are interested. Estonia is actually among the most wired societies in the world, and in terms of sort of harnessing the power of digitization for public services, it probably is the most advanced. So the ability to access public services, including even voting through digital means, really emerged in Estonia. Estonia also pioneered a kind of digital citizenship, which basically allows you to conduct business in Estonia without being a resident. So there's no doubt that Estonia is a leader in digital technology. They've also, by the way, become a leader in digital security or in cybersecurity, as I mentioned earlier. Exactly how that ties into sort of other aspects of public safety in Estonia, I think probably others such as Josh Gold could comment on better than I, but no doubt it is a factor as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, our listeners have come through, so there's quite a few hands up to ask you questions, but I want to be mindful of your time, and you've been talking for an hour. Do you have time for 3 quick questions?
Absolutely, with pleasure.
Fantastic. Oh, right. So, Donna, you'll go first, and you're a fellow Canadian.
I am indeed. I'm from Alberta. I had sent a question through to Yehuda, but he obviously didn't get it. I was in a taxi in the middle of Hanoi. So Matthew, what I was wondering is, at the very beginning, you were talking about the stateless people in Estonia, and can you sort of expand on who those people are? Because I have some assumptions as to who I think they are. And from what I understand, they tend to be disproportionately represented in terms of prison populations, low income, things like that, and sort of what strategies Estonia is doing in order to deal with that. Because my assumption is that they are the children of Russian citizens who have not been able to pass on their citizenship to their children born in Estonia, and they don't qualify for Estonian citizenship. But I'm not sure if I'm correct on that.
Sure, I can say a bit more about this. So I'm not sure when you joined us, but as I was explaining earlier, the sort of category of stateless persons in Estonia emerged as a result of the decision early on, after Estonia regained its independence in the early 90s, that it would not sort of accord citizenship to persons who had entered Estonia as Soviet citizens during the Soviet occupation and could not trace their ancestry back to people who actually were Estonian citizens in 1940. So, as I think it was Axel mentioned, Estonia, did have a small Russian-speaking community before World War II. It's got an interesting history in itself. Some of them are members of the community that's known as Old Believers, so kind of offshoots of the Orthodox Church. But the majority, indeed, did come after World War II with the Soviet occupation. And Estonia's policy has basically been to make Estonian citizenship available. One does need to take a test in the Estonian language, which I understand is not that challenging. So, for that matter, you and I are both Canadian citizens. There's a similar requirement to become a Canadian citizen, right? So it's not exactly unusual or extreme to insist on that.
Matthew, can I interrupt one quick second? Is the reason why you say it's not so hard, not so laborious, is that because the Russians are making accusations that they're purposely trying to shut Russians out by making them, professors of Estonian language? Is that why?
No, I don't think that accusation has been leveled recently, although I may be wrong. I think, my understanding is the test was made easier over the years. I don't speak Estonian, so I'm getting this all secondhand. What I've been told is that the level that's needed is not that of full professional proficiency. So you don't need to be bilingual in Estonian to pass the Estonian component of this, for citizenship.
A2.
A2, okay. So you do need to speak Estonian, and my point is simply that that's not in itself unreasonable. If someone who's not a citizen of a country wants to become a citizen of that country, that you would know the official language of the country. So it's not that Estonia is trying to prevent them from becoming citizens. It hasn't made them all citizens en masse, so to speak, or insisted to become citizens. And I think it's only fair to point out that not everyone in that community is in the same kind of situation. So some of them continue to have business and personal ties in Russia, and it's actually advantageous for them not to be Estonian citizens in order to be able to enter Russia more freely without a visa and to conduct business there, or to spend considerable parts of their life there, or to be with their family there. So, people do have reasons that are not necessarily political for not pursuing this option. I think it is true that for some people, not pursuing Estonian citizenship is a kind of act of protest that essentially either they object to the citizenship policy and the fact that they were not granted citizenship as a matter of right, or in a more sinister way, perhaps they don't see Estonia as a legitimate entity, right? But it's a diminishing share of the population. The number of citizens has risen, as I understand, but it's not insignificant. I mean, I think it's a legitimate problem, and there's no perfect solution. And I would probably be more critical of Estonia if it were denying people the right to become citizens. But it's not outrageous or inhumane not to make everybody a citizen who doesn't want to be a citizen, or who is not willing to kind of undertake some of the basic responsibilities of citizenship in terms of language acquisition. So, could the policy be improved in other ways, or could the government do things differently? I think probably yes, and I find the proposed school reform to be on its face a good measure. Is it appropriate for Estonia to kind of impose its citizenship on all those people? I don't know that that's in Estonia's interest. I don't know that that would be a democratic rule of law act, or that would be welcomed by all those individuals. So, the current situation is not ideal, but it reflects a number of not ideal circumstances that are not of Estonia's making, and with which it's had to reckon. I mean, since you're Canadian, I think this is a difference from the situation in Quebec, right? I mean, everyone in Quebec is a Canadian citizen. They can vote, they can hold office, they're fully integrated into our political life. Estonia's history is much more raw. The occupation by the Soviet Union is a recent historical memory, and it was very oppressive and has left a lot of scars. This is one aspect of that. Maybe just one other point that's kind of indirectly related. It's only now, and I think this is actually amazing, that Estonia is kind of systematically removing Soviet war monuments. So think about the fact that Estonia has been, regained its independence more than 30 years ago, and it's only now saying, as a matter of policy, we don't want these monuments in our country. They're not, they're offensive, and they don't reflect our view of our history. So if you think about the fact that those monuments were allowed to remain for all those years, despite the fact that most Estonians found them very offensive for, I think, very understandable reasons. They did not view the occupation of Estonia as a liberation. They viewed it as a continued occupation by an extremely repressive regime. The fact that Estonia sort of tolerated them, I think, speaks to kind of the goodwill of the Estonian government, right? Or its willingness to kind of accept that it had a community living in Estonia that was not fully on board with sort of the nature of the state. They are taking the step now. I don't think anyone can blame them for doing so. The fact that they're doing it, I think, maybe reflects a kind of process of reassessment that I referred to earlier, in which the emphasis is probably going to be on kind of more active integration of the Russian-speaking population, with, as a corollary, perhaps less tolerance for kind of expressions of anti-Estonian sort of sentiment in these certain ways.
Excellent. Sorry, yeah. Donna, follow up.
Thank you. So just one of the things that I wondered about in terms of what you said, and you've done an excellent job of sort of answering my question, is you talked about them not trying to get citizenship so they could travel to Russia and visit with family, and because of their ties there. The people who are stateless, so not the ones that are holding Russian citizenship, are they able to get travel documents to be able to do that?
Yes, I mean, so I actually teach a class on citizenship in which we discuss statelessness, and I think Estonia is a very unusual case in which you have a community that is, stateless, right? But it's not like being a refugee from, some authoritarian regime, because, they have a permanent resident status that allows them to live anywhere in the European Union as well as in Estonia, and under which they enjoy, all the rights of being an Estonian permanent resident, just as Canadian permanent residents do, right? So, basically all civil and economic and employment rights are go with that status. So, they receive a legal status that allows them to live in the European Union wherever they wish, I believe, and also the benefit of being stateless as opposed to Estonian for the purpose of travel to Russia is that if you're an Estonian citizen, you are subject to more stringent entry requirements on the Russian side, right? So it's not anything Estonia is doing; it's actually a response to a Russian policy against Estonians. So I don't fully understand all the ins and outs of it. So why might somebody prefer to be stateless rather than a Russian citizen? I think, as Axel mentioned, the Russian speaking is not a synonym for Russian ethnically, right? So many people in this category come from other Slavic backgrounds or perhaps other parts of the Soviet Union. Why exactly you would choose to be stateless rather than a Russian citizen, I'm not sure. But certainly being stateless is not some kind of horrible thing in Estonia. In this particular context, although of course not in many other places in the world, it's not the kind of awful burden that phrase might suggest to you.
And if I may add, every child born after 1992 in Estonia has the right to obtain Estonian citizenship if the parents so want. So everyone who doesn't have it has either made a personal choice after lapsing it because the parents didn't want it, or has obtained a Russian passport. Very few people have done that after 1992. But the so-called grey passports or alien passports are only for those people who failed the language test between 1992 and 1995. And this was about roughly 135,000 people. And they failed the test, and therefore they received an alien passport. And most of them opted for the Russian passports thereafter, which is why I said earlier that roughly 90,000 people still have Russian passports, but are resident in Estonia. Many of whom have not returned their alien passport, by the way, which is illegal.
Thank you very much, Axel and Matthew. That was a fabulous answer. I will drop down because I know there's other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. It looks like Alex Cavatelli, another fellow Torontonian. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting conversation. So my question would be, a lot of this stuff was basically designed after independence, but this year is very special, even though some of these tensions have always been there. But this year is really a watershed in terms of it's the biggest war since Second World War, pretty much in that area, in Eastern Europe in particular, and in Europe altogether, probably even the world. But anyway, my question would be, how do you expect the change in policy and in what direction vis-a-vis to Russian-speaking population or visitors from Russia? And my second question would be, just today, I think, Patrushev, director of FSB, if anything, he said that Russia will protect its Russian-speaking people against discrimination or something. It was just today, you would not think that they have time for this kind of stuff, but apparently they do. So what do you expect going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I've already spoken at some length on the issues of the local Russian-speaking community, so maybe I'll move on to the other aspects of your question. So, as you might have heard, Estonia has, among several other Eastern European countries, kind of taken the lead in trying to limit the entry of Russian citizens to the EU. So, at a minimum, not to permit entry on the basis of for purposes of tourism. And when they were unable to implement that policy at the EU level, Estonia and 3 other countries in the region, maybe now joined by Finland, if I remember correctly, essentially announced that they were going to impose that policy unilaterally. I think what that suggests is a kind of desire to limit contact with Russia as a society, which, at some level is very sad and unfortunate, but at another level is maybe not that surprising and is reasonable. If you look at Estonia's position on the map, in a different world, Estonia would be very well situated to sort of perform a kind of brokerage role between the EU and Russia. That's not possible right now. The emphasis has to be on kind of the survival of the constitutional order. So, it's very hard to know what kind of world will emerge from the Ukraine crisis. But I suspect, based on what we're seeing, that Estonia is going to kind of continue to pursue similar policies of trying to limit contact between the EU and Russia.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Axel.
Yeah, I'm just very happy that Matthew has taken the time today and has taken undertaken to answer all these questions. I think it's extremely helpful for Estonia that we have voices in Canada explaining the country and the challenges it has faced and overcome to a large extent in such
So
fashion. Thank you,
Matthew,
Matthew.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just
No, it was the Estonian word would have been
right.
aita.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if we could tie this in at the end of the day, Matthew, it looks like there are a lot of similarities, some differences between Estonia and Ukraine, but obviously, as a lot of people, our listeners in North America have said or asked, why is Estonia on the front or the forefront? Like, what's going on there? And I think you've helped explain that. In fact, I think you've shed some light on the question. In fact, the eponymous Matthew Light, we'll call you. So I do appreciate that. If there are any other questions, how much time do you have, Matthew?
I'm afraid I should go in the next couple of minutes, so maybe time for one last
Okay,
question.
we'll do that. Actually, how would I do it? I'm curious. After being there for a couple months, you said, or you were there studying for a while?
I've been there 3 times so far. Most recently for a month this summer.
What do you think? What do you see a post Ukrainian victory for Estonia? Do you see Estonia really turning up? Exercising its sovereignty in every way it can, trying to mitigate the problems with with the Russian population that try to assuage the anger or not give Russia an excuse, or do you think they'll be more emboldened to follow their own national destiny and not be so concerned about Russia as a threat? Will they be emboldened by a Ukrainian victory, I guess is my question.
I think there's no doubt that Estonia would benefit tremendously from a clear-cut Ukrainian victory in this conflict. And, it's no disrespect to Estonians to say that's one of the reasons why they are such enthusiastic supporters of Ukraine. Not only that, I mean, I think they also are very moved by the suffering of the Ukrainians and their heroism and fully empathize with them. Estonia would be a major beneficiary from sort of a diminished ability of Russia to menace its neighbors. Unfortunately, I think Estonia is going to become prominent for another reason, which is that it doesn't seem very likely that Europe and NATO will be able to rely on a kind of more benign Russia anytime soon. And in that respect, I think Estonia is actually well positioned to kind of be something of a leader in terms of sort of thinking through and developing policy models for how to create a society that is flourishing, democratic, not militarized, but nonetheless sort of prepared for security challenges. It's quite interesting. I'm not Ukrainian, so I hesitate to speak for them. But in conversation with Ukrainians, I think a lot of them are very interested in Estonia as a model for how to create that kind of society. And Zelensky himself has said that Estonia, that Ukraine is always going to be in a kind of a state of readiness in the future, and that it's unlikely to return to kind of a fully demobilized peacetime existence. And in that perhaps sad reason, Estonia has a lot to offer as sort of a model of development for many of its neighbors.
Maybe one quick dovetail into this: Are Estonians do Estonians feel safe and reassured by NATO? Do Estonians feel that should something happen, that NATO will be there?
I think it's a somewhat mixed bag. Clearly, Estonia wanted to be in NATO very badly, and I think the Estonian population and their leaders are appreciative that some of the points they've been making about the danger from Russia are being heeded. Nonetheless, the exact contours of sort of the enhanced NATO presence in Estonia remain to be seen, from my understanding. I think that might be a question for another guest with more specialized military knowledge. But there's no doubt that Estonia would be much, much worse off without NATO and might not exist as a country were it not for its NATO membership. So there is very strong support for NATO in Estonia. It's also true that perhaps Estonians are now more focused than they were even, in general before this invasion, on sort of what it would mean to be invaded and how devastating that would be. And so, you know, I've noticed a certain kind of increased assertiveness, which I think everyone can see in speeches of Estonian politicians about a sort of the need for NATO to honor its commitment for collective security, and to you know, make good on its promise to ensure that the people of Estonia are receiving the benefits of the alliance.
Right. Well, thank you. And on that note, we want to thank you very much. That's Professor Matthew Light from the University of Toronto, Associate Professor in Criminology and European Studies. We want to thank you very much for being with us. And obviously, you're here quite a bit to listen, I hear, and we can't wait to have you back again. And I think we're probably going to get a bunch of questions about this talk, and I hope you do come back to address any other ones, and please feel free, as you are welcome anytime here. Thank you so much, Matthew Light.
Thank you, Yehuda. It's been my great pleasure, and I wish you and your listeners all the best and look forward to further conversations.
Thank you, Matthew. Talk to you soon.
All right, that was honestly a very interesting conversation. I think some people were saying Estonia. Besides Axel, why are we talking about Estonia? And I quickly interjected. I said, "There's a lot to talk about. Don't you dare! Only anyone's going to make fun of Axel, it's going to be me." And here we are. So, thanks to the listeners. That's great. I was really happy to have Professor Light reach out to us. And he'd been listening for a while. We'd been talking offline, and I realized that he had been studying Estonia, and that's really interesting to us because Estonia is one of the shining examples in Europe, and who they're pretty brave about what they say and how they say it. So now we know a little bit more about why, their history, their relationship with Russia, their ongoing problems, the way they astutely deal with the problems that they have facing, you know, with respect to the Russian population in Estonia. So definitely a different tack they can afford to take. It's a different history, it's a different population, a different geography, but nonetheless the same problem. So it's very interesting, and I'm very glad we had the conversation. And on that note, I will hand it over back to, I think Michelle's coming up. We've got Alex Cavatelli. John Spencer was supposed to come up with, who did you tell me, Axel?
Aaron Brantley, formerly within the Army Cyber Institute at West Point, but that will be at 10:30 Eastern, so in a little while.
Oh, a couple hours from now. In the meantime, I guess, Michelle, get on up here. You're the next contestant on the Maria Price is Right. We've got a lot of stuff going on.
All right. Mr. John has come over. Thank you, Yehuda. And thank you, Matthew. That was a great discussion.
I mean, Yehuda said my name.
That's it. It's like hocus pocus.
Or Urban, and then you have Jason up as well. Although I'm at football, so I would just be yelling at my kids at the same time as I'm talking, and nobody wants that.
By the way, John, you're a terrible tease. I saw a picture of your of a little corner of your library. It looks very interesting. I hope that you'll keep posting more.
So you missed my shelfie that I did back in the day when I started doing, you know, CNNs and things like that. You know, somebody wanted a picture of the bookshelves, one of them, and called it a shelfie. You ever got that?
Oh yeah, that I always saw, and
gotcha.
We're for everything thankful for that.
No,
Oh right, there was a question for you actually earlier today. I'm sure you've answered it several times, but I tried to make a poor imitation of you, and it was absolutely ridiculous, and I got booted out. And the question was, the Ukrainian army has proved itself very efficient in defending cities, but now they have to attack them. What is the difference in terms of tactics between one and the other, and is an army that was good in defending a city going to be good attacking another city?
I mean, that's a pretty broad question. Not all cities are the same. Not all missions given, even if you're attacking, are the same. What's the purpose for it? I'm not gonna say in generalities. You know, let's just be clear. That was the Ukrainian military, as a whole, not just army, right? Because they do combine greatly so many security forces together to create their defense, and it's a whole of city approach, which is amazing and powerful. I mean, of course, the tactics are completely different. And Jason is there, and Jason teaches the tactics, and isolating the city is one of the first steps and one of the hardest. The challenge is usually this question is better broached in, a Ukrainian attack will of course have a different approach than a Russian attack who doesn't care about the law of armed conflict, civilian casualties, targeting principles, things like that. But the Ukrainian military has shown they are good at attacking cities, and they have, and having an enemy-centric approach to the city, and setting the conditions where the enemy can be overwhelmed quickly. It involves a lot of intelligence, and I know Jason would be agreeing with me that in the defense, the intelligence is about the terrain as well as the 7 steps of engagement area development, of forcing your enemy to go to where you want. In the attack, your intelligence is very detailed on where the enemy is, so that you can be very discriminate and specific to your approaches to eliminate the enemy in the urban terrain to seize it. So let's say, I don't know if I answered the question. Yes, there's a difference. Yes, the Ukrainians are going to be good at it, doing it their way.
So actually, I just wanted to jump in there, John. So we're seeing things. We've been talking for a couple months about what the situation would look like when Ukraine was at the door at Kherson. So it's kind of shaped out almost like we called it: bridges destroyed, partial pontoon or barge bridge, and that anaconda, tightening around Kherson with a large mass of, that's about eight Russian motorized rifle brigades, a couple of artillery brigades. Here's a funny question: what's the disadvantage and the advantage for both sides? In 400 words or more. No, it's an assignment I have. No, what's the advantage or disadvantage for having such a high concentration of Russians? Is it more of a disadvantage for them as they get closer together, for targeting, just for tactical reasons? What can you speak to that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty funny. It's an assignment, so please word in an opening statement, a body, and a conclusion. So yes,
just talk.
absolutely.
Can you talk slow, please? Just talk slow. No, I'm just kidding.
Text and talk. I mean, in Kherson, of course, you would never want to have your back against the wall if you're defending, and not have a resupply route, a retreat route, even excessive bands of a primary fighting position and secondary as a sequence. That's the challenge when you get condensed down. So yes, absolutely, it's a disadvantage to have your ideal defensive belts taken away from you, and you condense down into a small area. I mean, if you're building a defense, you always want to have your defense in depth, to attrit your enemy and break them apart before they can get to you. And that's the disadvantage the Russians are in now. One, they've had all their interior lines and connections to supplies and forces, because a lot of warfare is about that reinforcement, that reserve, that maneuvering force, and the Ukrainians have taken that away from them in this fight, and condensed the fight down into this very small space, which is at a disadvantage for that defender for sure. Even to incorporate a mobile defense, it's almost impossible for the Russians to imagine conducting a mobile defense in the situation they're in now. So they're under this very constrained perimeter defense in their forces that don't have the ability to maneuver and take advantage of any conditions they would create. Now, on the opposite, Ukrainians attacking on the fronts that they want to, dispersed in smaller unit formations, are able to discover the weaknesses in the defense, and then, like we've seen, create breakthroughs or whatever term you want to use to separate even the massed formations of Russians, but then to break through and then encircle little pockets that hopefully will then either quickly be destroyed or quickly surrender as it's futile to resist at that point. Hopefully that answers it. But like you said, this has played out much like many of us have thought it has. The timelines are maybe a little bit different, but Ukrainians fight smarter and they don't commit their forces to slaughter.
All right, thanks for that. Yeah, no, because obviously a lot of people might say something like, well, there's so many Russians, it's got to be hard for the Ukrainians. I don't think so, right? Because it's such a small area. Barge bridge. Apparently, CJ tells us as heavy equipment was being moved across earlier our time and around 11, 12 o'clock local time, 2300 local time, Ukrainians started targeting the bridge. A lot of us were wondering when would they hit it. I guess we suspected that they could hit it at any time. So much for that golden bridge to heaven, said Sun Tzu. I don't know.
I know you guys haven't liked my golden bridge. I'm actually not a fan of the golden bridge. I'm just saying of the different methods, it is a method that is consistent in history to include recent times. Clearly, it's not ideal for the attacker you want to take, but it is one of the courses of action on the table. I saw CJ's great post, and that's great to take it away from them. And I think, I mean, if it was up to me, every one of the 15 to 20,000 Russians would be dead. Period. Yeah. I don't even like prisoners of war personally, but this is Ukrainians fight to fight.
Well, so I did hear on Times Radio a couple of there was a retired lieutenant general and then another speaker who I've seen there before. Is quite good. He said that besides the bridge there are a few pedestrian bridges across different parts, but obviously they're pedestrian bridges. I wasn't exactly aware of that because I thought it had to be traffic for boats underneath. And anyway, that could be that avenue of escape. You know, who knows? Avenue of egress. Okay, wasn't picking at you too much. I just wanted to mention because I can't stand the idea of letting them get away so they can fight another day and rape and pillage another Ukrainian city down the trace, right, John?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just like everyone else. I'm not looking forward to what was discovered when Kherson is liberated, because it will be liberated. It's just a matter of when, in very soon. But not looking forward to what, because there's nowhere the Russians have been that they don't commit these horrible war crimes.
100%. Alex is going to go next. The one point I wanted to make real quick was I still keep hearing sometimes on reputable news outlets. They'll have I don't know if they just don't know who to call. Maybe they should just be calling you. Maybe we'll send them an email. If you need an expert, you can speak to John Spencer, because they're getting people still saying, well, at some point they're going to have to negotiate. The West isn't going to tolerate it, and and they're going to have to discuss with Putin. I feel that they're not watching the same war that we're watching unfold, John. I mean, it's not like,
yeah, it's
you get that
like
feeling sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually certain news agencies seek out those people because they know they're controversial, and it's what so many people don't want to hear, and it's just ridiculous to be stating at this point. I mean, understanding the Ukrainian war is one thing, but understanding the Ukrainian people, even in terms of the study of strategy, that ideal of of a peace deal of some type is just ridiculous. I mean, but I think there are people that if they're willing to say that, people want them on TV because it's controversial to even imagine. It makes us angry, right? By even hearing it, like you're the stupidest thing alive. My question is, that person saying it just for the attention? Look at me, look at me. I think there should be peace, or are they that dumb?
Yeah, no, that's what it comes down to, because it's clearly not. I mean, nothing on the ground would indicate that's in the offing. So, all right, let's go ahead to Alex.
Thank you. I have a question. So, yeah, like you said, each city has its peculiarity. And for Kherson, I believe this is proximity to this Nova Kakhovka Dam. And today, President Zelensky was actually, he was appealing to world leaders to avoid the technogen catastrophe. Apparently, Russians have mined the dam, and if they explode it, then big areas will be obviously underwater. So a lot of people may die, but also the nuclear station will be deprived of water, which is being used to cool the nuclear reactors. So it looks like the implications can be big. So is it just political? So what Ukrainians might have in their toolbox against that? If there is a way to avoid that explosion, any ideas, and to what extent it can slow things with regards to liberating Kherson? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on dams or infrastructure for sure, but I did see that those comments by President Zelensky. So it's a big deal. It's something. It sounds like another Russian move of weakness, just to either continue terrorism as a tactic. Militarily, I mean, they're similar to other infrastructure. You put a no fire area, no fire zone on top of the location. You're still going to be able to maneuver forces to put Russian forces in the area at a disadvantage and put them in a precarious situation where they're what we've also been hearing is preparatory language on a unfortunate reason to withdraw from the Kherson region. I mean, that's the more likely approach that I'm hoping for, rather than some dangerous situation involving the dam in the peculiars. The significance of the dam. That's not, again, my area of expertise, but there's a way to do it. I mean, it sounds more like what Russians do in their terrorism of both the nuclear power plant or critical infrastructure, even. So hopefully that's not what happens.
Hope that answers your question, Alex. It's interesting. I heard a commentator make a claim about the civilians being asked to leave, and he posited that it might be because the Russians are going to use chemical weapons. And the other person interjected. He goes, and the first speaker said, they might want to preserve civilian life. And the second speaker said, "What are you talking about?" I'm paraphrasing. Since when have the Russians cared about the civilians in Ukraine? They might want to take out the collaborators and the Russian administrators who've taken to stealing people's homes in Kherson, but they certainly don't care about the Ukrainians that are there. It would be a total change in everything they've done. And this dam and flooding parts of the region, especially with electricity being scarce and winter coming, it's just really another form of terrorism. I was gonna say domestic terrorism, but it's not. It's international terrorism. So that's kind of situation, no change for Russia. We're gonna bring up some hands here. So we have some people that want to come up. Please do raise your hand when you're up here, so we can go ahead and go with your question. And John, what are some, just for the audience, and I know we've asked you probably ad nauseum in the past, but we're here now. It's now. It's not 2 months ago. It's not when they take the north of Kherson Oblast. They've done that. Not when they've conducted enabling operations. They're doing that now. When they get close enough, is this like do all is this so ostensibly there are let's just say there are 3 divisions, one in the north, northwest, and then the west. Do all divisions just conduct a block? Do they fix and then our fire control goes to town in a very dense area of pick off unit after unit, every arm, every bit of armor, every remaining artillery counter battery goes crazy, throw in the fast air, get some air defense up there, pound them until they just attrit them, or do they do a break-in? And where can you break in with so many, so can you just give us maybe a couple of examples of how it could play, not how it will, but how it could play out, assuming the Russians are, they have their back against the river, they're not, are they going to attempt to break out? I don't think they have the ability to, but what are some of the scenarios that play out?
No, I mean, I don't know why you're asking me that question. You're the planner. This is a very unique urban battle some similarities to some of the Stalingrad encirclements, but it's the scale is much different. I mean, we're convinced, right? So we talked about before, the siege is always an alternative siege and wait out winter. I personally think that's not what's happening, not what we've seen happen. Yes, you could form not fixing, I'd call them blocks, because if units did maneuver, it would do what they would run into, right? So to have brigades in blocking positions with control measures, fire control measures, and unit boundaries to, if the Russians move for some reason outside and move towards them, then it would be easier and less risk at friendly fratricides if you engage what's moving towards you rather than moving forward. Most likely that's what you're going to see. And what we've seen, especially in the Northeast, with those advances south, is that you have holding units with one pushing unit, but you can still have supporting fires from the other units. And once they get to a certain control measure, you turn off those fires from the other units, but you have one massive maneuvering push. Actually, in some of the larger scale doctrine, there's really some really cool terminology for this approach. Like one's called the hammer and the anvil, right? So you have the anvil with the hammer moving in. That's actually in our doctrine. I don't know about the Canadian doctrine. It's pretty much just a rewriting of ours, changing a couple words, I think. But there's really, in this encirclement doctrine, that's already been done. But there's these different doctrinal templates, and I really love the hammer and the anvil just because of the name. But I think that's almost one of the templates we're seeing, as you had the hammer pushing in against the anvil, which is the other units, and just crushing what's in there. Very unique that the Russians allowed themselves to be put in, like we've been saying, but I even as a military student of military tactics, I'm really confused by why wait this long, other than a political, which happens, a political decree of not one step back, you'll stay there. But like in Stalingrad, when General Paulus surrendered against Hitler's demands, I think I'm hopeful that's what we see as that hammer starts to fall, that you see more mass surrenders than you do. I mean, I still hold to, I don't think we're going to see these massive house by house, massive destruction of different urban terrain. Hopefully I'm not wrong in that.
Yeah. Well, hammer and anvil kind of reminds me of what happened in Washington, I think, in 1813, I think it was. But anyway, oh, sorry about that. No, reword that. No, if it was me, I'm glad you asked, John, because I did a terrain analysis. I did the first part of my estimate as if I was Ukrainian. I would, yeah. This is a perfect example. When this is over, I'm sure any student, any directing staff or teacher, professor at a staff college if they want to explain the proper use of, because I assume it will be well done, of control measures, because we went through control measures. I actually opened up the PAM and we're starting to talk about control measures, how they're used, why they're used, the importance of it. And this will be a classic. This will be probably the most complex use of control measures for many reasons, because there's so many moving parts, and obviously blue on blue is a big issue here. So if it was me and I was looking at the ground, I would considering southwest of Kherson City, there are a lot of man-made canals. They're pretty wide, sometimes 10, 20 meters wide, 6 meters deep, almost like artificial reservoirs. So in my mind, I would take advantage of the lack of mobility, the few lanes, the lanes that would be under enemy fire. So I would consider, fixing in the center and in the southwest. And because the terrain in the north is more open, even with the Inhulets River, I would think that hammer would be the northern force, just like they came down the Dnipro on the 0403 or whatever it is. I think that would be the best place, or the inverse, just because if they did have enough, I just don't think they have the frontage, to be honest with you. When I was doing the numbers, the frontage on the southwest, southwest, and the approaches to Kherson, it could get messy, and it might not be a risk that commander would want to take. And I think the more likely avenue of approach would be hugging the river, really. Get in there, squeeze in, fire control, just ironically do what the Russians did to the Ukrainians and a lot of other places, mass fires, and then seize ground until at some point there's a breaking point, surrenders, or they'll run out of ammunition. The Ukrainians will be able to interdict resupply whatever helicopters the Russians have left, really. So I would suspect the maneuver unit would come from the north. John, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, I agree, and I agree with Chuck too that the increase in suppression of air defenses has been very interesting, and I'm hopeful to see not only that what you just explained play out, but with some close air support. If they've attributed those air defenses, that would be a beautiful thing. Is that we've already seen some pretty impressive massing of formations and maneuvering formations using speed. I'd love to see that combination of air defenses with the fires that we've seen, or not air defenses, but air support, that close air support in conjunction with a named operation that to be triggered at a certain time. I actually have to jump off. Football's about to end. I'll be back later to join Aaron, I think it is, from our Army Cyber Institute at West Point. Hopefully, I don't think you'll. Well, maybe you'll be here.
I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see you.
I'll be there. It's
That's
a
right.
song. I'll be there. Just
It's
call my
American
name,
yeah.
Johnny. All right, we'll give you that.
All right.
You guys suck at
Later.
hockey, though. You got great music. All right, thanks. That's Colonel John Spencer, our West Point, our world's top urban warfare specialist, and football dad. That's probably a more important designation that he would prefer. We've got Scott, and Constantine just came up. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I just just missed John. It was a bit unfortunate. I actually didn't realize that he's actually a research fellow at, by the look of it, at University of New South Wales, or ADFA here in Australia, which I am currently doing a course there as well. So I was going to see if he's doing anything there. But anyway, and also this is the first time I'm speaking in this space. But yeah, congrats for keeping the show running and keeping it interesting and entertaining and informative. So yeah, my thank you to everybody involved, and particularly yourself, Yehuda, who do the hard yards. Actually, the question.
Well,
my
thank
question. So the main question I was going to ask John, but I'll open up to yourself and anyone else, is how would this be possible? Because I see that the south bank of Nova Kakhovka is probably critical at this point in time. because if without that, there it'll be interesting getting. Obviously, the Russians are going to set up a fairly strong defensive line on the southern bank of the Dnipro. How can Ukraine get into southern or the southern side of Novokharkova? What would they need to get in place to be able to do that? And I was thinking, I mean, they have certainly the skills to be able to get some squads on MI8s, probably across that river, and special forces. Who knows how long that they'd be able to stay in Novokharkova, probably a while. But if they could certainly get a foothold on the southern bank there, that would make the next stage of the offensive and its clearing towards Crimea, etc., quite critical. So any thought? Because I think that the southern side of Kherson is going to be quite difficult, because obviously the Russians probably won't repeat the same mistakes that the Ukrainians did in the first days of the war, and I'm sure that they've got some pretty strong sapper groups looking over the Antonovsky Bridge, ready to blow it when needed. But obviously the dam is going to be a lot harder to do that, and I have confidence, given the amazing skills that the Ukrainians have shown in their civil engineering, to be able to. Well, it's not going to be easy, especially under fire, but they have a better chance of keeping the hydro dam at Novokharkova intact at some point, or repairing to be used to crossing, as opposed to the Antonovsky Bridge, which will probably be blown.
All right, so the Antonovsky Bridge is now impassable, right?
Oh yeah, no, I certainly do, and it's basically Swiss cheese in sections, but I would assume that it's going to be harder to repair than something like the dam, for instance.
So yeah, and the other thing is, I don't think anyone expects the Ukrainians in force to cross over the river, not at this stage. So they might have, and probably have had, special forces units reconnoiter areas. Perhaps there's a plan to seize bridges when the going gets rough, when the counter offensive's in full swing. But there is no game plan in my mind to put any substantial amounts of force east of the river until the Ukrainians have either destroyed Russian forces or forced their surrender. That's just not a good move. There's no security for those forces once they cross there. So I would argue that wouldn't happen until well down the road. In fact, I think that river is a wonderful obstacle to use as a defensive point, Scott.
Yeah, I would certainly agree.
All right. Okay, yeah. So I would say that at that point, you might see. At that point, I would see, the Ukrainians make use of special forces. I would see them try to interdict Russians who are trying to, blow the bridge. But all that would be done in due course. And how to get south? Did you mean south along the river, or you mean south in general, crossing the river? Did you also mean just going south down the highway there to get to Kherson?
Well, this is the other point at the moment. I see today that there's reports that they're starting to evacuate the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, we won't talk about maybe something else that might be happening along the on the other side, coming down from the east there, which will basically render this sort of argument irrelevant anyway, because they'll be on the south bank from another direction. So let's hope that happens in the next few weeks. That would be nice.
It's funny, you're from Australia. The previous speaker was talking about Estonia, and it reminded me of an Australian group called the Seekers, and I always wondered why they sang a song about Estonia. Like, I am, we are Estonian. Why do they do that?
It's a good question. But no, I mean, it's Estonia in particular. I think is just the lead that they've taken has been incredible, and it sort of points to the future that a lot of people are saying that the future of Europe is more aligned towards the eastern countries. They're taking a strong lead in this crisis.
Yeah,
They're just amazing.
They've been bullied for centuries, so it's in their best interest to stand up to these clowns, the clowns in Russia. All right, and that's a reference to the speakers. I am Australian. It's not I am Estonian, but it sounds similar, so I thought I'd go with it.
Yeah, thanks, Yuda.
You're welcome,
Yeah,
Scott.
indeed.
Thanks for this first-time speaker. Please don't be shy. Please return or stay here, because Constantine had a question. Go ahead, Constantine.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not have a question. I'm really sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought I saw your hand up. My bad. All right. Well, welcome to Michelle, one of our co-hosts, also from Canada. Bit of a Canadian invasion. Probably why John had to go. And Tim, you're up here, and so is Victor. Do you have any questions? Please do raise your hands. We do have a long list of people trying to get up. We're having some technical difficulties, as is sometimes usual with Twitter. So Tim, welcome to the panel. Victor with a copyright C. Do you have a question or comment? All right, go ahead, Victor.
Hi there, everybody. Yeah, I would like to go back to the dam story and also about the destruction of infrastructure in Ukraine. It looks like Russian expertise, military expertise. It's only destruction of infrastructure, and cities. They can't do anything but that. And you see the Olga Skabayeva panel of pundits talking about destroying the sewers and the energy facilities and all the economy, producing pandemics and epidemics, and also this story about mining the dam in Nova Kakhovka. But then you would take if you explode the dam, you would cut the water to Crimea. So I don't know, and I don't know if the dam would flow into Ukraine and to the right bank or to the left bank where the Russians are fleeing. So so. And all these stories are a bit worrying, because there's a possibility of destroying all this infrastructure. They can't win military, we know that, because they have no intel, no recon. The Ukrainians are just busy grinding them, but what do you think about this thing of destroying infrastructure in Ukraine with, I don't know, the Iranian drones or something else?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So I'm not sure where I would suppose it would flood on both sides eventually. I'm not a hydrologist or an engineer, but I did see the dam busters. That was different though. So I don't know the answer to that, and I would suppose it's more same old domestic terrorism. That's the way, or that's the reason behind it. Would they want to affect water supply to Crimea? I don't think they care, really. I just don't think they care. So it's really hit or miss. They've not cared about civilians anyway. I don't think they care about their own civilians. Anything that could hurt the Ukrainian people, and in their mind, anything that could slow down. Well, it's a good estimate that anything could slow down the enemy. It's a good idea for them, but at the end of the day, it's not even good for them at all. Ukrainians can, ford rivers, and they've been actually quite remarkable, even in areas around Kyiv that were flooded. That was brought into under control when it was required. So in my mind, it's spite, vengeance, petty behavior, and terrorism. That's all I can add to that. Victor, is there a follow-up? Or maybe Raver wants to jump in.
No, just sometimes I think I checked Julia Davis translations.
She's great.
Yeah, it's awesome because those guys that look like into mushrooms or something, and I don't know. It's a kind of a bubble there, you know, in those guys, between those guys. And if you, because then when you go to the combat front, you don't see nothing of this happening. You know, you hear these guys there on the TV, which is for, I mean, for Russians to see, to watch, and but then and they talk. They're gonna test. Atomic bomb on the Black Sea, and they're going to send a tactical nuke in around Kherson, and that's why they are leaving. I mean, the Russians are leaving. I suppose the pro-Russians are leaving. I wouldn't stay there if I was a Russian, because Ukrainians are coming. They will for sure start a hunt for collaborators, and I think I'm not sure if they are kidnapping Ukrainians from the city and take them. But you don't see any of this happening. You know, you always have these huge sort of terrifying ideas that are spoken in Moscow TV, but then on the combat front you see nothing of this, and the months go by, and so I'm hoping that it don't blow up the dam and they don't nuke the area. So yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you.
That's fair, Victor. No, good point. I don't know if anyone wanted to jump in on that. Raver, Attackums, or Heather.
Yeah, hey, good evening, Yehuda. I've got a little bit of experience with floods. So the Russians aren't going to blow this dam as long as there are Russian troops trapped in Kherson. So as long as the Ukrainians keep them bottled up, the dam will keep the water bottled up. If the dam does fail...
I think these fellows were talking about once Kherson falls and the Russians are gone, that's the play. What do you think?
Oh, I think the Ukrainians will probably take the dam before they take Kherson.
It's reserve demo, though. It's reserve demo. Reserve demolition. So it's probably like command detonated or remote detonated, perhaps. I don't know if the Russians are that qualified, right? But it would involve, like, especially for getting access to the bridge, disabling the explosives before they're set. You know what I mean? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is the Ukrainians have to take the dam before the Russians get out of Kherson so they can demine it, and then it's a moot point. However, if the dam does fail for whatever reason, the lower bank is going to get the worst of the flooding, along with any tributaries, where the floodwaters basically stop and reverse the flow of the tributary rivers, and it then begins to flow backwards and can do a lot of what we call inland flooding. But that's an area where the Ukrainians...
Which side is the low bank, as you said? Is it the west or the east?
I think it's the west, but I'm not sure. Somebody else looked it up once in the past. We had talked about this. But the water will flow up the tributaries, and that's areas, if it's under Ukrainian control, where they can blow dikes and flood fields to relieve pressure.
Okay. Yeah, it would be if it is the west side, it would be where the Ukrainians had just come down, right? So interesting. Sorry, go on.
I was just speaking from experience that one way to alleviate floodwaters is to breach the dikes in areas where the flooding is less of a threat to life and safety. And that may be areas where the Ukrainians control on the tributaries feeding into the Dnipro.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, stick around. Let's go to Heather, Attackums, and then Dan.
Hey, Yehuda, and I'm going to look for it after I say what I'm going to say now, but I think I saw something that if they blow the dam, it's basically going to flood where the Russians are going. So it's like shooting yourself.
That would be the opposite of what Raver just said.
Yeah, no, I'll go find a tweet and come back to speak after I find that. But what I wanted to say first was, you know, I've heard people talking about cutting off the water supply to Crimea by with that dam. The thing to keep in mind that I've heard about this, and I just looked it up, and I realized the study's a little bit old. It's a 2015 study, but the water from that canal had been providing 85% of Crimea's water prior to the canal shutdown in 2014. Of the water from the canal, 72% went to agriculture, 10% to industry, while drinking water and other public uses made up 18%. So the majority of the water from that canal is for agriculture and industry. Agriculture in the wintertime probably isn't as big a deal as some other things, but it doesn't seem to me to be a big, huge drinking water kind of issue if that canal to Crimea gets cut off. So it's just a little point that I've heard. You know, the way people say it, it sounds like it's going to totally cut off all water to Crimea. You know, it's not going to cut off all water to Crimea. It's going to take a big chunk, but it's not going to put them in a position where they don't have drinking water. Not that that would be a bad thing, because we would like them to leave. However, it's just a little point that I keep thinking of when I hear people talking about that. So I just wanted to share that information.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right,
so much,
thanks.
Prince.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Oh no, I was just thanking Prince. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
No, please go ahead. No.
We're too polite here in Canada.
I know. And, because I am Canadian also, even though I live in the US, your acronym test has been delayed again, Michelle. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I was actually pretty worried about that last night. I was thinking about it all night and couldn't sleep.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sure you.
don't get Canadians starting on the apologizing. We'll be here for about 4 hours. No, you go, Michelle. I'm so sorry. No, you go. Okay. Sorry. Michelle, take over for me. I think it's Attackham's next, and Dan.
Yeah, Tackums, go ahead.
Don't go, Yehuda. I wanted to ask you a question. I don't understand why, Russia's doing espionage like in Albania with the weapons depot, and they did the pipeline, and then Norway, they're doing like the drones and everything. And I don't understand what, they threatened Gutierrez today, and I don't understand why they're not doing more to like fight against it. Could you explain it to me? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Why? Who isn't doing more of a fight against what?
How come NATO or none of the EU countries are taking a stronger stance in demanding that like Olaf release the leopards or just do anything? How come they're not being strong or more forceful or aggressive with Russia? I don't understand.
I can't answer that. Attackham's. They're big old chickens. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think there's an issue of escalatory ladders anymore. I think everyone knows what's going on. I'm not entirely sure. Who knows? Germany has this thing where they're not giving tanks, and I thought by now they surely would have, but they haven't. Maybe they've convinced themselves that Ukraine doesn't even need their tanks to win. Maybe they think, well, they're doing such a fine job with all those older Soviet tanks. It's truly a question that I don't know the answer to, and we've had tons of Germans on here who are experts. Even our own Axel, no one seems to know. I don't know what's in the mind of Schultz. Is it wrong? For sure. But the Ukrainians will still keep asking for them until they're blue in the face, which they already are. The reality is the German government has other considerations apparently that we're not privy to. So I apologize. I can't give you a more robust answer. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in. Hopefully Axel's sleeping and not online. But it is what it is right now.
Leaving in a minute.
So the eternal question, why? And the answer is we don't know.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up real quick, it is definitely the east/south/Russian held side of the river that will really flood. I have looked at that somewhat extensively.
Yeah, that would be horribly bad
Kherson
for the Russians.
Kherson City itself is almost on a bluff, and it just depends a little bit on the water level in the dam, but probably would not flood Kherson City, most of Kherson City severely. Whereas the east/Melitopol side floods badly. So the only way it makes any sense for the Russians to do it is not to just get across the river, but get a retreat well underway.
Yeah, because south of there is where they would be retreating to, right? So they wouldn't be able to do anything there until they were far east, much closer towards, as you said, Melitopol or Crimea, which is where the closest place is.
For the Russians to blow the dam really amounts to giving up most of Kherson province. And definitely causing themselves some degree of problems with water in Crimea. So, I mean, it's, very close to tantamount to surrender. I mean, the Ukrainians need to pay attention and, not get two brigades caught in it if it looks like there's, if they try to cross the river when the Russians start running. But I just, as anything other than pure terrorism, it doesn't make any military sense to me whatsoever for the Russians to do it.
Fair enough. And Michelle, take over for me, please.
That
sounds good. Thanks so much, Dan. That clarifies things. Prince, did you want to add to this?
I think Dan wasn't done. I feel bad.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know.
Oh, sorry. Keep going, Dan.
Now, that was pretty much what I had to say. I mean, I could go into the whole leopard thing yet again, but that's I'm also trying to cook dinner, so I'll just leave it there. But that was one piece of actual factual information that I'm about 99.75% I'm right about. So, and it really does sort of affect the discussion. I mean, it is my assumption that if the hydrology was reversed and the Ukrainian held side was the low side, they'd have blown it last week because they're special that way.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
I just put a tweet up into the nest that I saw earlier today that shows it's a little GIF or a little video of what it shows, like what it would look like if the dam was blown. You could take a look at it and see if that sort of goes with what you're thinking. But
because if you look at it, the only thing that floods on the Ukrainian held side is some marshes that are mostly river delta now, whereas the floods go way, way, way into the Russian held side. And unfortunately, these are all in Cyrillic, which I don't read worth a bleep. But I mean, you definitely get some of the pushing back up the river flooding that Raver was talking about. But still, the south side, the south/east side gets it a lot worse.
yeah, and that was I could tell where Kherson was in the video, and I could I could pretty much tell everything south of the river is where it gets the worst of it. So if they blow it, they're shooting themselves in the foot. So I usually ask permission to put things in the nest, Michelle. So if that's not okay, feel free to take it down. But I thought it was we have spoken about.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
Sorry, is that better?
I've been looking for something like that for a while, but it says basically what I thought it would, which is, that it's much worse on the south/east side.
Yeah, and I had spotted that earlier today, so I threw it up in the nest there, and I think that'll help people understand that if the Russians blow that dam, they're shooting themselves in the foot more than they're hurting the Ukrainians wanting to take back their territory.
But anyway, that's just what I wanted to bring up, and I'm gonna drop down here and keep try to get back to cooking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Raver, did you want to add anything to this discussion?
Yeah, if it's going to be the south and the east side, the next question is how many of the highways in that area are actually elevated and would remain passable or become passable after a short time. Because blowing the dam heading into winter doesn't really buy the Russians a whole lot. It creates a bunch of mud, makes everything impassable, except for any elevated roadways, but it's going to dry out. It's roughly the same time it would normally in the spring anyway.
Yeah, good point. Prince, did you want to comment?
No, it's not something that I followed really closely, other than just hearing people talk about that it would flood towards the south and east there, where the Russians are crossing over, where the Ukrainians are trying to push them out. And I had just seen that animation of where the flooding would be earlier today, and I thought it would be a good thing to include in the conversation, just to confirm and give people a visual idea of what it would look like. So that was it.
No, that was great. Thank you. There has been quite a bit of discussion about it today, so it's very helpful. Go ahead, Raver.
And then the follow on to my earlier point, if the Russians blow it to create a lake or a giant mud field, if it's not at least 40 kilometers wide, whoever the Russians put on the far side of the mud is still going to get their heads knocked in by M777s and crabs and Dynas, the other big guns, the Caesars. And so once again, it may not buy them all that much. They still have to remain in Ukrainian artillery range.
Yep, for sure. Let me just see if Henrik wants to add anything as well, or if he's going to talk about something completely different. Go ahead, Henrik.
Yes, I think we've forgotten to look at one other aspect here, is that if they breach the dam, the amount of water, that is being held upstream is humongous. It will erode the banks of the dam itself. And I doubt very much, if there would be any type of crossing available in Novokhovka from one side to the other side. So I have an idea that this might be a Russian movement to force Ukrainian to go up north to Zaporizhia to basically come down to the south that way. And so if that's the case, the Russians might be thinking they could buy perhaps 2 to 3 months of time, while the Ukrainian forces have to move up toward Melitopol that way. I'm not an expert in military movements, but I can't imagine all that mud and those fields out there being able to be used for any type of pontoon movements with the amount of moisture and freezing and everything else going on. So I think it's more of a shaping movement than anything else. And the second question winds up being is, with the lowering of the water table, will there be sufficient water to operate the nuclear power plants?
Any thoughts on that, Raver, Prince?
Okay, so on that nuclear power plant, if I remember right, it was put into cold shutdown a couple of months ago, which means it's probably got a couple of months left before it's really stable. but it's going to have some sort of on-site retaining ponds that should be independent of the river anyway. So it's probably not that big of a risk. I'm not a nuclear physicist. I forget the name of the guy that was all up in nuclear energy. He'd be the one to ask. But I think the longer we hold off on this happening, the safer it becomes, because the colder the cores get.
It's Mark Nelson.
Yeah, Mark. Before we go off, Mark Nelson had confirmed beforehand that the reach of the pipes which go in order to obtain the cooling water goes fairly far down. So cooling water, which can be garnered from the Dnipro, even if the level were to drop, given if a dam were to break, would be completely sufficient. That's not. It's a chimera. So.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. Victor, I think you had come in. Did you want to add anything?
Hi. Yes, I found the maps about the flooding of the dam. In fact, it looks like the water would flood areas in the south where the Russians are fleeing. So I don't know if and also about it's really cutting the water to Crimea. We're talking about that they don't care about civilians and so on, but they do care about the military facilities they have in Crimea. So like Sevastopol is a huge military harbor, I think, with a fleet. And also probably there are more brigades and soldiers and bases around in Crimea. And I think cutting the water from the peninsula would not be very good for them. So I don't know if this is just one of those stories that is made up in Moscow. Also, I don't know if there's still if people want to keep talking about the dam, but I would like to talk about Belarus. I've seen some satellite pictures of apparently Russian troops amassing, going there, a lot of Russian troops, and I really can't. I talked with some people, and we don't understand what's happening there. Why are they sending soldiers to Belarus?
Sorry, the Russians are sending soldiers to Belarus? I just missed the last part.
Yeah, they are. I think Raver might have an answer to this.
Yeah, go ahead, Raver.
Not necessarily an answer, but some speculation. So it's been reported they've sent about 9,000. Somebody did a deep dive on the way the Belarusian army trains, and they're not really able to generate a lot of cores. This is probably just a feint. These are probably newly mobilized conscripts. I mean, after all, Russia's been taking T-72s and artillery ammunition out of Belarus to feed its efforts in the south. And the Ukrainians still have several territorial brigades up there armed with javelins and MLAWs. We're heading back into the same type of weather that got the Russians spanked the first time. I really don't think the Russians are going to be able to pull off some sort of miracle drive to Kyiv with 9,000 troops. It's just not in the cards. They may be there to try to prop up Lukashenko. There may be internal problems that we're missing or not privy to. And they may be there to back up Lukashenko's KGB and internal security forces. We just don't know. What we do know is 9,000 troops is not going to change the course of the war.
The other thing maybe to say about that is just thinking about the things that have come up when Language has given his updates, is that You know, if anything, what they're gonna, if they try anything, it's not gonna do much. What it might do is take some troops away from other areas to you know, try to hold them off, but they're not amassing enough stuff or enough people to really do it about it. If you want to go and look at language learner's profile and read like his most recent, or listen to his most recent military update, he addressed that a little bit too. So those would be the things that I would do, is not really worry about it, because I don't think the chances of them doing it are very big. Even if they do it, I think the worst thing that would happen would be that Ukraine would have to send some troops up there, taking away from troops in other areas, and it and look at what language learner has said about it. Michelle, are you there?
I can hear you, Heather.
Yeah, I'm wondering where Michelle is.
Oh, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there for a sec. Anyways, I'm back. So go ahead, Balance.
So I have a quick question about the Golan Heights. I don't have any confirmed information or verified information to be able to present for the nest. So I'm just going to say that I've been advised that the Russians are removing the remaining S-300s from the Kiryat Shmona side, the opposite side, the Syrian side of Kiryat Shmona, the S-300s on the opposite side of the Golan Heights, and apparently, you know, to be utilized, I would assume, in their current idiocy in invading Ukraine. So, is there a potential belief that that might free up the Israelis to be a little bit more outwardly able to be able to present armaments without the consideration that they're going to have to coexist when they desire to take up some airspace in Syria to operate their missions as needed? They won't have the encumbrances of having to advise, you know, Russian whoever in Syria. So the reason I asked that is because actually what I did want to say was, I mean, knowing the Israelis, it's highly likely that they're already providing what they, you know, some of which or something that they can provide. I do know that they're providing medical teams, I believe. Again, I don't have anything to post or present to post to the nest presently. As well, I'm driving, so I wouldn't be able to do so anyway. I already paid the price of doing that once, talking to Yehuda and then crashing my car. So yeah, but I yeah, I was just wondering with regard to the ability to be a little bit more outwardly. Also, they're looking at the elections. I know that there's, but just opinions. If I should reserve this for Yehuda, totally fine. Just so you know. So thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Balance. I don't know, Bloke, maybe you can answer this one.
Oh, it would just be an opinion, so not worth a lot, right? I think that the Israelis are going to be quiet for a while, and they are helping, but it's very much in the background. So I'm not expecting a lot at the moment. We'll just have to see how things unfold. I'm not really expecting a lot of activity unless, you know, some of Iran's proxies cause trouble, or if the Syrians cause trouble. But if they're smart, they won't do that.
Got it. Thank you, Bloke.
Well, it's just an opinion. And Prince, I think, is dying to say something because she's waving. Go ahead, Prince.
I would like an emoji that bounces me up and down to say, I got something, I got something, I got something. We saw some not foolishness, but we saw a statement by one of the ministers in Israel the other day saying that maybe with Iran now sending these drones, Israel can be more forthright with what they're giving or give more weapons. I've also seen, though, since then, more official channel tweets from the Israeli government basically saying that we will not give any offensive weapons to Ukraine. Now, also taking into account that Yehuda would be the perfect person to answer this, and I'm just regurgitating things that I've read and heard. So the bottom line, though, is that, to quote Axel, how do we know they're not already doing it? There's a lot of things that Israel, I think, keeps very, very quiet in the ways that they're doing, in the ways that they are helping, and I think that they are helping a whole lot. And I don't think that the S-300s moving would make one lick of difference. Israel's going to do what it needs to do to protect itself, and it's going to help Ukraine in the ways that it's able to help Ukraine. And it may tell us about it, and it may not tell us about it. So I think that's sort of the answer to that. And if you would like a Yehuda opinion on that at some point, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing, because he knows the intricacies of that a whole lot better than I do.
You also might want to have a look at Jessica Berlin's recent post. So she tweeted something on the subject today.
Thanks, Wilk, for giving me a moment to say all that. I hope it was helpful.
So we're just going through some technical issues in the background. I'm helping out. I think we've got everything sorted out. How are you doing, Michelle?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Okay, I'm good. All right, so let's try to keep this in order. I think it was Raver, Nancy, and then Hendrik. Go ahead, Raver.
Yeah, so on the subject of Russian S-300s in Syria, they have been an absolute non-factor since the start of the Syrian civil war. The Israelis have carried out dozens, perhaps hundreds of strikes against Iranian Quds Force and Iranian-backed Syrian groups, and the Russians have bent over backwards to make sure they never get conflicted with the Israelis. The only time Putin even vowed to use the batteries to defend Assad from anyone was when he vowed to defend Assad from U.S. retaliation when Assad gassed his own people after the first Trump strike, and Trump ordered the second strike anyway and went right around those S-300s and smacked Assad around and put a stop to all those chemical attacks. The S-300 has proven to be an absolute failure as an effective SAM system against Western kit. The Russians know it. That's why they're using it in a surface-to-surface mode, because it's proven to be absolutely incapable, at least in their hands, of shooting down anything other than hopes and dreams of the Russians themselves.
Yeah, thank you, Raver. I think that sums it up. They're running low on S-300s, so they've got to get them somewhere, eh? Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, going back to the flooding risk and the status of whether any of those roads are elevated, on Google Maps, it looks like south of the dam and closer to the banks of the river, there's one or two larger roads that you can actually drill into Street View, thanks to a Ukrainian who posted that info in 2020. So it's relatively recent, and it's basically just bermed two-way roads for the major arteries. I wouldn't imagine that the smaller arteries are any more substantial. And it's lightly bermed, but it's about as flat as you would see in the rural areas of Florida or the bayous of Louisiana, Mississippi, et cetera. So that's not going to be anything that would prevent flooding across most of those roadways, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. I mean, let's just hope they don't. Although it wouldn't make a lot of sense because they'd be shooting themselves in the foot again.
Exactly.
But you never know. It's there's a lot of speculation. It's like I said, a lot of opinions on the subject. Some people saying they might want to cover up crimes and stuff like that. But I mean, who knows? I think it would be a really dumb move. And it would cut off the water supply to Crimea, which is not a great idea. So let's just wait and see. But thank you for that very much, Nancy. That was insightful and helpful. Hendrik.
Yes, this is my layman's opinion on this. I think Russia has already written off Crimea with the strikes on the Kerch Bridge. Okay, the only semi-secure way of bringing heavy military equipment into Crimea is through the two junctions on the mainland. And that's a long way, having to go through Melitopol to get there. The addition of the HIMARS and the strikes on the air base close to Sevastopol basically makes that undefendable. And I think Russia right now is just trying to buy time. So as far as face saving, Russia has already said that they expect to lose several battles. And to me, trying to defend Crimea is just putting yourself into another pocket. I don't think the Russians are going to do that. I think the Russians are going to try to save up, okay, and re-strengthen around Melitopol.
I mean, that could be, but I mean, if they lose the water supply, I mean, there's a lot of civilians. Getting them out of Crimea is going to create challenges. So, I mean, it's really hard to guess these things. But don't forget, they have a lot of assets in Crimea, not the least of which is the Black Sea Fleet. So I don't see it, but let's wait. Hopefully, the Ukrainians will be able to liberate their land quickly enough to prevent this from occurring. Jesse, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I just had a thought going back to the question of Israeli involvement. And there's a lot of talk, obviously, about the S-300s and kind of the military calculus behind that. I think another aspect that we might not be discussing, and I haven't seen really recognized too much in the discussion regarding Israeli aid to Ukraine, is the political crisis in Israel and the lack of stability that's going on there at the moment, where we're approaching another election in just a couple of weeks here. And the current administration, the Lapid-Gantz government, is voiced their support for Ukraine and is seeming to try to help, but admittedly in a limited way, whereas the more right-wing elements and the Netanyahu coalition have consistently voiced opposition to doing anything that would damage Israeli relations with Russia. So there could be a very pragmatic political calculus here that if the current government wants to stay in power, they're not going to act on anything dramatic, no changes in policy, no lethal aid, nothing like that, at least until after the election, and they know that they have a stable coalition, whereas they calculate potentially the alternative is losing the election and having a less sympathetic government return to power and give Russia carte blanche to pretty much do whatever they want because it doesn't affect Israeli internal issues or Israeli domestic security.
It's possible. It's possible that they're just being very quiet about what they're doing. There is a pretty close working relationship with a lot of Western governments, notably the US, with the Israelis. So I'm sure there's a lot happening in the back channels there. There are a lot of Israelis fighting in Ukraine, right? It's really hard for me to speculate on this, but I take the point. I mean, elections are always unstable times. Maybe there are those calculations going into it. But I think we're going to have to wait and see. Keep in mind that the Israelis do have a lot of expertise in countering a lot of Russian systems, and they are keeping a very close eye on what the Iranians are up to for obvious reasons, right? So there are some things going on. Like I can't really say more than that. I sort of wish Yehuda was here. He knows far more than I do. And we'll just have to leave it at that. I wish I had more to say. Unless Hendrik, you wanted to follow up, and then I guess we'll go to balance.
Yes. The interesting thing is, if you listen to the words of the Israelis, they are saying, okay, we will not, quote, sell, okay, military equipment to Ukraine. Okay. That's not the same as, quote, we will not give military equipment to Ukraine. There is another solution also to this, is that for Israel to go ahead and sell equipment to Poland or to another nation and have them ship it to Ukraine. So there's all sorts of little nuances that could play into this, but I'm quite sure whatever it is, that Israel is going to make sure that politically they are safe in this, and they're going to do the maximum to help Ukraine at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Israelis have quite a needle to thread, right? They live in, let's put it this way, sort of a tough neighborhood. They have to make sure that they defend themselves. They've a lot of interests that they have to watch. So it's a delicate balancing act. I see language is up. Language, go ahead first, and then we'll get to balance.
Yeah, it's kind of on this topic. So there's positive and negative public indicators that we've seen. I'm not going to comment on, what could be happening in the background, because nobody really knows. And if they do, they're not talking about it. The issue and the concern was that you had members of both Benny Gantz's government as well as Netanyahu's government. I'm not going to get into the Israeli politics, but they're not exactly on the same side of the political spectrum. Both of them had said, hey, we're not interested in changing. We don't envision changing our policy on selling weaponry to Ukraine at this time, and the issue was then they also canceled their meeting with the Ukraine defense minister, which prompted some, statements from the Ukrainian government saying that they were disappointed, as well as others. What happened today that was positive and shows that it's not a complete breakdown of relations or anything, and that communication is still ongoing, is that the Ukrainian foreign minister actually took the time and sat down with I want to say it was the foreign minister for Israel as well. I'm blanking on the names. It's not my expertise.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'll try to dig it up for you, language.
Yeah. So Dmytro Kuleba, who's the foreign affairs minister, spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Lapid and informed him on unspeakable suffering, loss of life, and destruction caused by Russian missiles and Iranian-made drones. We discussed in detail Ukraine's request for Israel to provide air and missile defense systems and technology. And then Lapid said that there's shared deep concerns about the military ties between Iran and Russia and that Israel stands with the Ukrainian people. Otherwise, there's some statements that they might send Ukraine systems of early warning about rocket or drone attacks, which, you know, there's ways to send things in. Some things have been sent. Israel's been sending humanitarian aid. And this is getting a little bit more into geopolitics, and perhaps I'm getting out of my depth here, but Israel still has strategic interests in Syria. And I think a lot of those are fairly evident. Russia, while it is continuing to withdraw forces from Syria, has been broadly reported, when Israel is going to conduct strikes there, they notify the Russians first. Don't notify the Syrians, but they do notify the Russians, and that's why there hasn't necessarily been any conflagrations showing up there, right? So having, I don't want to say the permission, because then we get into nebulous things. Does Israel need permission? What would they do without it? I'm going to put that all off to the side. But at this current time, where Israel generally has a working relationship of some kind with Russia in regards to their attacks in Syria, on Syrian Arab army positions and otherwise, as well as IRGC positions and what have you, burning that bridge could be difficult for Israel currently. Like a previous speaker said, there's also elections coming up. Israeli politics is always quite a quagmire, and rocking the boat right before elections is generally never seen as a positive thing. With all of that being said, my personal hypothesis from publicly available information is that Israel is unlikely to send physical military aid in a public way, at least in the next several weeks or months. Perhaps something in the background, who knows, but they do have their own personal strategic interests that could be hindered if they were to more publicly support Ukraine. So,
yeah, I'll jump in there. So that's incorrect. Israel has sent terminals for the anti-drones, but they're not going to publicize it. So we'll talk about that more when I have some time. But let's park the Israel stuff for now, because unfortunately I'm not able to really address it. Yeah, but I'll be back with that.
well, that's what I was saying, is that this is from, Pravda. They're talking about how they might be sending, or theirs was in the future tense. They could send Ukraine systems of early warning about rocket or drone attacks. It's possible stuff's already been sent. I certainly wouldn't know about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's more at play. Has to do with not just the Syrian and Russians in Syria, but also with evacuation of people out of Russia. So we'll get to it. I've just been pinged and asked to take a look at it, but I have daddy duties to do at the meantime, and I just don't want to go down the rabbit hole because I hate saying the same thing over and over again. But thanks. Yeah, thanks for that. And I'll just I'll be on standby here. Michelle?
Hey, sorry, I just got a call right at that moment. Before we go to balance, I just wanted to let everyone know that we do have a few special guests tonight. So we have Colonel John Spencer, who's going to be speaking with Aaron Brantley, who is the Associate Professor of Political Science and Director of the Tech for Humanity Lab at Virginia Tech. So that's going to be at 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern time, so in about 35 minutes. And then right after that, we have Language Learner doing his update as well. So it's going to be a really busy night. So if everyone could stick around, that would be great. We also have a few extra spots up here to come up as a speaker. So if you do have a question, please press the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. And whenever you get the opportunity as well, please retweet the Twitter space and let them know that we have quite a few special guests tonight. So that would be much appreciated. Go ahead, Balance.
Yeah, I was gonna go down the Israel rabbit hole like one more layer, but I'm not going to. No worries. One thing I will say is I actually heard the earlier
space with John Spencer and Piotr and Michael Bond, Jacoby, and I forgot who the author is that is with John Spencer on the manual that they had co-authored, and I apologize for that, but it was absolutely fascinating. So if you have an opportunity to stick around for this interview, I would recommend that. That's all I have. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Balance. That was great. I'm just texting a couple of people in the background who have asked questions. Axel, I have some stuff to DM you. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great night. Really appreciate Language sticking around, for the interviews and doing his update afterwards. That's great.
I'm back.
Looking forward to it.
Back. So if you want to, what are the questions? Because we just went through this earlier. What were we talking about? I can shed some light. Baby is sleeping. Items.
I think that was Balance.
Yeah. Honestly, Yehuda, I think it was pretty well answered. I think your crew pretty well answered the question. And then when you jumped in and advised what you did, and Language jumped in and advised what he did, you guys covered it. So I'm satisfied with the answer. Not that I need to be satisfied, but I appreciate the comprehensive answers that you guys always give. And Language nailed it, and you supplemented it, and Braver added some stuff, and so I think we're good.
Okay. No, I think there's just a lot of confusion as to like what Israel has given or is intending to give, but there are a whole bunch of reasons why they're pretty coy about what they're giving. Again, people don't realize the Iron Dome is not on the table. It's Israel comprises 3.6% of Ukraine's surface area. There, you could give every Iron Dome in Israel, not cover very much of Ukraine, and that's not even the full picture. Israel doesn't have the Iron Dome for the entire country. It has it for about I don't know, something like 8,000 square kilometers out of a total of 22 or 24,000 square kilometers of space. So that's not a very big. That's like an 80 by 100 kilometer strip of Kiev Oblast, and then that would leave Israel bare. So they don't have tons of Patriot batteries. The Americans do. Israelis don't. That's one issue. There are two types of weapons the Israelis could give, but again, they don't have them in large numbers. That's the Spike and the Harop. So drones and an anti-armor weapon that can range to 8 kilometers without line of sight. The Russians will know that it's them. So there are those issues involved. Secondarily, the main point is Israel doesn't need Russia's permission to fly over Syria. The Israelis can fly over at will. They engage in the fantasy, the delusion that they get permission from the Russians because the Russians use Syria as a proving ground for their equipment. That's just from reality. It's not from a secret spy telling anyone. Israelis are launching 2-3 sorties a week for the last 5 years. The Russians have lit them up before. They failed. The one aircraft that was hit was an F-16, and that limped back to base, but it got back in one piece. The Ukrainians, I posted an article on Jessica Berlin's Twitter. She was upset about some stuff. She found out from some other people, some other stuff. And then her tweet was filled with anti-Semitism. That's one of the reasons why I just like to nip it in the bud, because sometimes the trolls come out. But the Israelis, it's discernibly obvious that they had integral units within Ukraine, all Hebrew speakers, all of a certain type of unit, and caught on tape thanking the government of Israel for allowing them to come and supporting them. That was the last video that we've ever seen. I suspect some people got in trouble. They want to operate quietly. They don't really care what the world thinks of them. It's kind of their thing, but they do care what the Russians do. What people don't realize are there were 200,000 Jewish people left in Russia. Now there's 120,000, and that number keeps on growing. So you can put two and two together and find out why Israel's not trying to stir the Russians there, because it might have to do with a disadvantaged minority population in Russia that don't want to be there anymore. So I'm not going to spell it all out, but it should make sense to those who can put it together. Just look at Israel's history. They've done it in Ethiopia. They've done it in Yemen. They've done it in Russia before, ironically. The Israelis don't need the congratulations. They don't care. If you notice, at one point, the Israelis announced, even a government official, and he backtracked, that anti-drone technology would be given to fight the Shahids or to counteract them in mid-September. And then in mid-September, you saw the effectiveness of the Shahid drop right down from almost all hitting to 80 to 90% not hitting. And then 2 weeks later, Zelensky said on TV, "Why does Israel give us anything?" You might have to accept the fact that the Western allies are not telling you what they're giving for a variety of reasons. British defense minister said outright, if Russia found out exactly what countries and what those countries were giving Ukraine, they would be very, very angry. And it makes you ask yourself, well, if Russia knows they're doing it, why don't they just call it out? Russia's all about pride, prestige, and perceptions. So as long as the Americans don't say they've given ATACMS, we don't care if they use them, as long as they don't say it. If the Israelis say, "Hey, we're not giving," but they give it, well, it shows that they're afraid of us. So we like that. There are plenty of reasons, and it doesn't make any sense. You would think that they would work like us. We know they're Iranian drones, but they don't want to admit it. We know they're Iranian drones. We're going to sanction Iran anyway. We don't care if you admit it, right? So they run on a different schedule, and it's just important to note. So those two weapons, from a military perspective, yes, anyone who's into that stuff. Thomas Tyner had a good point. The same thing as me, Spike and the Harop, a certain drone and a certain anti-armor missile. I honestly wonder what armor will be left, really. I mean, that you would want to use a fancy weapon with. You can use an RPG. Who knows? Maybe they can use snowballs and they'll disable them. These are garbage tanks that the Russians are trotting out. So I just wanted to point that out because it does end up being a bit of a dog whistle and a red herring. Israel is literally a tiny country in the Middle East, and they have enough weapons to defend themselves. They certainly don't have any way to change the landscape. They are supplying a lot of technical signal communications intelligence to the Ukrainians, and that'll come out later. But at the end of the day, the real mover and shaker in this equation is the United States of America. Europeans come in second, and the Germans could come in a close second if they got off the pot. So on that note, we can put that one to bed if there are no more questions about that, and then I will pop off and let you lovely people have Aaron, the associate professor of political science, and I think it's Kevin who's next.
Thank you, Yehuda. Question for you, if you haven't popped off, or language if he's on. We were talking a little bit earlier about troop concentrations in Belarus and how that wasn't going to be of any concern, but there's new speculation that they're not going to be used to head towards Kyiv like they did the last time, but more to interdict supply routes from Poland and even possibly as far south as Romania.
With what?
How? Yeah, go on.
With 10,000 troops coming down from the west.
Towards Rivne is what you're talking about. And Kevin, I apologize for cutting you off. If I'm understanding correctly, the statement that's been made is that these groups of not just Belarusian troops, of which there's several thousand that have been in a state of permanent exercises really since the war began, but also I want to say some 9,000 Russian forces, maybe 100, 200 armored vehicles, some artillery, that's for their joint grouping of forces, big air quotes there, would instead attack down towards Rivne along the western border of Ukraine, down south from Belarus. That's something that I've heard a couple people talk about in the area, especially there's concerns. However, at this point, the Ukrainian border is arguably much better defended now than it was on February 24th. Additionally, Lukashenko's ability to ensure his regime survives the deployment of his own forces in a way that ends up with him getting killed very publicly is probably not good. So I think we've had Dr. Nick Ford up here, and she's talked about, you know, I'll lean on her a bit for this, that Lukashenko's regime does not survive politically if they start having Belarusian troops dying in droves in public ways, especially if it's without any notable benefit. And frankly, if it, at this point, it would give Ukraine every right and reason in the world, if they don't have enough already, to actually shell on Belarusian troop concentrations in Belarus. And if you're an autocratic dictator who is dependent on Russia for military aid to crush these protests years back, and is broadly speaking trying to motivate your military and has failed to do so on numerous occasions since this war began, having a bunch of troop concentrations south of, you know, the southern third of Belarus erupt in flames does not play well with, you know, your whole autocratic regime. So the thing to look for now, and this is something that the Ukrainian government has come out a couple of times and said, hey, we're not concerned, is the formation of assault groups. Because you can't just say, okay, well, all these guys have guns and they're about 60 kilometers away, and now tomorrow at 2 in the morning with 30 minutes advance notice, they're all going to drive towards the border. It takes some time and planning, as I'm sure Yehuda can talk more about. And at this point, we have not seen at least any public evidence and a couple public refutations that they've been doing so. If we start to see that, and we see a large concentration of movement towards this area in southwest Belarus, then I would start to be more concerned. However, arguably, I think that would end up with considerable losses for Russian forces, as well as for Belarusian forces along for the ride, and could very well turn Belarus into a anti-Lukashenko and, by extension, anti-Russian insurgency, which, ironically enough, would hopefully allow for increased strikes on some of the Russian missile launching platforms that have currently been in that country for some time. And the Ukraine government is, I think I want to say it was also Defense Secretary from the US, I'd have to pull it up, said that at this point, it appears that the goal is to try and pull Ukrainian forces away from the eastern and southern fronts, as well as prevent their redeployment to those eastern and southern fronts. Because then if the Belarusians and Russians are on one side of the border and they don't go across, well, they don't risk themselves, but the Ukrainians still have to mount a response and attack with their forces. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, I'll dovetail onto that. What the Russians don't appreciate is just how many Ukrainians are mobilized, and that's still a pretty safely guarded secret. If the Belarusians or Russians, first of all, they would never try to get close to the Polish border. It's just not going to happen. That would send so many alarm bells all over NATO, and they know it. But I think they're saying it just exactly as language was saying. It's a demonstration. So even though it's a demonstration, Ukrainians would have to orient forces, but guess what? They don't need to pull forces from the southeast to do it. They have enough up there, and it's one big massive kill zone from right across the border. The terrain is garbage. The bridges have been either demolished or they've been reserve demoed. That means they're set to be detonated on command, or remotely. The Ukrainians, if they allowed them to come in, they would allow them to come in 20 kilometers only so that they can get enough of Russian kit and Belarusian equipment in a kill zone to destroy it. It's a non-starter, but the point is still there. It's a demonstration. Ukrainians would probably move some artillery and special fancy pants artillery, as we know, called HIMARS, and that wouldn't be good because they want it in a different place. But it wouldn't be a long engagement. If they, the best thing they could do is, again, what language was just saying there, is just sit there. But they're not doing much. Intelligence reports show that the Russians are actually training their own conscripts in Belarus because they just don't have enough ranges to train the conscripts they have called up. It is a non-starter. They're not going to enter. It's definitely a demonstration. And there's so many reasons why it's not a threat, because A, they die pretty quickly, and two, and then all these secondary effects that language just was talking about Lukashenko's stability. It doesn't even get that far though, because they're not going. And if they, I'm sure the Ukrainians would love nothing better than to see 10,000, 20,000, buffoons try to cross the border into well-sited, predetermined kill zones and mash them up real good.
It would take away, again, some of their artillery, I suspect, some of their artillery in the meantime. But again, those things can drive or be trucked back to where they need to be within a day. Not even, but let's just say in a day if they move tactically. So it's a non-starter. And just simply the fact that it'd be so close to the Polish border, the Russians would be scared poopless to think of sending the wrong message to NATO, because that's not the message they want. So with that and that, I hope that answers the question.
It does, basically. The Belarusians weren't going to go. The speculation was that it was just going to be Russian troops, basically, again, invading, but just time further to the west. And Ukrainians are aware. In fact, some of the generals we're talking about, they're looking at this as a bit of a threat. So the Ukrainians are watching that, right? They're aware it's not going to happen without them.
And the Ukrainians aren't going to tell them, by the way, we're not moving troops because we have enough up there. Let the Russians be confused. Let them be confused.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. So that answers the question, and I think that explores it in enough depth and detail. Thank you. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you.
No worries. Awesome, George. And then I'm going to drop off and then let you guys go.
Hey, Yehuda. So, the whole Lukashenko thing is kind of comical because, I mean, he's holding on to power because of the Russian troops in there and his security apparatus, right? So, like, I'm sure he doesn't trust his own army at this point. And like you said, it'd be suicide for him to try to move any of his troops south of his border, where he takes casualties, because the army will be the first thing that flips on him. It won't even be the people. But what I was going to ask you is about the Novakakovka Dam. And remember, we're hearing now the reports that it's been wired with explosives and all this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that the dam that gives, or part of the infrastructure that gives Crimea its water?
Yeah, we addressed that if anyone else wants to touch it, because I just went through that about an hour ago. But
if it gets low, it would probably lower the water level to a sufficient amount that it wouldn't be able to flow through the recently reopened Crimean Dam to Crimea.
So, in other words, the Russians blowing it would sabotage their own water supply in Crimea.
Yes, I mean, Crimea has more water supply now than it did 8 months ago, and that's not just necessarily going to dry up immediately, but it would would essentially spell the end of, oh, there might be a water supply to Crimea. It would become very much a ticking time bomb, and that was a huge social issue in Crimea for the last several years. After the Ukrainians rightfully so dammed the river, where there was protest, anxiety, sort of some political stuff going on in Crimea over the last several years. And with the obvious capability of somebody to hit the Kerch Strait Bridge, if you lose your water supply and also possibly your land connection with mainland Russia, well, there's not a whole lot of options you got left in Crimea. So if this should happen, and there's a lot of speculation that it will, then it would be a cutting off the nose to spite the face kind of action by the Russians, and a desperation move at that.
And the most of the flooding would happen southeast of Kherson, because that's the lower bank, right? From what I've seen from dramatizations of what would happen, like, in other words, showing what the floodplain would look. So unless the Russians really retreated from the bank like another 30, 40 kilometers, they drown their own people.
Yeah, well, it's not quite that severe, and it's possible because the data I had on where the water would go was from yesterday, so possibly people have made better estimates. If so, please do send them to me. I know there's some Russian ones going around that seem to be a little bit more farcical on where the water would go. The last I heard, and the most likely thing is not that the Russians suddenly blow up every square inch of the bridge. It's that they blow up a single set of locks, which with the added water pressure would destroy some of the restriction mechanisms at the dam and send about a 2.5 meter, so what's that, like 8 feet of water in a tsunami wave, whatever you call it, downstream. The greatest destruction would actually be some electrical infrastructure along the bank near Novakakovka, or just southwest of there, as well as flooding of some villages immediately along the southern side of the river. However, broadly speaking, it wouldn't make a massive change. It would also destroy any pontoon bridges that are still up. But considering one of them got hit by rocket strikes today, I doubt that's the Russians' main concern, right? It wouldn't render, tens of kilometers of land impassable, as best as I can tell. Certainly not on the northern side of the river, because there's a pretty steep.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. I think I apologize. I might have muted myself.
No, I by accident muted everyone or unmuted everyone.
It happens all the time.
It
The
happens
buttons.
so often. Yeah, it happens a lot. Go ahead, Brad.
Whether or not the Russians blow the dam, at the very least, it's a very, very good information operation, right? Because normally taking all that territory, we'd be ecstatic again for like the third time. But instead of having that experience and having that big boost in morale, even if he has no intention of blowing the dam, he will have achieved the effect of sapping a bunch of the morale that would have come through this offensive.
Yeah, or make excuses. But I don't think. I don't think it would have a super impact on morale. I mean, Ukrainian troops are highly motivated. They are in the process of liberating their land from a genocidal dictator, right? And all this.
It's a cloud. It's a cloud, is what it is.
Yeah. I take your point. Just create as much confusion as possible. Try to get people to, yeah. I take your point. It just create confusion.
Well, create fear of that eventuality, right?
Yeah.
That would be the point. That said, if I were Russia, I know it sounds crazy, but I'd blow the dam. I'd blow the dam. And the reason being is right now, everything is going against Russia. And the Ukrainians are really good at strategy. And while they may have run scenarios around blowing the dam, I rather doubt that their strategy is geared up expecting that eventuality. In other words, they've probably assigned a fairly low probability to that, and that's exactly why the Russians should do it, regardless of what happens to what it does to water supplies, regardless of whether or not the Ukrainians have attackers and might go after the bridge. They need to disrupt the strategy of the Ukrainians, and that would be a decent way to do it. I'd love to hear somebody refute that, by the way. Please, by all means.
Well, generally, military strategies are about winning, right? So I don't see how this would help them. So
disruption. It increases the complexity of the information on the battlefield.
Yeah, but that's still not going to help them win. Like, how long does something like that last? Not long enough to get them out of trouble. I think that they're losing, right? And they know it. And I don't think anything is. They've just got to admit it. That's what's going to happen. Well, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future. Personally, and again, this is just an opinion, so it's probably not worth that much. I don't see it. I just see it causing so many problems for them. And it's not like if they did it, we wouldn't know who it was, right? Like that would be blatantly obvious. That can be proved fairly easily. And what would they gain from it? the best possible thing they could gain from it would be some sort of excuse to explain their failures, right? But I saw Language just raised his hand. He probably has something to say about that as well.
Love to have somebody just tear my stuff down, so please, by all means.
Unfortunately, I don't think you're wrong here. Generally, as I understand it, the dam bridge, specifically in areas around the dam at the Novokakhovka area, has been mined since March or April when Russian forces first took it over. So whether some of these discussions we're hearing now about additional mines being planted are referring to those something else, I've certainly got no clue. The issue is that Russia's strategy, as it seems to be, based on the movement of their artillery on the south bank of the Dnipro River, if and most likely when they have to pull back from the west bank, is to just level everything they can with artillery and make it into another artillery war. Now, that probably would have been better if Ukraine didn't have a lot of modern NATO artillery, but it doesn't change the fact that there's enough dug-in Russian artillery that in the next 5 minutes they could start shelling into Kherson City and unfortunately cause a lot of devastation and broadly just try and, I'm not going to say salt the earth because that's overly dramatic, but that seems to be their plan. There's large quantities of Russian artillery that are on the south side of the river. However, how do you keep the Ukrainians from coming over there and messing your stuff up? Well, either by detonating bridges, which I think is more important here because there would also be some secondary effects that would make it even harder to cross the Dnipro River, which is already a very challenging prospect using pontoons. It's part of the reason we've seen the Russians have such difficulty at it. And I think that's really the bulk of it, is a matter of how can we buy time to keep the Ukrainians on the far side of a natural obstacle that's difficult to cross while we try and leverage artillery in vain hopes that we can, I don't know, stall them out there, stop them, keep them from redeploying. There's a lot of holes in this plan. There's a lot of holes in Russian plans at this point, but that seems to be their strategy, which is why I hope they do not blow the dam. I don't think it would be out of character. They've attempted it at other dams. They've succeeded in Kryvyi Rih with missiles. They fired some others into Kharkiv, which thankfully didn't blow up the dam, but it is demonstrably something in the Russian playbook. They have a history of it, and it would not surprise me, as unfortunate as that is.
Okay, fair enough. We shall see. Brad, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up. So the other thing, Ukraine has had this logistical advantage of being in the middle of a circle, right? And the Russians are on the outside. They have to travel around the circumference, which, there's just, the Ukrainians just have less terrain to cover when they're trying to get things to the battlefield. By blowing up the dam, all of a sudden the Russians create a circumference around which Ukraine has to go because they'll likely have to go north and then east. And so essentially, here's the metaphor. You all have seen Indiana Jones, the first Indiana Jones movie, right? Raiders of the Lost Ark. There's a scene when they're trying to steal the Ark and they're in these Nazi cargo trucks. And he's in a fight with the Nazi. And the Nazi basically throws him out the front window and he falls down on the ground. And he's got his whip and he's dragging himself underneath the vehicle. He gets back up, goes over the top of the vehicle, swings down, and basically starts fighting with this Nazi. And then he ends up basically smashing his face in and then doing the exact same thing to the Nazi. He throws him out the front window and the Nazi ends up getting run over by the truck. I view this type of situation as, if Russia had its way, they'd do a similar thing strategically where the Ukrainians have made logistics hard and and basically the Russians are trying to do the same thing, but they're trying to do it by using internal features of the topography.
Okay. Thanks for that. I don't know if you want to follow up on that language, but we've got a couple of hands up, or you want to just let that hang there?
I think it's a distinct possibility. I don't know quite how much logistical disabling would happen were Russia to, cause more damage to areas along the Dnipro River. There's still some very prominent Ukrainian forces along the Zaporizhzhia region and whatnot, which could, kind of launch their own assault that doesn't involve crossing the largest river in the country. But otherwise, I think it's definitely a possibility.
Thanks, language. We have 6 minutes or 5 minutes now before Colonel Spencer and Aaron Brantley gets here. So let's try and get through the next 3 hands. Dry flag, go ahead.
I'm going to be real quick. I don't know what you all said about that that dam in the model that the Russians are throwing around. It's complete nonsense. I did a ton of fluid mechanics when I was a chemical engineer before I went into other stuff later. And I could tell you that I looked at that thing and almost fell off my chair laughing. Yeah, there's going to be some flooding, but that model that they show on their graphics basically totally ignores boundary conditions that are required to figure out what actually happens in a fluid flow situation. So the short answer is that's just more terror on their part. Yeah, it's going to be a problem if they blow that down. There's going to be a lot of water, and it's going to cause some problems, but nothing like the graphic that they showed, not even close. And I would looking forward to hearing Colonel Spencer, and I'll go step down.
Actually, dry flag is still up here. I'm so sorry, Michelle. Just to prove that I'm not, or that for my own edification, that I'm not repeating disinformation, the hypothesis I had seen was that it'd be like a 2.5 meter wave, and that most of that would crash somewhere to the southwest of Nova Kakhovka, but otherwise we wouldn't see, massive, severe, debilitating flooding. As you said, the Russian model is overly optimistic for that. Is that into the nitty gritty a bit?
Yeah, I think that's possible, and it will only be that high up by Nova Kakhovka. And when I say boundary conditions, what I looked at first was I looked to see, okay, what is the level of flooding at the ocean? Because there's no way, even as big a flood as that you're going to raise sea level. Okay. And so I looked at the model and I looked all along the coastal areas, and it shows it all inundated and flooded like a hurricane. That ain't going to happen. Okay. That's not even close to what's going to happen. It's at those places, you'd be lucky to see flooding maybe a foot, maybe a couple feet, maybe only 6 inches. Okay. Up by where Nova Kakhovka is, that the dam, if enough of it breaks, yeah, that'll be high. That'll be close to the level of the reservoir. Okay. So and then in between, it'll be somewhere in between. And then as it goes through as a wave, it'll all decline. So, I mean, it's just crazy. And so, like I said, engineers look at boundary conditions. We look at boundary conditions over time, T equals 0, T equal infinity. And we look at, point A, point B, and what would we know the conditions to be? And it just ignores all of that. And that's pretty much all you got to know. Do I know what the level is going to be? I don't. But I know what they're saying is complete bullshit. So I will listen.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dryfly. Appreciate it. And we have Colonel Spencer here. So happy to have you here. We're just going to get through a few more hands before things kick off, if that's okay with you, Colonel.
Approved.
Thank you. Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you, Bloke, and good evening to you. Just a quick follow-up to Brad. Really interesting analogy with the Indiana Jones scenario, but realistically, I think you've just heard it from a hydrological engineer at Dryfly, and it seems pretty clear that the projections the Russians have made with respect to what may happen blowing up the dam are vastly exaggerated. And it should just be kept in mind that the Russians played a similar kind of terror card, if you will, or feeble attempt at it, when they were talking about setting off some manner of nuclear device off the coast of Scotland and setting up a 300 meter wave that would wash the Scots out all down into southern England. And that pretty much, I mean, if you look at the logistics of this, what really would be accomplished if the Russians blew the dam? I mean, the fact of the matter is that the waters wash areas that the Russians have to traverse and survive in militarily as well. And you've got the the complicating factor that the really only significant effect is a longer term inconvenience. And it should be remembered that the Dutch blew their own dams in a country that is 50% below tide water. So they blew their own dams to prevent the Nazis from and slow the Nazis down from taking over Holland. And they rebuilt their country with extreme rapidity after the war. So it proved to be nothing more than a minor kind of a sideline inconvenience. And that's realistically what the Russians are dealing with here. So, and I would take it straight from the hydrological engineer. I mean, Indiana Jones aside, it's probably more like Moses parting the Red Sea, and the Russians are going to be encountering as probably significantly as much or more the difficulty that's caused than are the Ukrainian army. So yeah, it should put it into perspective. Thanks.
Okay, so if we've got a couple of more hands, let's make the comments brief. And before we get on to the next segment. So Gunter and then Hendrik, and then we'll get going.
Yeah, real quick. If this dam were to theoretically blow, would it impact Russians' ability to hit Kherson with artillery in any significant way?
Not really.
That sucks. Thanks.
Go ahead, Henrik.
Yes, having done enough stormwater studies and calculations, the amount of water that can, let's say, leave that dam area is dependent on the height of the tailwater, the width of the opening, and side constrictions. So if they were to blow, okay, the center section, or let's say a partial concrete section, that amount of flow is completely different than the amount of flow that they would do, okay, in the earthen section. There is a second factor that comes into play, and that is the material that the core is made out of. Okay, so some dams have a concrete center core and some have a clay earthen core. Now, basically, sand will erode at a velocity of 5 feet per second of flow. It'll erode. If it's less than that, it won't. And so to basically sit here and say it's only going to be 2 feet, it's only going to be 8 feet, that's basically based on assumptions that we really don't know, because it really depends on the way that the dam is in fact mined, the size of the opening, okay? Because if it's through different sections, there'll be completely different results. So, you know, of course, whoever's doing it for the Russian is giving it their spin, and whoever's doing it for the Ukrainians is giving it their spin. But the truth of the matter is, there's so many unknowns in this that I don't think anybody can actually make a good analysis without having more knowledge as factual as far as what's occurring there. And of course, the secondary effects would be constrictions that are downstream, okay, where the channel narrows also will have an impact in the velocity and the amount of water that can flow any second. Truth to the matter is, I hope it's not blown. I suspect it will blow, but the end effects, I think we'll know, you know, when the time comes.
Thank you, Hendrik. Okay, so we're just waiting probably for you to come up, but I would like at the very least to introduce our audience to two special guests we have on tonight. The first will be Aaron Brantley, who is an associate professor of political science and director of the Tech for Humanity Lab at Virginia Tech. And of course, Colonel John Spencer, friend of the space. Colonel Spencer is the author of Connected Soldiers. He's an urban warfare specialist. Please give both of our guests a follow. I would love to kick things off and hear what you gentlemen have to say. And we're so pleased to have you here. Thank you very much. And I will let you start as in the order you would like to proceed in.
Colonel Spencer, I'll leave it to you to start everything.
Well, I appreciate that, Aaron. It's good to see you again. I was just on the space about an hour ago. Is that Yehuda coming in? Somebody's gonna. I was just on the space an hour ago. I'm an open card on. I spent a lot of time today talking about the Iranian drones, but having you in the space is great. And I've seen a lot of the work you've been doing on Ukraine and some of the conferences. So I'd love to hear what you're thinking lately. And I saw your tweet thread combating some of the kind of false narratives that are out there about either a nuclear war or sue for peace or things like that.
Yeah. So just for a little background on myself, I lived in Ukraine from 2005 through 2007 as a United States Peace Corps volunteer. I lived in Kiev, which is on the eastern bank of the Oskil River on the other side of the river from Kupiansk. My wife and her entire family are from Ukraine, and most of our family is still in Ukraine in Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Zhytomyr, and Dnipro. And so I have a very vested interest in this conflict. In fact, just recently, we took custody of my former next door neighbor's daughter, a 16-year-old girl who was born while I was serving in Peace Corps in Ukraine. Additionally, Colonel Spencer and I both worked at West Point together. I used to be a senior research scientist for the Army Cyber Institute, and I taught in the Department of Social Sciences and the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at West Point. So this is definitely a very important space to investigate and to examine. My Twitter thread that kind of, I think, landed me this invitation to speak was in response to a series of recent academic articles and notes in various think tanks about the likelihood of conflict in cyberspace, or no, sorry, in Ukraine, and the likelihood of nuclear war. And oftentimes the failure to take that next step in making assumptions. And I think this is something that we see quite frequently with this conflict, is that there's a default that we should accept the rhetoric, certain parts of rhetoric is true, and be damned what happens after those particular actions take place, without failing to consider the reality of all of the nuances associated with this conflict. And I think that my hope was that we could try and reorient towards what we can do as supporters of Ukraine, but also as intellectuals, as a community, to try and say, well, you think that peace should occur now. What are the consequences of that peace? What are the short-term and long-term consequences? What are the ways in which this type of peace signals to our adversaries and to our friends alike? And quite frankly, many of these pieces are not far off. They take the deterrence literature. So as a side note, I've written several books on deterrence, but these arguments take the deterrence logic at face value at the beginning, but they don't oftentimes extend it out. And actually, out of all the people who responded to my tweets, there was one person who caught that I threw in a Thomas Schelling reference somewhere in the Twitter thread. But I think that's the problem, is that we fail to take that next step and ask, what is the process by which we achieve peace in the long term, not just in the short term, and under what conditions that peace should look like. And that can oftentimes be overshadowed by, quite rightly, our fears of the conflict growing out of hand. But those fears must be contextualized within the reality of both the short and the long-term reality in which this conflict is taking place, as well as within the history of these actors and how these actors have engaged over a long period of time. I've had the privilege to travel to Ukraine many times on U.S. Army research missions. I've had the privilege of taking cadets over there. I've met with the General Staff of Ukraine on several occasions in the National Security and Defense Council. I've also had the chance to go and meet with volunteer battalion members after 2014 and in 2017 and 18. I've also met with frontline soldiers from those periods. My wife and I both worked with the presidential administrations of Yushchenko and Poroshenko, and so we have an idea of what's at stake, both politically, historically, not just for Ukraine but for the broader region. And so this Twitter thread that I started yesterday I wasn't trying to be a jerk to all academics or anything like that, but rather to say, let's take a step back and let's show a bit of courage, just like our Ukrainian counterparts are showing on the front lines, and really try and ask these tough questions that we're oftentimes avoiding by looking for the easy out.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. On this space, we do get a lot of questions. There is a lot of concern in the world. I've given my personal opinion that I think the probability of Putin being launched out of a window exceeds the probability of them launching anything else by an order of magnitude. But I would love to drill down into that. And the other point is, I do tend to remind people that Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons in exchange for certain security guarantees. So if we want a world that where there's not a proliferation of nuclear weapons and this constant nuclear blackmail, then it has to be confronted. And we can't afford to let genocidal dictators dictate terms. And I would love to hear some of your opinions on that, both of you, and maybe take some questions from the audience, if that's okay for you, with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Colonel Spencer, when you want to jump in, just talk over me. So I think that one thing that's really important to realize is that a lot of the extreme violence that we're seeing in occupied areas is absolutely nothing new. I think that if you read the histories of the Soviet Union and the imperial period, a lot of what we're seeing is really just old practices in new times. Use of rape, use of deportation, use of abductions, torture. All of these different characteristics that we're seeing are really just rehashing of things that have occurred in the post-revolutionary period and in the pre-World War II and post-World War II period as well. And so understanding that brutality and understanding what we would be condemning all of the people in occupied territories to, for someone who has family in that area. In fact, my sister-in-law's family lives just outside of ZNPP. And so, understanding those consequences of what would happen if we were to say, give up these territories for a temporary peace without any true meaningful way to hold Russia to account. Quite frankly, there's not a lot that makes people want to stay in those areas that would be reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an incredibly important point, and I think it's also really important that all the academics that I've been reading lately are these, armchair. These business people turned into armchair strategists and experts in foreign policy. They all seem to deny any sense of agency to the Ukrainians themselves. And I think that's important. Nothing without the Ukrainians. It's their land. They have a right to defend it, and nothing should be imposed on them. The Ukrainians have a sense of agency. They should be allowed to determine their future, and this is what they're fighting for. So I appreciate that point. Would you gentlemen be okay with taking a question?
Yes, absolutely.
I actually have a question for Aaron, just as an academic-y. If he remembers my friend Lionel Beener.
Yeah, Lionel and I were roommates when we went to this area.
Yeah, and the trip, Liam. I just published a book with Liam Collins. What would deterrence theory say is the deterrence for Russia not to employ nuclear weapons? And what would a Mearsheimer or Schilling or somebody like that say is the academic position to this nuclear situation?
So I think that there's different. Deterrence theory is a pretty broad set of folks, and so Mearsheimer is on one very far end of the spectrum, and I think that what we would look for is more conventional, mainstream nuclear theorizing of Georgian smoke or Schelling or along those lines. And I think what they would say, and this is why I actually quote Schelling in my approach, is that when you're faced with basically an untenable situation in which you have somebody expressing that they have lost rationality, which may or may not be the case in the case of the Russian Federation, you can either back down in terms of allowing them to get their way in some measure, or you can essentially throw the steering wheel out the window and signal to them that you have the capability to match their desire to do something. And one of the challenges that we face is that many of the arguments that you see is that there's this potential for widespread escalation and other types of things. It's very important to recognize that in this particular conflict, Ukraine does not have escalation dominance over Russia. Russia has escalation dominance over Ukraine, but the Russian Federation does not have escalation dominance over NATO. And so I think that's one thing that a lot of these analyses really fail to account for. And they talk about this threat of global thermonuclear war or the use of other types of nuclear weapons that would extend beyond Ukraine. And that assumes that there's some sort of imbalance or between the two parties in terms of this escalation threshold. And that's simply not the case. Now, could Russia reasonably escalate, and is there a way to deter them in Ukraine? At present, there's not, and I've gotten into some discussions with others on whether there's a way to create that escalation parity or to prevent escalation dominance of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. And all of the options are, quite frankly, pretty bad. You either tie your hands by placing NATO forces in Ukraine, which allows us to essentially match force by force and create escalation parity within country, or you do the equivalent of an Israeli take or an Indian take, where you try and create escalation parity through the clandestine creation of a nuclear weapons program. Having been to Ukraine, knowing the missile capabilities of Dnipro and having been in some of their nuclear infrastructure, that's not an impossible option. But again, I don't think that anybody wants nuclear proliferation. On the Mearsheimer side of deterrence, there's simply just, they look at this and say, there's an escalation dominance of Russia. This is gonna lead to global thermonuclear war. They're irrational that we can't do this. And they basically throw out all of the mainstream literature, and they basically throw out all of Thomas Schelling's lessons that he talks about in his book about how to control the crisis and escalation. They throw out the Lebo and Jervis and others in the cognitive psychology of deterrence and other things. They basically throw out 70 years worth of deterrence theory, and they focus on the simple binary kind of variables without looking into the nuances of the conflict. And in so doing, they dramatically oversimplify the risks on both sides, both in the present as well as in the future.
Would you be able to elaborate that on that a bit more, Aaron? And what
we can take a question, I guess.
Okay, let's go to Colby.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for joining us. Last night, one of our regular listeners asked about what she perceived as an increase in the media of platforming arguments that Ukraine needs to make peace and kind of deal with Russia. And the example she cited was that one of your colleagues actually at Virginia Tech, Gerard Toll, went on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
I can't hear anybody asking a question. Is somebody asking a question?
Colby is?
Yes, can you hear me, Aaron?
Maybe I'll drop him and then he'll know to come back up.
Aaron, can you hear me? No.
Okay, I'll drop him then.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting point that Colby makes, is that a lot of this rhetoric is coming out right now, and of course this is precisely what Russia wants, right? And it's playing into their hands. Aaron's back, so I'll let him answer your question, Colby. Aaron, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear now. Thanks.
Okay, radio check. Am I good?
5 by 5. Go ahead, Colby.
Okay, thank you. Professor, thank you for joining us. So last night, one of our regular listeners asked about what she perceived as a increase in the media of platforming arguments that Ukraine needs to make peace with Russia. And the example provided was that one of your colleagues actually at Virginia Tech, Gerard Toll, went on a Canadian Broadcasting Corporation podcast and made the argument for a quote unquote good enough peace. So I won't ask you to speak against your colleague, but I'm just wondering if what you would attribute this to, because obviously you wrote your thread about you see the same thing, that within academia there's a prevalence of these arguments. And what do you think is the fundamental cause of so many academics embracing this line of thinking that Ukraine should make a deal with Russia?
Yeah, so Gerard, Dr. Toll and I have significant amounts of disagreements on many topics. This would be one of them. First, I think that he's clearly doing survey research, but I think that one of the challenges, and I think that he overlooks this in his more recent research, but doesn't overlook this in his previous books, is the historical and historical challenges of the regions we're talking about, as well as the challenges of conducting surveys and data collection under duress. And so this brings me back to 2014. I got in a big argument with a Washington Post journalist who went into Crimea during the referendum of Crimea. And she says, the referendum, it was just wonderful. Everybody was able to vote freely. I said, well, who'd you get to see vote? She goes, everybody. Well, did you see any, Tartars vote? Did you see any Ukrainians vote? She goes, well, I don't know. Everybody just voted. Were there people standing outside the voting stations with guns? Well, yeah, but they were just there for security purposes, right? Well, this is not how we run elections or run other types of things. And so I think that in general, when we talk to Dr. Tolles or others who talk, or even our favorite billionaire of the moment, Elon Musk, when we talk about these things in real time, they look at these recent polling data and they don't understand, or they don't take into full consideration essentially how these environments truly impact the people who are engaged in day-to-day life inside of them, in feeling the threats or duress of the opposing state. In terms of the broader question of why academia, I think this gets to two separate points. One, I think that there's a lot of people who live their lives in theoretical approaches to problems, and when things fall outside of those theoretical approaches, they try and engage in parsimonious or overly simplified answers. And what that does is that that basically writes off all the unexplained variables, and the world all fits neatly back together, and they get their academic publication, and they get tons of cites, and everybody's very happy with that. And I think that's basically what Mearsheimer does on a regular basis. As far as a lot of the others, I think that there's also a big lack of just general understanding about Ukraine. Most people don't speak Ukrainian; they speak Russian. So they've been imbued with Russian language propaganda or Russian narratives for years. They also have never traveled to Ukraine or met Ukrainian people who or been to any of these places, and so it's all very abstract. And so, hey, let's give away, 3 oblasts or 4 oblasts for peace. Who cares if there's 10 million people that live in those oblasts, and that might cut off Ukraine's economic route to the Black Sea, or it might cause geopolitical problems in Europe or other types of things. Let's I don't really understand the area, but this sounds like something that can be solved by making these concessions. And I don't think it's out of malice. I think it's mostly out of oversimplification, a lack of appreciation of the knowledge of the area, and also, quite frankly, and I think that we should be honest, that there's a lot of fear within academia and beyond academia about the implications for a lot of these issues. And that's one of the things I tried to address in my thread, was that it's okay to be afraid of what's going on. This is very scary. But we also must ask, if I'm afraid and I make this short-term, choice, what are the long-term consequences of that choice? So I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. And one other thing that I've noticed that's oddly contradictory, especially with a lot of these, so-called anti-imperialists, is again how they would impose these sorts of terms on a sovereign people, denying them of their agency to decide their own future as well, which seems sort of imperialist thinking to me, at any rate. So I really appreciate that point. I see Yehuda has just joined us, which is great. We have a number of hands up. So if that's okay, I would love to hear from Konstantin, who is Ukrainian and is one of the people who definitely has a say in this. Go ahead, Konstantin.
Yeah. Hi, Aaron. Thank you for coming. And so I'm just, since talking with such a, academic who really understands what is happening, it's so great to hear you. And my question is this: how, you touched the point of the referendums in Crimea, for example, and there is like this entire a huge spectrum of educated, smart people who actually believe, oh, the Crimeans, they voted to be part of the Russia. How come they don't understand this is like a democracy 101, that referendum under the point of the gun, it cannot happen, it's not legit, because you cannot just come, for example, and advertise, let's say, you cannot I'm sort of rambling, but imagine that United States election, you have the Democrats and you have Republicans who have their share of advertisements, and none of them can be denied their time. And imagine the referendum. You cannot come during the Russian referendum under the point of the gun saying, okay, let me explain what are the good points while we will stay in Ukraine, or who will say, okay, we have Ukrainian laws that says, for example, it's not us who will vote, or it's entire like United States Constitution, for it to change, for any state to leave, the entire states have to vote. It's just basics of democracy, like 101. You literally learn it in the, I don't know, in school. Then you iterate through it in the college, and then if you are politician, you obviously practice and exercise it every day. So how come those people, such as our favorite, like you said, billionaire of the moment, or others, they don't understand that it does not work like that. Democracy, it's not just given I don't know, 100 people of single given region that you want saying something that they want and ignore everything rest. How come does it happen? What is the phenomenon of this?
No, перше, добрий ранок.
Дякую. Доброго ранку.
Yeah, so why does this happen? Well, first of all, I think it's important to also state that within those regions that took this referendum vote, there's easily 2 million people who have either, or probably 2 to 5 million people who are either internally displaced, moved out of those regions, or are in refugee status in Europe or the United States. So a significant portion of the population that would be viable for voting in this particular referendum was not even present to vote, nor were they given the option. In terms of the Crimean referendum in 2014, the questions were really pretty simple. There were 2 questions. Would Crimea like to be an independent entity, kind of like the LNR DNR status, or would they like to join the Russian Federation? So there really wasn't even a question on that referendum that allowed them to even maintain their autonomous status within Ukraine. So it was a sham referendum basically from the get-go, even in the actual procedural aspects of the actual ballot itself. It didn't match didn't even provide the actual options. But why do people believe this particular lie of referendums? Well, to be quite frank, it's